Solo was filled with anticipation, his eyes fixed on the second hand on the watch face, watching it tick by tick. Zoro, what's wrong? Sun Wukong was slightly taken aback. He was hovering in midair when he turned around and found that Zoro had not followed. He quickly asked. Krillin and Gohan, who had just taken off, immediately stopped, hovering a few meters above the ground, and looked back at Zoro. You guys go ahead, Solo suggested with a smile, pointing to the spaceship behind him. I'll do some maintenance on the spaceship, then turn it into a capsule before I go. In reality, Solo was waiting to refresh his skills. There's less than a minute left before I can refresh my skills. There's no need to join them now. Zoro no longer considers Vegeta a threat. Then remember to come find us. Sun Wukong nodded, not thinking much of it, and his body floated slightly upwards. Klin made a quick decision, landing on the grass with both feet. I'll stay too. He glanced at Sun Wukong, then at Solo, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two. Suddenly, he felt that he was safer with Solo. All right. Sun Wukong did not object and nodded. Then, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan transformed into 3 streaks of light and flew rapidly towards Vegeta, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Klin, on the other hand, chose to stay and stand with Solo. Solo, Klin volunteered, clenching his fists in front of him, his eyes eager. See if there's anything I can help with. Go up and clean up the spaceship, Solo ordered, pointing towards the ship. Clean up the trash. Sure. Klin nodded in agreement and turned to walk towards the spaceship. He paused, then asked, and you, Solo? Of course I'll stay outside and keep watch, Solo said with a smile, hands in his pockets, his gaze sweeping around. What if some of Frisia's army soldiers come along? He tilted his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. How about I go clean up and you stay behind to keep watch? I'll go clean, Klin said quickly, quickening his pace. I'll be right there. He rushed to the spaceship, pushed open the door, and crawled inside to begin cleaning it. Solo stood beside the spaceship, his gaze fixed on the watch face. The second hand is still moving, just as Klin stepped onto the spaceship. In the distance, 2 points of light appeared on the horizon, getting closer and closer. Sure enough, 2 Frisia soldiers patrolling nearby found them using their combat power detection. They fell from the sky, hovering a few meters above the ground, and soon spotted Solo standing next to the spaceship, lost in thought. One of the aliens, with 2 tentacles on its head and grayish-blue skin, muttered, tilting its head and scanning Solo up and down twice. Who's that? Not a name Kian, another alien with a crocodile head murmured, narrowing his eyes until his pupils were slits. He looks like a Saiyan. Don't joke around. The gray-blue alien chuckled and waved his hand. There are only a few Saiyans left, like Vegeta. The rest of the Saiyans are all dead. He paused, his gaze turning cold. Whoever he is, our orders are to kill everyone on this planet. As they talked, the two slowly rose into the air, their bodies ascending to a higher altitude, and approached Solo. The energy cannons in their hands were fully charged, their muzzles gleaming with a faint light. This guy's combat power is only 100, the crocodile-headed man chuckled, glancing down at the detector on his wrist before a cruel smile spreading across his face. Looks like he's just here for a vacation. So it definitely isn't a Saiyan. The gray-blue alien chuckled. How could a Saiyan's fighting power be so low? There's another reaction inside the spaceship. The crocodile-headed creature raised its head, its gaze falling on the spaceship behind Solo. Don't let them escape. Let's destroy their spaceship first. You're right. The gray-blue alien nodded and adjusted the energy cannon in his hand. The crocodile-headed man adjusted the energy cannon in his hand and aimed the muzzle at the spaceship. His finger rested on the trigger, a cruel smile curving his lips. Just as the crocodile head was about to fire the cannon. Court death. Solo gave a cold snort, his voice not loud, but it carried a chilling pressure. His gaze shifted, and he glared fiercely at the crocodile's head. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy shot out from Solo's eyes, invisible and colorless, moving at a speed too fast for the naked eye to detect. The energy rapidly acted on the other person, covering his entire body. Bang! The crocodile-headed alien exploded into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Blood and flesh splattered in all directions, blooming into a red flower in the air before falling softly to the blue lawn with a soft pattering sound. Dead beyond dead. The gray-blue-skinned alien next to them was terrified. His body froze in midair, his mouth agape, his jaw nearly dropping, staring in astonishment at his companion who had turned into a bloody mist. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. A soft swallowing sound came from his throat. You die too. Solo pointed at the gray-blue alien from afar, aiming at its forehead. A powerful energy enveloped the area once more, invisible, colorless, and silent. The gray-blue alien's body twisted violently, its bones cracking and splintering, its muscles feeling as if they were being kneaded by an invisible hand. His mouth opened, as if he wanted to shout but couldn't. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a pile of minced meat, and he died on the spot. The minced meat fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a thud, splashing up a pool of blood. Solo withdrew his fingers, shifting his gaze from the 2 pools of blood to the watch face on his wrist. The second hand is still moving. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It's here. Solo exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shining. The skills have finally been refreshed. When the clock struck noon, the 3 hands on the dial overlapped and made a soft click sound. Skill refresh? Solo's consciousness sank into his body, and the icon in the lower right corner of his vision began to flash. A brand new icon has emerged.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
However, Solo was stunned when he saw the newly appeared skill. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, and he froze on the spot. What's going on? What kind of bullshit skill is this? Staring at a pregnant woman? Several question marks popped up above Solo's head, and his lips twitched. It feels a bit inexplicable. Then, Solo took a closer look at the skill icon. The icon is round with a dark purple background. In the center of the picture is a wide-open eye, with its eye sockets wide open and pupils bulging. The silhouette of a heavily pregnant woman is clearly visible above the pupils of her eyes, her belly round and bulging. Guys, the new skill you've been waiting for is here. The plot is about to get a bit out of control. High-energy content is about to unfold. Solo's lips twitched again. What is this strange thing? How can someone possess such a strange skill? At this moment, the icon for the new skill staring pregnant began to sway randomly, drifting around in the field of vision. Its light flickered, seemingly poised to replace Combat Power X500 and Flash Spell at any moment. Solo stared at the icon for the new skill and fell silent. He crossed his arms and tapped his fingers lightly on his arm twice. Which skill should we remove and replace? His gaze swept back and forth between Combat Power X500 and Flash Spell twice. The question is, what's the use of this skill? Solo's brow furrowed even more. It would be great if there was a card slot as well. Unfortunately, there are only 2 card slots. Moreover, once one of the skills is removed and replaced with a new one, the old skill will disappear. However, if another slot appears, the new skills from before should reappear. A similar situation occurred when there were more skill card slots. Solo considered it seriously for a long time, rubbing his fingers on his chin for quite a while. The Flash ability, at the moment, shouldn't be very useful on Namek. Once Frisia is completely disoriented, he will absolutely destroy planet Vegeta immediately. Solo's eyelid twitched. His gaze lingered on the staring pregnant icon for several seconds. Why don't you try this new skill? Thinking of this, Solo gritted his teeth and, with tears in his eyes, took Flash out of his skill slot. The groove is now empty by 1 notch. Then, he grabbed the staring pregnancy icon, aligned it with the groove, and pressed it gently. The icon is perfectly embedded in the groove. Instantly, the skill icon for Flash shattered into countless starlight points, its light breaking apart and slowly disappearing, like a scattering of fireflies in the wind. Solo stared at the dissipating specks of light, his lips twitching. Then, he immediately began to carefully examine the staring pregnancy skill. Not bad, this new skill even comes with instructions. Staring pregnancy, staring at someone will make them pregnant. Staring at someone during pregnancy is ineffective. Staring method, stare at the target for 10 seconds without blinking. Solo's mouth twitched violently, and his entire face was slightly contorted. There was a full 5 seconds of silence. Solo thought about it seriously. You can get your target pregnant simply by staring at them without blinking for 10 seconds. He touched his chin. I'll give it a try. Hold your eyes for 10 seconds without blinking and observe. Solo looked around for a moment, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Then he stared intently at a seemingly insignificant stone on the ground. A gray stone, about the size of a fist, lay quietly on the blue lawn. After all, there were no suitable humans nearby. Those 2 Frisia henchmen really came at the worst possible time. It would be better to show up later and use you guys as guinea pigs. Solo's eyes were fixed on the stone, not blinking. 5 seconds. 8 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds passed quickly. Solo blinked. His eyelids fluttered twice, then he rubbed his eyes and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. This time, he mainly wanted to test how difficult it was to not blink for 10 seconds. Not bad, not bad. For the average human, it's easy to go 10 seconds without blinking. It's not a difficult task for Saiyans either. When taking photos, I can usually hold my eyes for at least 10 seconds without blinking. This skill is very easy to use. Solo's lips curled up slightly. Next, we should try to find someone to see how to get pregnant. His gaze began to search around, sweeping from the lawn to the trees, and from the trees to the distant hills. Just then, the spaceship's hatch creaked open. Clint had already disembarked from the spaceship carrying a large bag of trash. He carried bulging garbage bags in both hands as he trudged down the gangway. Solo's gaze immediately shifted to Clint, and his eyes lit up. We've finally found a suitable guinea pig. Solo's lips slowly curled into a dangerous smile. Let's see what happens when Clint gets pregnant. His eyes widened, his pupils fixed on Clint. Solo immediately stared intently at Clint, his gaze like 2 nails, fixed firmly on Clint. Solo, I've cleaned the spaceship up. You can turn it into a capsule now. Krillin smiled slightly, then looked around at the trash. Where do I throw this trash? There don't seem to be any trash cans on Namek. As he spoke, Clint glanced around again, his brows furrowing slightly. Bang! Suddenly, the stone that Solo had just glared at bulged up, expanding like an inflating balloon, its surface cracking open. Clatter! The next moment, the stone suddenly cracked open, and an egg popped out. The eggshell is milky white with a smooth surface and a slight sheen in the sunlight. An egg that looks a lot like a chicken egg. Clint's eyes widened instantly, his pupils contracted, and his mouth opened in astonishment. He almost dropped the garbage bag in his hand, and froze on the spot. The sound puzzled Solo, who immediately stopped glaring at Clint. His gaze shifted to the cracked stone, and his brows furrowed. What's going on? Did the stone lay an egg? Solo's lips twitched violently, his face filled with disbelief, and his eyelids twitched. The stone I glared at got pregnant? This is outrageous. Huh. Clint exclaimed in surprise, his voice rising as he immediately stepped forward, picked up the egg that the stone had just laid, and examined it carefully in his hand. He tapped the eggshell twice with his fingers, making a crisp thumping sound, then held the egg up to his eyes and held it up to the three suns in the sky. The eggshell emitted a faint light. Solo leaned closer and took a closer look. The eggs under the stones looked similar to white-shelled chicken eggs, and were also similar in size, with an oval shape, slightly pointed at one end and slightly rounded at the other. I wonder what it looks like inside. Take a look, is it edible? Solo suggested, his eyes fixed on the eggshell. Are you hungry, Solo? Clint paused, stared blankly at Solo, and blinked twice. Enough with the nonsense, Solo said, extending his hand with his fingers spread wide. Clint had no choice but to hand the egg to Solo. A flame quickly bloomed in Solo's hand, its orange-red light dancing in his palm, enveloping the egg. The flames licked the eggshell, making a soft sizzling sound. It baked for about a minute. Click. The eggshell suddenly cracked open, and some egg liquid oozed out of the crack. The transparent liquid flowed down the lines of the eggshell and dripped onto the lawn, making a soft pattering sound. Bake for another minute. The aroma of eggs wafted out, carrying a hint of caramelization and the unique umami flavor of eggs, filling the air. Solo peeled the eggshell, pinching the broken pieces of shell off one by one with his fingers. The egg white is smooth and white, with a slight sheen on its surface, and steam rises from it. Sure enough, on the surface it doesn't look much different from a normal egg. You eat it. Solo handed the egg to Clint, holding it between his fingers and extending it in front of Clint. Clint's lips twitched, his eyes widened, and his gaze shifted from the egg to Solo's face, then back to the egg. Colin was stunned and at a loss for words, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. There was a 3-second silence. Solo. Clint shook his head vigorously, his face full of resistance, his hands crossed in front of him. These are eggs laid by rocks, can we eat them? What are you talking about? Solo said confidently, raising his chin slightly. Someone must have hidden an egg in the rock, and it just happened to pop out when we showed up. Now that you mention it. Clint nodded thoughtfully, rubbing his chin with his fingers a couple of times. That seems to make sense. He then looked around, his gaze sweeping over every tree and every clump of grass, from near to far. There are hardly any small animals on the surface of Namek. There were only blue lawns, blue trees, and a quietly flowing lake. Speaking of which, where's the chicken? Clint scratched his bald head, rubbing his scalp with his fingers, feeling a bit confused. What do you need chicken for? Solo asked with a smile, a smirk playing on his lips. To play basketball with you. Krillin. Clint stared blankly for a few seconds, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open, not quite understanding what he was hearing. What does a chicken have to do with basketball? An image of a chicken dribbling a ball on a basketball court flashed through his mind, and he quickly shook his head. Eat quickly, Solo urged, extending his hand further forward. Okay, fine, I'll try it. Clint was on the verge of tears, a bitter smile on his lips. He reached out his trembling hand, took the egg, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, as if going to his execution. Then he gently bit into the egg under the rock, his teeth cutting into the egg white with a soft, rustling sound. With this bite, the yolk is still attached. The egg yolk is golden yellow, soft, and creamy, while the egg white is bouncy. Clint smacked his lips, swirled his tongue around in his mouth twice, and began to eat with relish. You know what? Krillin clicked his tongue in amazement, his eyes lighting up. Namekian eggs are pretty delicious. His expression changed from resistance to enjoyment, and he ate it in big bites, finishing the egg in just a few bites. Solo scrutinized Clint from head to toe, his gaze sweeping from his face to his body and back again. Finding that he didn't seem to have any food poisoning symptoms, his complexion was normal, and his breathing was steady, I was relieved. However, it's like putting an egg inside a rock. It just doesn't feel right. Okay, I'm already in the Dragon Ball world, where is there any Saiyans to speak of? Solo shook his head, his lips twitching slightly. Then, Solo stared intently at Krillin, his eyes wide and his pupils fixed on Krillin's body. His gaze was like two nails, fixed firmly on Clint, never leaving him for a second. Clint quickly finished the egg, even nodding in praise and licking his lips. Delicious. Much better than eggs on Earth. I wonder if this is even an egg. However, what Krillin didn't know was that Solo had already attached the ability to make someone pregnant by staring at them to Krillin. 10 seconds is enough. Solo blinked, looked away, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. After finishing the eggs, Clint patted his stomach and let out a satisfied burp. Suddenly, his expression changed, his brows furrowed, his lips turned pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Oh no. Clint winced in pain, his voice trembling, as he bent over, clutching his stomach. These eggs are poisoned? My stomach hurts. His body began to tremble, his knees buckled, and he curled up into a ball. Solo stared intently, his pupils suddenly contracting. To their astonishment, they discovered that Klin's belly was slowly bulging. From flat to slightly raised, from raised to round, it feels like a pregnant woman going through the process from 3 months to 7 or 8 months. The clothes were stretched taut, and the wrinkles in the fabric were flattened. My belly is gradually expanding, as if something is growing inside. Is it possible to get pregnant this quickly? Solo's eyes widened, and he made a soft swallowing sound. Is the next little Klin going to come out in a bit? Still is. Solo immediately became interested, crossed his arms, and tilted his head to observe every change in Klin. My stomach. Klin clutched his stomach, writhing on the ground in pain. His body rolled on the lawn, crushing the blue blades of grass, and sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his temples. However, when Klin looked down, he felt like his soul was about to fly away. His eyes were wide open like copper bells, and his round belly was reflected in his pupils. Klin exclaimed, his voice trembling, how come my stomach is so big? I only ate 1 egg. Solo chuckled to himself, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He coughed lightly, trying to appear serious. This wasn't caused by eating eggs. You got pregnant from my glare. Klin's screams were continuous and his wails echoed across the empty plains. He looked at Solo with pleading eyes, his eyes reddening and tears welling up. Quick. Solo, help me. I feel like my stomach is about to explode. Based on my speculation, Solo stroked his chin, lost in thought, his fingers tracing his chin. You probably ate an egg that can lay eggs, which caused you to get pregnant. Klin looked stunned, his mouth agape, his jaw almost dropping. Are you kidding me? How can a man get pregnant? Eating eggs that can lay eggs, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Solo shook his head, his expression serious. I think that's the only explanation. What do we do now? Klin couldn't care less about anything else, his voice was trembling with tears. He felt his stomach churning as if something was churning inside. My stomach hurts so much. Solo crouched down and placed his hand on Krillin's stomach, his palm pressed against the taut clothes. His eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the movement beneath his palm. Sure enough, it felt like there was a little life moving inside, wriggling and undulating, with a slight warmth. Listen, Solo said with a smile, a smirk playing on his lips, there's something inside, she might really be pregnant. You're kidding, right? Klin sniffed, on the verge of tears, his lips trembling slightly. I don't even have a girlfriend, how did I get pregnant? No, I'm a man? How can a man get pregnant? He was accidentally led astray by Solo. See if you can pull it out, Solo suggested, pointing behind the cliff face with a serious expression as if he were discussing something very important. Klin's mouth twitched violently, and his entire face was contorted. There's no one over there. Solo pointed to a corner of the cliff and held out his palm in that direction. I'll keep watch for you. Klin didn't care about anything else. Holding his round belly in his hands, he rushed over, stumbling and almost tripping over the grass. He hid behind the cliff face, his figure disappearing into the shadows of the rocks. About 10 seconds later, Solo heard Klin let out a heart-wrenching scream, the sound echoing between the mountain walls and lingering for a long time. The voice carried pain, shock, and a complex emotion that was hard to describe. About 10 more seconds passed. Solo saw Klin slowly crawl out from behind the cliff, on all fours like a reptile. He was also holding an egg in his arms. Solo stared intently, his pupils contracting slightly. They discovered that this egg was much larger than the one laid by the rock. The eggshell is milky white with a smooth surface and a full, rounded oval shape. It felt even bigger than an ostrich egg, and it was quite heavy. Klin had some difficulty holding it with both hands. It's really hard to imagine how Klin managed to pull out such a big ostrich egg. Solo's lips twitched, and his gaze swept over Klin's stomach. Yes, my stomach has flattened back to normal. Solo looked at the egg in his hand again. Kling, Solo said silently, his voice calm, did you lay this egg? Klin's face turned bright red, from his neck all the way to his ears, and then slowly turned ashen. Turning his head to look at the egg he had laid, Krillin felt like he wanted to die. His lips trembled twice, and his eyes reddened again. What's going on? She got pregnant as soon as she arrived on Namek, and even laid an egg? Klin's mind went blank, as if he had been hit with a hammer. He sniffed through a non-existent nose, and 2 streams of hot tears flowed from his eyes, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the eggshell. The mighty strongest man on Earth got pregnant and laid an egg on Namek. Klin looked down at the huge egg in his hand, his distorted face reflected in the eggshell. Kling, Solo said, suppressing a laugh, his voice trembling with barely concealed amusement, pointing behind the cliff face, you just gave birth, you need to rest and recuperate, right? I think this spot is quite nice, why don't you rest here for a while? You can come out and move around again after you've finished your postpartum period. Klin's lips twitched again, and his shoulders were shaking. Go quickly, Solo said, turning and walking to the spaceship. He bent down and reached out to press a square button on the spaceship. The button is red and has a capsule icon on it. Snapped. The spaceship instantly transformed into a capsule, landing in Solo's palm. It was small and exquisite. Solo tossed the capsule to Klin. Klin released one of his hands that was holding the egg, reached out and took the capsule, holding it tightly in his palm. You stay here. Zoro patted Krillin on the shoulder, tapping his shoulder twice. Hatch the baby soon, I'm going to check on Gaku and the others. After saying that, Solo immediately took off, his feet leaving the ground, and his body shot into the sky. Clint rubbed his eyes, pressed his fingers against his eyelids twice to wipe away his tears, and then climbed back behind the cliff. He found a flat rock to sit on, carefully placed the egg on his lap, and held it with both hands to protect the sides of the egg. Looking down at the egg, which was about the size of an ostrich egg, Clint fell into deep doubt about life. His brows furrowed, and his gaze lingered on the eggshell for several seconds. Am I really pregnant? And I even laid an egg? Clint's mind began to replay everything that had just happened. I remember now. His eyes suddenly lit up. I once heard Tien Shinyan say that Piccolo Daimao, King Piccolo, gave birth by spitting out eggs. Clint tapped his chin twice with his fingers. So, I came to Namek, laying an egg seems like a good idea, right? His lips twitched, and he looked again at the egg on his leg. I wonder what it will look like when it finally hatches? Could it be my son? A picture flashed through Clint's mind. A bald baby, dressed in a small-sized turtle hermitage uniform, crawled toward him. The thought that it might be her son filled Clint with maternal warmth, and a surge of tenderness welled up in her chest. His gaze softened, and his fingers gently stroked the eggshell, feeling its warmth and smoothness. Should I hatch this egg? Clint lowered his head, pulled the egg closer to his chest, and leaned forward slightly to warm the shell with his body heat. Far away, on the vast wasteland, rocks are exposed, and blue grass grows only sporadically between the rocks. Vegeta had stepped out of the spaceship, arms crossed, standing on a towering cliff. His gaze swept over the surrounding scenery, and the corners of his mouth turned down slightly. They had just come out not long ago. Call out. Another spherical spaceship descended from the sky, trailing a bright flame behind it. The spaceship tore through the atmosphere with a sharp whooshing sound and landed near Vegeta's spaceship. The spaceship hatch opened, and white mist billowed out from the gaps. Qiu Yi leaped out of the spaceship, his body ejected into the air, hovering a few meters above the ground. He raised his hand and immediately pressed the button on the detector, pressing it hard with his index finger. Several sets of data appeared on the detector's screen. Qiu Yi glanced down at the screen and chuckled. Vegeta, you can't escape now. I, Qiu Yi, am here to deal with you. A cruel smile spread across his face as he looked into the distance, following the probe's guidance. On the detector screen, a dot of light is flashing. Found you, Vegeta. Qiu Yi sneered, a smug glint in his voice. Ha ha ha, I've come to carry out Lord Frisia's orders. Did you hear me? Vegeta, I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Don't joke around, Qiu Yi. Vegeta stood atop a cliff, arms crossed, a cold laugh playing on his lips. His voice, transmitted through the detector, carried a hint of disdain. Do you think you can kill me? His chin was slightly raised, and the curve of his lips carried a hint of disdain. I'm waiting for you here, come on over. Ha ha ha. Qiu Yi laughed maniacally, his voice echoing across the empty wasteland. Are you blind? Vegeta, take a good look at your scouter. My fighting power is far superior to yours. He pushed off with both feet in midair, propelling his body forward at breakneck speed towards Vegeta, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Vegeta's lips curled up slightly, forming a faint smile, and his smile deepened. He stood in the wind, arms crossed, letting the wind blow through his pointed hair. Clatter. Soon, Qiu Yi appeared directly opposite Vegeta, hovering in the air a few meters away from the cliff. He stood with his hands on his hips, legs spread apart, looking at Vegeta with a smug grin that stretched all the way to his ears. He he he. Qiu Yi's smile grew even more contemptuous. He tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over Vegeta twice. Vegeta, what a small world? You're doomed this time. Your fighting power is far inferior to mine, you can't compare to me at all. Humph. Vegeta sneered, his lips curving downwards. You're celebrating too soon? Today I'll show you the skills I learned on Earth. Is it the ability to run away? Qiu Yi smiled contemptuously, tilting his head with a mocking look in his eyes. Yes. Vegeta snorted, just about to give his answer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 points of light appeared in the distant sky, moving rapidly from afar to near. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong and his 2 companions flew swiftly from afar, their figures leaving 3 trails of light in the air. They descended from the sky, landing near Vegeta and Chewie, their feet striking the rocks and sending up a small patch of pebbles. Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan all focused their attention on Vegeta, then shifted it to Qiu Yi, giving him a careful look. Qiu Yi's appearance is completely different from Vegeta's. He is short and stout, with gray-green skin and 2 short horns on his head. Kakarot? Piccolo. Vegeta's pupils contracted, and his expression changed repeatedly, from indifference to shock, and from shock to alertness. His gaze immediately shifted from Sun Wukong and the other 2, searching for Zoro's figure everywhere, his eyes sweeping over every rock and every crack. I didn't see that white figure. Vegeta frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed. Who are you? Qiu Yi frowned, his gaze sweeping over Sun Wukong and the other 2. Vegeta knows you? Are you Vegeta's accomplices? No. Sun Wukong shook his head and waved his hands in front of him. That's good. Qiu Yi chuckled and waved his hand. Don't bother us while we're playing our game. Get as far away from us as possible. Why do you talk so rudely? Sun Wukong pouted and said irritably, his brows furrowing slightly. Humph. Qiu Yi sneered, his gaze turning icy. You're courting death? Wait until I destroy Vegeta, then see how I deal with you. You're no match for Vegeta, Goku said calmly. I advise you to be sensible. What did you say? Qiu Yi's face darkened instantly. He squinted at Sun Wukong, a cold glint in his eyes. Do I need to repeat myself? Sun Wukong said calmly, arms crossed, his gaze as serene as if he were looking at a stone. You're just courting death. Humph, humph, humph. Qiu Yi sneered repeatedly, a dangerous smile spreading across his lips. I know, you really are in cahoots with Vegeta. But don't worry, after I eliminate Vegeta, you'll be next. I'll torture you thoroughly before slowly killing you. His voice carried a chilling murderous intent, and with a quick glance, he glared fiercely at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Where's Zoro? Did he come to Namek with you? Yes. Sun Wukong nodded, not denying it, his tone relaxed. Vegeta's mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, and his face turned ashen, from ashen to deathly pale, and then back to ashen again. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Sure enough, Solo followed too. This is really bad. Although my combat power has increased again. But I might not be a match for that guy. His flash ability, in particular, is practically a cheating tactic. Vegeta's fists clenched involuntarily. I need to get out of here right away. Or are you going to stay here and get tortured? Where is he? Vegeta swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and quickly asked Gaku. He said he'd be here in a bit. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, a wide grin spreading across his face. You still have time to run away. You, who did you say ran away? Vegeta was caught off guard and became furious. His chest heaved violently and his body trembled even more violently. Vegeta, Gaku said with a smile, losing to Zoro isn't shameful. I'm trying my best to catch up with him, but unfortunately, I'm still no match for him. You. Vegeta's voice rose, his finger trembling as he pointed at Gaku. You, a lowly warrior? You have no right to spout such nonsense in front of me. His voice was filled with barely suppressed rage as he pointed at Sun Wukong and shouted. Even a lower-ranking warrior can surpass a higher-ranking warrior through diligent training. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, a gentle curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. I heard that Zoro used to be a lower-ranking warrior, but he still surpassed you, didn't he? Vegeta felt a tightness in his chest, his lips trembled, he almost couldn't catch his breath, and a soft gurgling sound came from his throat. Why does this lowly warrior named Kakarot talk in such an infuriating way? Oh. Qiu Yi quickly understood, and looked Sun Wukong up and down with great interest, his gaze sweeping from Sun Wukong's face to his body, and then back to his face. Are you a Saiyan? Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Vegeta, you're such a disgrace. Qiu Yi's smile widened, his hands on his hips, a look of schadenfreude on his face. I never imagined that a Saiyan prince would be mocked like this by his own people, by a lowly warrior. Shut up. Vegeta roared, his voice exploding like thunder in the air. I'm going to kill you. A powerful energy suddenly erupted from his body, flames surged from within, and dazzling light danced on his skin. The blast wave sent the pebbles flying, swirling, and scattering them in all directions, raising clouds of dust. Beep beep. Qiu Yi's detector emitted a rapid alarm, and a string of alarming numbers appeared on the screen. The numbers were jumping wildly, faster and faster, and the pointer was swinging erratically. Bang! The next moment, Qiu Yi's detector went off the charts and exploded directly on his eye. Fragments flew in all directions, and sparks exploded in front of Qiu Yi's face, turning it black with soot. Qiu Yi was startled, his body jerked backward, his face turned deathly pale, and his lips trembled. Humph! Vegeta's eyes flashed with intense killing intent as he coldly stared at Qiu Yi, his gaze like two sharp knives. Ready to die. Wait a minute. Qiu Yi panicked, waving his hands wildly in front of him. I've got a great idea. How about I join your team? I'll assist you. I've long harbored resentment towards Lord Frieza. No, I've had a long-standing grudge against that guy Frieza. His voice was urgent, and cold sweat poured down his forehead and down his temples. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his lips curled down slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile and a hint of mockery in his eyes. Isn't that a great idea? Qiu Yi's face was covered in cold sweat, and his voice was trembling. With so many of us working together, we can definitely defeat Sabo and Dodoria. Stop your deceitful tricks. Vegeta scoffed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You disgusting bastard. I'm not lying to you, Vegeta. Qiu Yi's voice was deep, his body leaning slightly forward, his hands clenched into fists in front of him. Please believe me, these three people can also testify for me. His gaze shifted to Sun Wukong and the other two, his eyes filled with a pleading look. Watch out, Gaku suddenly interjected, his gaze falling on Qiu Yi's hand. He's gathering energy? He might be planning a sneak attack on you, Vegeta. Vegeta's gaze flickered slightly as he glanced at Gaku. Damn it. Qiu Yi roared in fury, his pleading expression instantly turning into a ferocious grin. Mind your own business. He swung his right hand sharply, and a huge burst of energy shot out from his palm, covering the direction where Sun Wukong was. The energy ball trailed a trail of light in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. At the same time, Qiu Yi pulled his other hand back, condensed another ball of energy in his palm, and pushed it forward, smashing it towards Vegeta. Two beams of energy shot out almost simultaneously, flying in two different directions. Sun Wukong silently raised one hand, his 5 fingers spread out, palm facing outward. He clapped his hands lightly, the movement casual. Call out. The energy released by Qiu Yi was deflected by Sun Wukong's slap, drawing an arc in the air before flying away into the distance. Boom! The next moment, the energy landed in the distant lake. Water sprayed skyward, white waves splashed dozens of meters into the air, the lake surface trembled violently, and ripples spread in all directions, crashing against the rocks on the shore. On the other side, the energy released by Chuyi covered the location where Vegeta was, and the light engulfed everything. Boom! With a deafening roar, flames shot into the sky, debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. The spot where Vegeta stood was razed to the ground, leaving a deep crater with scorched black soil swirling around it. What? Chuyi looked at Sun Wukong in horror, his mouth agape, his jaw almost dropping. I was slapped away. His pupils contracted sharply, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. How come this Saiyan is even stronger than I imagined? Chuyi's Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze lingered on Sun Wukong for several seconds. Fortunately, it seems they managed to defeat Vegeta. His lips slowly curved upwards, and a smile returned. Humph. Chuyi looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, hands on his hips, chin slightly raised. You are indeed very strong, even stronger than that guy named Vegeta. He paused, then tilted his head. However, Vegeta is your role model. You're not bad either, Sun Wukong praised sincerely, a slight smile playing on his lips. You released 2 bursts of energy in an instant. Idiot. Piccolo smiled contemptuously, a mocking smile curving his lips. Vegeta isn't that easy to kill. What did you say? Chuyi was slightly taken aback, and the smile on her face froze. Look over there. Piccolo glanced toward Vegeta's location, his chin slightly raised. Chuyi mechanically turned his head, his neck making a soft cracking sound, and looked in Vegeta's direction. Vegeta was indeed standing on a rock not far away, arms crossed, a bright smile on his face. What? Chuyi. Vegeta sneered, his gaze sweeping over Chuyi. You think you can defeat me with your meager fighting strength? When did you dodge? Chuyi looked astonished, his eyes wide open, reflecting Vegeta's image in his pupils. As your fighting power increases, your speed will naturally increase as well. Vegeta chuckled, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. Your performance just now has thoroughly enraged me. Chuyi glanced at Vegeta, then turned to look at Goku, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them twice. His face was deathly pale, his lips were trembling, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. A brief hesitation. Call out. Chuyi transformed into a streak of light, his body shooting into the sky at such a speed that it left a trail of afterimages in the air, intending to escape this place of trouble. Trying to escape. Vegeta sneered, pushing off the rocks with both feet and launching himself into the air. His figure flashed continuously in the air, each flash bringing him closer than the last, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly in front of Chuyi, his arms outstretched, blocking his path. Chuyi was so frightened that his soul almost flew out of his body. His face turned extremely pale, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He slammed on the brakes in midair, coming within 2 meters of Vegeta. Vegeta grinned, revealing a wicked smile and 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. He pulled his right fist back, his arm muscles bulging, and then swung it forward with a sudden thrust. An uppercut landed heavily on Chuyi's abdomen. His fist sank into the armor, and his energy burst forth from the point of contact between his fist and body. Bang! Chuyi's body was launched into the air by this punch, as if propelled by a spring. His body tumbled and somersaulted in the air, his arms and legs flailing wildly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which dispersed in the sunlight. Vegeta's lips curled into a cruel smile. He stretched out his right hand, his index and middle fingers joined together, the fingertips aimed at Chuyi's body high in the sky, ready to kill him instantly. Wait a minute, Vegeta. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out near Vegeta. The voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear, as if someone was speaking right next to his ear. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his whole body trembled violently, and he froze in midair. Vegeta immediately withdrew his fingers, which were just about to unleash energy, and clenched his fist, pulling it back to his side. Vegeta mechanically turned his head, his neck stiff as a rusty gear, toward the source of the sound. It really was that guy, Solo? He was suspended in the air not far away, his hands in his pockets, a faint smile on his lips. He arrived so quickly. We meet again. Solo greeted Vegeta with a smile, waving his hand in front of him. Vegeta's eye twitched violently, and a vein in his temple throbbed. His body jolted back as if electrocuted, quickly distancing himself from Solo and retreating more than 10 meters in one breath. His hands unconsciously rose up, protecting his body. Flash technique. Solo chuckled, slowly uttering 3 words. His voice wasn't loud, but each word struck Vegeta's eardrums like a hammer blow. What? Vegeta instinctively flew backward, his body jerking backward as he cried out in alarm, his voice trembling. He hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands, pressing his palms tightly against his eyelids, his fingers trembling. Zoro stopped paying attention to Vegeta. His gaze shifted from Vegeta, and he spun in midair, flying to stand in front of Chuyi. After all, Solo no longer knows Flash. I was just trying to scare him. Chuyi had just fallen from the sky, his body still swaying, looking at Solo with lingering fear. He turned his head to look at Vegeta, who was still covering his eyes and trembling. His gaze swept back and forth between the two of them twice, and he was a little stunned for a moment. Why do I get the feeling that Vegeta is really scared of him? Who is this guy? Do you have any special abilities? He seemed to have just mentioned something about a flash technique. Vegeta was so frightened that he covered his eyes. Qiuyi's Adam's apple bobbed, and the hairs on the back of his head stood on end. How was it? Solo smiled as he examined Qiuyi, hands in his pockets, leaning slightly forward. I saved you, you should thank me. Who are you? Qiuyi asked, his voice tinged with a hint of wariness. My name is Solo, Solo said with a smile. That's a Saiyan's name. Qiuyi frowned, his gaze sweeping over Zoro twice. You're a Saiyan too. There are quite a few Saiyans coming to Namek this time. It seems like all the Saiyans have come to this planet. And that guy below named Kakarot, he should also be a Saiyan. Qiuyi's gaze swept past Solo, glanced down, and then returned to his own. Were you injured just now? Solo asked, pulling an egg from behind his back and handing it to Qiuyi. Have an egg to calm your nerves. The eggshell is milky white with a smooth surface that gleams slightly in the sunlight. Its oval shape is full and rounded, and it is about the same size as a chicken egg. This egg was created when Solo, while idly staring at a small tree on the road, used the stare pregnant skill. He stared at the sapling for 10 seconds without blinking. The trunk of the sapling split open, making a cracking sound, and a warm current flowed out from the crack. Before long, the tree trunk spat out an egg, which rolled to the ground. Looking at the egg in Solo's hand, Qiuyi was a little confused and frowned slightly. He looked up at Solo's face, then down at the egg, then up at Solo again. You're actually a really nice person? Qiuyi swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He really did feel a bit hungry. After all, they had been chasing Vegeta all the way to Namek, enduring several days of bumpy travel on the spaceship, and hadn't even had a proper meal yet. This egg looks quite tempting. As for poisoning, non-existent. After all, the opponent already had a clear advantage and overwhelming combat power, so there was no need to resort to such underhanded methods as poisoning. If you really want to kill him, just do it. Thank you, Qiuyi said, without any suspicion, and quickly took the egg. You're such a good person. His fingers pinched the eggshell, which felt warm to the touch, and he gently applied pressure with his fingertips. Click. The eggshell cracked open, revealing the white egg white and golden yolk inside. The egg liquid trembled slightly and emitted a faint fragrance. Qiuyi opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing, and poured the raw egg directly into his mouth. The egg liquid slid down my throat, the warm sensation traveling down my esophagus. He smacked his lips, swirled his tongue around in his mouth twice, and silently savored the taste. Not bad, Qiuyi commented, her eyes lighting up. It's quite delicious. He licked his lips, a little egg yolk still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Solo stared at the egg that Qiuyi had just eaten, touched his chin, and rubbed his chin with his fingers a couple of times. Could it be that the skill of gazing into pregnancy means that stones and trees are carrying eggs similar to chicken eggs? His gaze deepened as he fell into deep thought. Next time, try finding a bigger rock or tree. The tree we found this time wasn't very big, the trunk was only as thick as an arm, and the eggs that hatched from it were about the size of chicken eggs. Moreover, watching Qiuyi eat that egg, I noticed that it didn't seem much different from the one Krillin ate. The texture of the egg white, the color of the yolk, and I reckon even the taste will be very similar. Solo's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. His gaze fell on Qiuyi, focusing on Qiuyi's abdomen. Then, Solo stared intently at Qiuyi. His pupils were fixed on Qiuyi's body, his gaze like two nails, firmly anchored to him. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Let's see what this girl will give birth to after she gets pregnant. Just as Zoro was staring intently at Qiuyi, Vegeta immediately realized what was happening. He quietly lowered his hands, slowly removing his fingers from his eyes, revealing a slit. He peeked out through his fingers. Solo had his back to him, his gaze fixed on Qiuyi, completely unaware of what was happening here. Vegeta's lips curled up slightly, then he immediately closed them again. A brief hesitation. He dared not say a word, leaned back slightly, and gently pushed off with his feet in midair. Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, his body shooting out at such speed that he left a long afterimage in the air. He fled quickly into the distance, flying hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Solo ignored him. He continued to stare at Qiuyi, his eyes unblinking, like a statue. However, Bic couldn't hold back any longer. He crossed his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Humph. Piccolo's voice was forced out of his throat, laced with coldness. Trying to run. As he spoke, Bic's arm suddenly stretched out. Muscles stretch, bones extend, and arms spring out from the shoulders like rubber bands at speeds almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Call out. Piccolo's arm could extend faster than Vegeta could fly. The arm tore through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, like a long green snake slicing through the sky. In an instant, Piccolo's large hand grabbed Vegeta's ankle. The 5 fingers gripped the ankle, the knuckles tightened, locking it firmly like an iron clamp. Vegeta's body suddenly froze, and he was pulled to a stop in midair. He looked down and his pupils contracted sharply, reflecting a green hand. Vegeta's expression changed repeatedly, from shock to anger, and from anger to displeasure. This is that name Kian. His arms can actually stretch that far. Vegeta's teeth were clenched so hard they were grinding, and he struggled with his ankles, but Piccolo's fingers didn't budge. Before Vegeta could react, Piccolo grabbed his ankle, clenched his fingers, and pulled him sharply to his side. Meanwhile, Bic's other fist was already ready, his arm pulled back, muscles taut. Bang! Piccolo's fist slammed heavily into Vegeta's face. The fist sank into his cheek, and the force of the impact exploded from the point of impact, causing Vegeta's head to tilt sharply to one side. Awooah! Vegeta let out a scream as he was sent flying backward, tumbling twice in the air before crashing to the ground. A red swelling appeared on his cheek, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Sun Wukong glanced at Piccolo, then at Vegeta, but didn't say much. He crossed his arms and stood to the side. Uncle Piccolo is amazing. Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration. 2 months ago, we weren't even a match for him. Piccolo smiled and looked at Gohan, his gaze softening for a moment. He then shifted his gaze to Vegeta, his eyes gradually turning cold, and the corners of his mouth slightly downturned. Vegeta, Piccolo's voice was deep and cold, we haven't settled that score with you on Earth yet. How is this possible? Vegeta stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as Piccolo's image was reflected in his pupils. I was knocked down by a Namekian with a single punch. Chuyi in the sky narrowed his eyes, his mouth slightly open, staring at Bic in shock. His Adam's apple bobbed, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Am I seeing things? This Namekian actually defeated Vegeta? Was Vegeta careless? Wait a moment. I'm a little confused about their relationship. What exactly is the relationship between these people? You, which side are you on? Chuyi asked Solo, his voice tinged with confusion. I'm with them. Zoro pointed at Piccolo, Goku, and the others, then pointed downwards. Then, you're not with Vegeta? Chuyi asked again, raising his eyebrows slightly. No. Solo chuckled, a smile curving his lips. That's good. Chuyi breathed a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxing. After saying that, Chuyi suddenly felt his stomach churning violently. His expression changed, his brows furrowed, and he clutched his abdomen with both hands. My stomach? What's wrong? Chuyi's voice trembled, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. You didn't poison the eggs, did you? His gaze sharpened, and his lips trembled slightly. Poisoning. Solo feigned confusion, tilting his head and blinking twice. What do you mean? No, maybe I'm overthinking it. Chuyi shook his head, his brows relaxing and then furrowing again. He felt that Solo's expression didn't seem fake, it was too natural. After all, this group of people seemed to be quite strong. Chuyi's gaze swept from Zoro to Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan below, then returned to his own. It's best to build a good relationship with this group first. If only we could bring them to Lord Frisia's side. That way, my life will no longer be in danger. Chuyi's lips curled up slightly, then quickly disappeared. Huh? My stomach. Just as Chuyi was thinking this, he suddenly felt his stomach gradually swell up, his abdomen expanding like an inflating balloon. What's wrong with my stomach? Chuyi was a little confused. She lowered her head, placed her hands on her bulging belly, and stared wide-eyed. Solo stared silently at Chuyi's belly, his gaze fixed on the bulging curve. He suddenly realized that Chuyi's belly was swelling up much slower than Kaylin's. From the time Klin became pregnant to the time she laid an egg, it took her no more than 5 minutes. The time spent on the stones and saplings was even shorter, less than 3 minutes. I wonder how long it will take for Chuyi to lay eggs. Solo looked expectantly at Chuyi's belly, crossed his arms, and tilted his head. No, my stomach hurts. Chuyi's face contorted, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He lost his balance and immediately fell from the air, plummeting like a stone. However, his fall was not a big deal, because due to his previous injury, he accidentally hit his stomach on the Namekian ground. Puff. Chuyi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood mist dispersed in the air. Bright red blood flowed from his buttocks, staining the blue lawn beneath him. At the same time, his stomach quickly deflated, returning from a round, bulging shape to a flat one. Solo stared blankly at Chuyi, his lips twitched, and he touched his chin, rubbing his chin with his fingers a couple of times. Did she miscarry? This won't do. I even wanted you to be my guinea pig. Now that you've miscarried, how can you continue being a guinea pig? Solo took a deep breath and his gaze returned to Chuyi. He stared intently at Chuyi again, his eyes unblinking, his pupils fixed on Chuyi's body. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Damn it. Vegeta roared in fury, his voice exploding like thunder in the air. A mere Namekian dares to be so insolent before me. He leaped up from the ground, pushed off with both feet, and launched himself forward. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta rushed up and started punching and kicking Piccolo. Fists and kicks rained down like raindrops, each strike carrying immense force, tearing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Bic handled it with ease. After several rounds of fighting, Piccolo slammed his knee upwards, his kneecap striking Vegeta's stomach, the force of the impact penetrating his abdomen. Puff. Vegeta coughed up blood, and blood foam splattered from the corners of his mouth. His eyes bulged out, and he immediately felt unwell. He clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, his body curled up like a shrimp. I thought you were something special. Bic smiled contemptuously, a mocking smile curving his lips. Turns out, this is all you're capable of. Vegeta stared at Piccolo in disbelief, his eyes wide open, Piccolo's image reflected in his pupils, his heart filled with utter shock. Back on Earth, this Namekian couldn't even beat Nappa. In just 2 months. How did his fighting ability become so strong? Could it be? Vegeta asked in surprise, a hint of resentment in his voice, that you Namekians get a power boost when you return to your home planet. No. Bic shook his head decisively, raising his chin slightly. Whether or not there was a bonus, Bic knew perfectly well. After all, Piccolo didn't feel any increase in his energy after arriving on Namek. No, Vegeta was a little confused. This is merely the result of our training. Piccolo's lips curled into a slight smile. That's all. Vegeta, Solo called out from afar, his voice carrying across the empty plain. Piccolo's current power level is 6. What did you say? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. This Namekian's power level is 6. That's impossible? Absolutely impossible. Looks like Vegeta's no good. Goku shook his head in disappointment, crossed his arms, and gave a bitter smile. I was hoping to have a good spar with him. My power level is 6. Piccolo pondered, tapping his chin twice with his fingers. He glanced at Goku again and guessed, then, is Goku's power level 9? More or less, Solo nodded. 9. Vegeta's pupils shrank, his face turned deathly pale, and his lips trembled. How could a lowly soldier possibly have a combat power of 9? His fists clenched unconsciously, his nails digging into his palms. Qiu Yi was so frightened that he trembled violently, his body shaking like a leaf, his face extremely pale, and cold sweat streaming down his temples. How are these people so strong? Each one is more powerful than the last? No, I have to get back to Lord Frieza right away. Otherwise, if we stayed here, they would really beat us to death. Fortunately, they are not on Vegeta's side now. Perhaps I can manage to stay in here for a while. Qiu Yi's gaze swept back and forth between Zoro, Piccolo, and Goku twice, his mind racing. Just as Qiu Yi was thinking this, he felt another churning in his stomach. His face contorted again, he clutched his abdomen with both hands, and curled up. What's wrong with my stomach? Qiu Yi looked confused, staring down at her stomach. My belly is slowly bulging again. Then he touched his buttocks, and when he looked at his hand in front of his eyes, he saw that his fingertips were covered in red liquid. Qiu Yi opened his mouth, somewhat puzzled. Is there bleeding? His pupils contracted slightly. What exactly is going on? Our species isn't limited to females. Qiu Yi began to recall everything that had just happened. Just now, my stomach felt like it was bulging. Congratulations, Solo chuckled, revealing the answer to Qiu Yi. You're pregnant. What did you say? Qiu Yi was stunned, her eyes widening, momentarily bewildered. Pregnant. That egg I just gave you will make you pregnant once you eat it, Solo said with a smile and a relaxed tone. I've been good enough to you, haven't I? Letting you have a child to extend the lifespan of your race. Eating that egg will make you pregnant. Qiu Yi's lips twitched suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, and he finally realized. No wonder this guy inexplicably gave me an egg to eat. So you wanted me to get pregnant? Qiu Yi's teeth were grinding together. Wait, no, that's not how it works. Qiu Yi, a male? How could I possibly be pregnant? Then what happened with the bleeding just now? Qiu Yi asked again, her voice tinged with panic. I miscarried, Solo sighed, shaking his head. My condolences. Qiu Yi. Qiu Yi's lips twitched violently, and his entire face was contorted. No. Qiu Yi rubbed her stomach, rolling on the ground in pain, and wailed, why do I feel like there's something moving inside my stomach? You might be carrying twins, Solo blurted out, his expression completely serious. You miscarried one, but the other is still here. Qiu Yi. Qiu Yi's eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth opened and closed repeatedly. Is your statement valid? Why do I feel like you're trying to fool me? Vegeta also stared blankly in this direction, his gaze fixed on Qiu Yi. Is Qiu Yi pregnant? Vegeta frowned slightly. Is this person a woman? He always thought Qiu Yi was a man. However, the women of this tribe are really ugly. The tone of his voice was not much different from that of a man. Vegeta was thinking too much for a moment, with all sorts of ideas swirling in his mind. It hurt so much. Qiu Yi let out a painful wail, the sound echoing across the empty plain. My stomach. He rolled around on the ground, his body tumbling and crushing a blue blade of grass, clutching his stomach with both hands, his face deathly pale. Vegeta was also in pain, unable to fight back after being beaten by Piccolo, and lay on the ground, his chest still aching. Just then, Solo's heart skipped a beat, and his brow furrowed slightly. He suddenly turned his head and looked diagonally upwards, his gaze piercing through the clouds and reaching the distant sky. What's wrong, Zoro? Sun Wukong asked as he walked up to Zoro. There are many powerful auras over there, Solo murmured, his gaze fixed on the distance. They're flying rapidly toward us. Huh? Really? Sun Wukong slightly loosened his senses, closed his eyes, then opened them again, his expression becoming more serious, and the smile on his lips disappeared. Vic's face darkened, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping down his nose. Dad, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's face turned pale with fright, and he clutched the hem of his clothes with his little hands. Is it that cosmic emperor named Frieza? Piccolo asked in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on Solo. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be him, Solo mused, tapping his chin twice with his fingers. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. We're no match for him right now, let's find a place to hide. Currently, Solo's base combat strength has reached 6, the same as Piccolo's. Using the Combat Power X500 skill again will increase your combat power to 3,000 million. However, with a fighting power of only 3,000 million, he is still far behind Frieza. Frieza's full fighting power is 120 million. The difference between 30 million and 120 million is not small. It's best to avoid their sharp edge for now, although Solo can transform into a giant ape using an artificial full moon, instantly boosting his fighting power to 3 million. However, he didn't think Frieza would give him the chance to transform into a giant ape. Frieza is a cunning fellow, he won't just stand by and watch his opponent transform. Let's hide it first. What about Vegeta and that guy? Piccolo looked at Vegeta, then at Chu, who was still rolling on the ground, and asked in a low voice. That guy. Solo thought for a moment, his gaze falling on Chu Yi. He pointed sharply at Chu Yi from a distance, extending his index finger and aiming the tip at Chu Yi's body. An invisible burst of energy shot out from the fingertips, silently and at a speed too fast for the naked eye to detect. The energy enveloped Chu Yi's entire body. Bang! Chu Yi turned into a cloud of blood mist and died on the spot. Blood and flesh splattered in all directions, landing on the blue lawn with a soft pattering sound. Solo sighed softly and shook his head. It's a pity about this little lab rat. Fortunately, Frieza had enough henchmen. Let's try using other mice next time. Solo's gaze shifted to the distant sky, where several powerful auras were approaching. I'll watch Frieza from below in a bit and see if I can get her pregnant. Although it's a bit far, this is the best opportunity to use Frieza as a guinea pig. Solo's lips curled up slightly, then quickly disappeared. Seeing that Solo easily killed Chu Yi, Piccolo didn't say much, but his gaze lingered on Solo for a second. Sun Wukong felt a little reluctant and frowned slightly, but he also felt that what Zoro did was the best choice. Chu Yi is Frieza's henchman, keeping him around would only expose their whereabouts. As for this guy, Zoro suggested to pick, his gaze falling on Vegeta, let him stay here and fend for himself? Let's find a place to hide and conceal our presence. I don't know if everyone likes the plot where someone gets pregnant just by glaring at them. If you don't like it, you can reduce the amount of screen time they get. Will Vegeta reveal our location? Piccolo asked with some concern. Don't worry. Solo smiled slightly, a confident curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He probably won't tell. He paused. Let's go. After saying that, Solo vanished from his spot in a flash, his figure turning into a blur, and appeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan immediately gave chase, their bodies leaping into the air and transforming into 3 streaks of light. The 4 people hid in a mountain hollow. The valley is flanked by steep rocks, and overhead is a protruding rock wall that resembles a natural eave. The ground was covered with soft, thick blue grass. Solo crossed his arms over his chest, completely suppressing his breath. His breathing became slow and gentle, like a stagnant pool, without any ripples. Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan also hid around Zoro, concealing their auras. On the way to Namek, Zoro had already proposed the idea of concealing his presence, so that he could easily avoid Frieza if they encountered him. The 4 people hid in the mountain valley, like 4 lifeless stones. Vegeta was left behind, lying on the grass, his lips twitching, his face turning extremely pale. His gaze shifted from the direction where Solo and the others had disappeared, and then he looked at the pool of blood left by Chu Yi. Vegeta's teeth were clenched so hard they were grinding, and his fist slammed heavily into the ground, creating a shallow crater. Asshole! They all ran away. Are you leaving me here alone to face Frieza? Vegeta's chest heaved violently, and he breathed rapidly. He took a deep breath and tried to stand up, his legs still trembling. As soon as I stood up straight, several points of light appeared in the distant sky. The light spot got closer and bigger. An overwhelming pressure surged from the horizon, like a mountain pressing down on one's chest. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, and the hairs on the back of his head stood on end. Frieza has arrived. High in the sky, air currents surged in from all directions, parting to the sides with a sharp whistling sound. Frieza, suspended in a stroller at the very front, crossed her arms and wore a faint smile. Behind him followed Sabo, Dodoria, and a group of underlings dressed in standard battle armor. More than a dozen figures streaked across the sky, leaving trails of light as they sped toward Vegeta's location. Sabo's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and his expression turned extremely grim. Vegeta's fighting power has actually reached 24,000. Zarbon's voice was deep, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. 24,000. Dodoria tilted his head, leaned closer to look at the screen, and his pupils contracted slightly. That guy fighting Vegeta, his power level is a whopping 6. His voice rose, and cold sweat slid down his forehead, trickling down his temples. Is the detector malfunctioning? Dodoria exclaimed, tapping the detector twice with his finger. This guy's fighting power has surpassed that of an ordinary member of the Ginyu Force. And Vegeta's fighting power is only 18,000, how could it suddenly become 24,000? Nothing to be surprised about. Frieza chuckled, slightly raising his chin and looking straight ahead. Vegeta must have learned quite a few new techniques during his battle on Earth. It's only 24,000, the 2 of you working together can take him down. But, Sabo wanted to say something more, but his lips moved slightly and then closed again. As for that guy with a combat power of 6, Frieza pondered, tapping his chin twice with his fingers, if all else fails, let's send the Ginyu Force over. Lord Frieza, Dodoria exclaimed, should we call the Ginyu Force? It's not the right time yet. Frieza shook his head, his gaze becoming profound. No need to rush. And, Lord Frieza, Dodoria continued, his gaze falling on the detector, that guy with a combat power of 6 has completely disappeared from the scene. I wonder what he's doing? Was he killed? Ignore him. Frisia's lips curled into a slight smile. That guy isn't with Vegeta. Vegeta seems to have been injured by him, Dodoria replied, tapping the screen with his finger. Chewie was also killed. Vegeta's main purpose in coming to Namek is for the Dragon Balls, Frisia scoffed, tightening his arms around his chest. Like me, he also wants immortality. That guy has never been very respectful to me before. He went to Earth without my orders, clearly trying to usurp my position. He has already begun to openly betray me. Should we arrest Vegeta and execute him? Zarbon asked, bowing slightly. Let's not worry about him for now. Frisia chuckled and waved his hand. Finding the Dragon Balls is our primary objective right now. It's better to keep him around and let him search for them. Once he finds them, we can take them from him, saving us the trouble of searching for them ourselves. As expected of Lord Frisia, Sabo quickly flattered, his eyes shining. This idea is brilliant. Then consider Vegeta helping Lord Frisia. Dodoria smiled, a fawning smile spreading across his face. Frisia and his companions left a trail of light in the sky as they sped toward a village. Their figures weaved through the clouds at a speed as fast as shooting stars. Soon, Frisia and his crew passed over Vegeta. Below lies a rocky wasteland, with only a few patches of blue grass growing sporadically in the gaps. Several huge rocks were piled together to form a natural shelter. Vegeta huddled behind a rock, his back pressed against the cold stone wall, his hands clenched into fists. He breathed very softly, and the rise and fall of his chest was minimized. Although he couldn't conceal his presence, there was nothing he could do but hope that Frisia hadn't noticed him. It's Vegeta's energy reaction. Dodoria pointed downwards to where Vegeta was hiding, his finger pointing down a little. He's right down there. Let's go. Frisia smiled dismissively, not even glancing down. Let's spare his life for now, he'll still be of great use. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group flew swiftly over Vegeta. Vegeta pressed his back tightly against the rock until the sense faded into the distance, then slowly exhaled. At this moment, Solo was also secretly watching Frisia. He hid in the shadows of a mountain hollow, crouching with his hands on his knees. My gaze pierced through the cracks in the rocks and settled on that small white figure in the sky. Stare without blinking. After watching for a while, Solo found that Frisia hadn't changed much. The guy still had his arms crossed, a smile on his lips, and looked as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll. His brow furrowed slightly. Is it because the distance is too great that staring at a pregnant woman is ineffective? It's not impossible. Solo withdrew his gaze from Frisia and rubbed his chin twice with his fingers. Let's ignore him for now. The most important thing now is to quickly improve our combat effectiveness. As for how to improve combat power, Solo had already thought of the best way. Isn't there the Grand Elder of Namek? Solo's eyes lit up. The Namekian Grand Elder could potentially use some kind of magical power to guide others to unleash their latent power. Is that Frisia? Goku's voice came from beside him, tinged with seriousness. His gaze was fixed on the dozen or so figures in the sky. Such powerful auras. Yeah. Piccolo shook his head, his voice lowering as well. With our current strength, we're no match for him at all. Son Gohan was also trembling with fear, his face pale, his hands clutching the hem of his clothes, clearly sensing how terrifying Frisia's aura was. The oppressive force was like a mountain pressing down from the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. By the way, Solo, Piccolo turned to Solo, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Your flash spell should work on Frisia, right? It works, Solo said, holding up a finger with a serious expression. The problem is, if you really piss him off, he might destroy Namek without hesitation. He paused, then looked directly at Bic. Are you sure you want him to destroy this planet? Bic fell silent, his lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze fixed on the ground. In his opinion, what Solo said was probably correct. That's a cosmic emperor, destroying a planet shouldn't be a difficult task for him. Moreover, Piccolo also sensed that even if it were him now, he would have the power to destroy a planet. Sun Wukong had already taken out the Dragon Radar, a palm-sized round device held in his palm. He pressed the button on the side, and 7 dots immediately appeared on the screen. His gaze swept across the screen, and his brow furrowed slightly. Oh no, Goku's voice rose. They've got 4 Dragon Balls? Now they're heading towards the 5th one. We have to find a Dragon Ball before they do, Piccolo suggested, arms crossed, to prevent them from having their wishes granted. As far as I know, there should be a Grand Elder on Namek, Solo mused, tapping his temple. Perhaps he created the Dragon Balls. We should find this Grand Elder as soon as possible, get him to give us the Dragon Balls, and find a way to help us fulfill our wishes. The Grand Elder. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Where is he located? Perhaps the Grand Elder also has a Dragon Ball. Piccolo pointed to the glowing dots on the Dragon Ball radar. There are only 2 Dragon Balls left. Let's search for them one by one. If nothing unexpected happens, Zoro said, glancing at the Dragon Ball on the edge of the Dragon Ball radar, his gaze falling on the corner of the screen. The furthest Dragon Ball might be where the Grand Elder is located. It's so far from here. Sun Wukong muttered worriedly, his brow furrowing slightly. If I fly there at full speed, won't it attract Frisia's attention? It's all right. Solo smiled slightly, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let's go take a look. We can't be afraid of everything we do. You're right. Sun Wukong nodded, clenching his fist in front of him. He turned to look at Gohan, his gaze softening, and instructed, Gohan, the location we're going to might not be very safe, and the Grand Elder might not even be there. It's relatively safer for you and Krillin to stay here. Okay, Daddy, Gohan replied obediently, clenching his little hands at his sides. Gohan. Piccolo patted Gohan on the shoulder, tapping his shoulder twice. Be careful, and remember to hide your ki. He glanced in the direction Vegeta had just come from and frowned. Vegeta ran away. Let him be. Sun Wukong waved his hand, not looking in that direction. He's probably also looking for the Dragon Balls. How did they find the Dragon Balls? Piccolo asked, puzzled, his brow furrowing slightly. Do they have some kind of more advanced radar? They used probes to find the people on the planet, Solo said, arms crossed, and then used these people to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. I see. Sun Wukong scratched his head. So, if we hide the Dragon Balls, they won't be able to find them, right? Let's get going. Bick was already getting impatient, leaning forward slightly and lifting his feet off the ground. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them immediately took to the air, their bodies propelling them into the sky as they flew rapidly toward the direction of the farthest Dragon Ball. 3 figures trailed 3 bright flames in the air, which in the blink of an eye turned into 3 small dots. This time, Solo and his 2 companions only increased their combat power to 6. After all, Piccolo had just unleashed his fighting power to a level of 6, so there was no need for him to continue hiding it. Moreover, Solo and Piccolo's fighting power is indeed only 6. That's all the detector is showing. Even if Solo uses his skill that increases combat power by 500, the detector cannot detect it. It can only detect his basic combat power. The 3 quickened their pace, leaving 3 bright streaks of light in the air before disappearing into the horizon. Son Gohan stood there, watching the 3 figures disappear into the distance until they completely vanished behind the clouds. He took a deep breath, his chest rising, and then slowly exhaled. Then he quickly returned to the landing site of the spaceship, his steps light and quick, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Uncle Krillin? Uncle Krillin. Gohan called out in a low voice, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. Is that Gohan? Krillin's voice came from the valley, slightly hoarse. I'm over here. Son Gohan was taken aback and took a step toward the direction of the sound. The moment he stepped inside, Son Gohan froze in shock. His eyes widened and his mouth slightly open. Krillin was curled up like a shrimp, lying on the ground with his back arched and his limbs supporting his body. There was something pressing down on him, and his whole posture was strange and awkward. Uncle Krillin, what's wrong? Gohan asked, tilting his head in confusion. No, nothing important, Krillin replied, his voice muffled. I'm incubating eggs. Hatching eggs. Gohan was a little confused and blinked twice. Upon closer inspection, Gohan discovered that there was an egg under Krillin's stomach. The eggshell is milky white with a smooth surface and a full, rounded oval shape. An egg, about the size of an ostrich egg, was nestled securely in the grass beneath Krillin. Uncle Krillin, where did this egg come from? Gohan asked, puzzled, squatting down and looking at the eggshell. This. Krillin hesitated, his lips twitching slightly. His gaze swept across Son Gohan's face. Judging from Gohan's expression, he probably doesn't know that I laid the egg. Should I tell him? Krillin's eyes darted around. It's a bit unbelievable that a man like me would poop out an egg. I found it on the road. Krillin smiled awkwardly, got up from the ground, and brushed the grass clippings off his clothes. Let's see if it can hatch. Uncle Krillin, Gohan said with a wry smile, resting his hands on his knees, incubating eggs requires a constant temperature, right? It's very difficult for a person to hatch an egg. If Uncle Krillin really wants to incubate an egg, why don't you take it back and let Miss Bulma find an incubator? Krillin silently watched Gohan, his gaze lingering on his face for several seconds, and suddenly realized that what he said made a lot of sense. Krillin rubbed his chin twice with his fingers. After all, this egg is a bit big, and it wouldn't be appropriate to always hold it in your arms. He has difficulty moving around and is also distracted during fights. Bringing it back to Earth and having Bulma find an incubator might actually work. We'll do it your way. Krillin nodded, clenching his fist in front of him. He looked around, his gaze sweeping from the mountainside to the ground, and then back again. But we can't just leave this egg here, it'll be a problem if it spoils. There was something Krillin didn't say. This is my own son? It's so inappropriate to leave it here? His gaze fell on the eggshell, lingered for a second, and then quickly looked away. How about burying it in the ground? Son Gohan suggested, pointing his finger at the ground. That makes sense. Krillin nodded. Immediately, the two squatted down and dug a hole in the ground with their hands. The soil was soft, and blue grass roots snapped between my fingers. After the pit was dug, Krillin carefully picked up the egg, cradled the shell in both hands, and gently placed it into the pit. Then the two pushed the soil back and buried the egg underground. The ground was flattened and covered with a layer of grass, making it look no different from its surroundings. After this period of rest, Krillin's weakness has significantly lessened. He stood up from the ground, stretched his shoulders, and his breathing became steady. Gohan, where are Goku and the others? Krillin asked, looking up at the sky. Dad and the others went to find the Dragon Balls, Gohan said truthfully, pointing to the distant sky. They told us to stay here, saying it's safer here. Your father is right. Krillin nodded, feeling a surge of emotion and a warm feeling welling up in his chest. The two then sat down there and waited patiently. Clin leaned against a rock, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. Son Gohan sat next to him, legs together, hands on his knees, occasionally turning his head to look around. After waiting for a while, Krillin and Gohan became increasingly bored. Son Gohan picked up a blade of grass, wrapped it around his finger twice, and then put it down. Clin yawned, his eyelids starting to droop. After all, there isn't even a place to play on Namek. Apart from the blue lawn, there were only trees and lake water, not even an insect could be seen. Uncle Krillin, are we just going to wait here? Gohan asked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, tilting his head to look at Krillin. Shouldn't we do something? Klin's eyelids twitched, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I'd rather use this time to continue incubating the eggs. Klin's gaze unconsciously drifted to the spot where the eggs were buried. The disturbed soil was particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. His lips moved slightly, then closed again. Just as Krillin was about to say that he wanted to continue incubating the eggs, suddenly, the auras in the distance seemed increasingly strange. The oppressive force surged from the north, sweeping across the land like a tide, carrying a chilling coldness. Klin sat bolt upright, his brows furrowed. Is that Frisia's aura over there? Krillin pointed in that direction, his hands trembling slightly. Yes. Gohan nodded, his little face tense. Besides Frisia and the others, there were a few other people. Were they Namekians? They really are looking for the Dragon Balls. Krillin said in a deep voice, his fists clenching unconsciously. Won't Frisia kill all those Namekians? Gohan asked worriedly, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. No, I have to go check it out. Klin was startled, his lips twitched violently, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His Adam's apple bobbed, unsure of where to begin offering words of comfort. Wukong left us here for our safety. You're something else, you actually want to go and take a look? That's Frisia, after all. Emperor of the universe. They could be crushed with a single finger. No, absolutely not. Klin resolutely refused, crossing his arms in front of him, his voice rising. With the two of us, going there would be suicide. We'll just go take a look, Gohan suggested, his gaze resolute. We'll conceal our presence, we shouldn't be detected. All right then. Klin hesitated for several seconds before finally nodding, tapping his knee twice. Just going to take a look, and whatever you do, don't do anything rash. Yes. Son Gohan nodded solemnly, tapping his chin hard. The two had already concealed their presence and were running quickly in the direction of Frisia. Their steps were light, their backs bent, their bodies pressed against the shadows of the rocks and bushes. Their breaths were held back as if they were two lifeless stones, with only the soft rustling of their footsteps on the lawn. Before long, the two were getting closer and closer to Frisia's location. The oppressive force grew heavier and heavier, like a mountain pressing down on one's chest. Krillin's breathing became rapid, and beads of sweat appeared on Gohan's forehead. It's right below that cliff. Krillin pointed to the cliff ahead, crouching low, his voice hushed. Such a powerful aura. His eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the distant area shrouded in oppressive aura. Son Gohan was so frightened that his heart pounded in his chest, feeling like it was about to jump out of his chest. He also crouched down as he moved forward, his steps even lighter than Klin's. The two lay prone on the edge of the cliff, their bodies pressed against the rocks, with only half of their heads showing, looking down. Soon, the two noticed a group of people led by Frisia. Frisia sat in the stroller, half a meter off the ground, with her arms crossed over her chest. A faint smile played on his lips as his gaze swept over the Namekians as if they were lambs to the slaughter. Sabo and Dodoria stood on either side of him, each holding a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Balls are orange-yellow with a few red stars on their surface, shimmering slightly in the sunlight. The other henchmen were scattered around, wielding energy cannons, driving away several Namekians. Is that guy Frisia? Krillin muttered under his breath, his Adam's apple bobbing. Just as Solo said, his energy is terrifying, even a glance at him is terrifying. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and his scalp tingled. Uncle Krillin, Gohan said, pointing to the Dragon Balls held by Dodoria and Zarbon, his fingers trembling slightly. They really are holding Dragon Balls? The Dragon Ball radar just showed that there were 4 Dragon Balls in their hands. Are these the Dragon Balls from Namek? Krillin exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the enormous spheres. They're huge. Dodoria seemed to hear a noise over there and perked up his ears. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze like 2 sharp knives, sweeping towards the direction where Krillin and Gohan were. Krillin and Gohan were both startled, their pupils contracted sharply, and they quickly shrank back, hiding their bodies. The two pressed themselves against the rock, holding their breath and even trying to stop their heartbeats. What's wrong, Dodoria? Frisia asked with a smile, glancing in the direction Dodoria was looking. Nothing, Dodoria muttered, turning her gaze back. There was just a faint energy reaction in that direction. It's gone now. Maybe it was some small animal. Humph. Frisia sneered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. It could also be one of those guys who are hiding their fighting strength. Should we go and capture them? Dodoria asked, pointing in that direction. They're in the shadows. Frisia slowly shook his head, his gaze becoming profound. Going to them on your own, searching with your eyes, you might not find them. He paused, then his smile deepened. Let's kill a few Namekians later and see if we can force them out. Lord Frisia, we've only found these 5 people. At that moment, Frisia's henchmen led 5 Namekians out of the room. The Namekians staggered, their faces showing a mixture of fear and anger. The rest of the people don't seem to be home, the younger brother added, bowing slightly. Immediately, several henchmen of Frisia's army gathered the 5 Namekians together in a noisy manner. They shoved the Namekians on the shoulders and pressed the muzzle of their energy cannons against their backs. Among these 5 people, there are 3 elderly people and 2 children. The old man's skin was covered with wrinkles. The child's eyes were wide open, and his body was trembling slightly. What do they plan to do with the Namekians? Krillin frowned, his eyes fixed on the ground below. Son Gohan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as he felt a bad premonition. He gripped the edge of the rock tightly with his little hands. By the way, where's Vegeta? Krillin asked again, glancing at Gohan. Did you guys kill that guy? No. Gohan shook his head gently, his voice low. Uncle Zoro let him go and left him to fend for himself. When the 3 Namekian elders saw the Dragon Balls in Frisia's hands, their expressions changed drastically. Elder Mulai's pupils contracted sharply, and his lips trembled slightly. The faces of the other 2 elderly people changed from pale to ashen, and then from ashen to deathly pale. You all need to watch closely. Frisia smiled as he swept his gaze over the 3 old men, his eyes lingering on each of their faces for a second. I am Frisia, the one who collected your Dragon Balls. He tilted his head. Where did everyone else go? According to our investigation, there were 10 people here before. The Namekians, led by Elder Mully, remained silent and ignored Frisia. Their gazes were fixed on the ground, like 3 sculptures. However, they were indeed quite frightened by Frisia's powerful aura, and cold sweat dripped from their faces. Sweat trickled down his temples and dripped onto the blue lawn. Intend to remain silent. Frisia chuckled, his voice icy cold. If you don't speak, I'll kill you all. Elder Mully felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembled slightly, and he hurriedly responded in Namek, his voice hoarse and urgent. Don't speak Namek. Frisia sneered, his lips curling into a sneer. Speak a language we understand. I know you speak other languages too. Mully. Murray's Adam's apple bobbed, and his lips moved a few times. Everyone else has gone to work in the fields, Mulai replied through gritted teeth, his fists clenching unconsciously. All that's left are us old folks and children. Very good. Frisia's smile deepened, his chin slightly raised. Answering questions honestly like this will protect you from mortal danger. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Then, continue answering my question. Where are the Dragon Balls? I think there should be one here. I don't know, Mully feigned ignorance, shifting her gaze to the side. We don't have that. Humph. Frisia snorted coldly, knowing that the other party would say that, but he didn't care. He turned to look at Dodoria and said with a smile, Dodoria, the second Namekian to be killed, told us something very interesting. Yes. Dodoria nodded, echoing Frisia's reply with a fawning smile. Absolutely true. He said the Dragon Balls are only given to the recognized warriors. That man was very stubborn and refused to cooperate with us in the slightest, Frisia said with a smile, his tone as relaxed as if he were chatting casually. To punish him, I had no choice but to kill him. The faces of the 3 old men, including Mulai, changed repeatedly, from ashen to deathly pale, their lips trembling. That's how he told us everything. Frisia spoke slowly with a mocking smile. He said the Dragon Balls were made by the oldest elder on the planet and then entrusted to 7 other elders for safekeeping. These 7 elders competed in wisdom and strength, discussing the reasons for their petition. Mully and the others were already drenched in sweat, with beads of sweat dripping down their noses. Only those whom these elders consider warriors are worthy of the Dragon Balls. Frisia's smile remained unchanged. However, as I just said, they were stubborn and refused to give me the Dragon Balls, so I had to kill them. It took a lot of effort to get the first Dragon Ball. You. Elder Mully trembled with rage, pointing at Frisia, his lips quivering as he couldn't utter a complete sentence. The next 3 Dragon Balls will be easy to get, Frisia said with a smile, spreading his hands. Meanwhile, Vegeta was also secretly listening from a distance using a detector. The detector was worn on the ear, and numbers were displayed on the screen. He stood on a rock, his eyes fixed on the sky ahead. As for his injuries, they have almost fully healed. Bic didn't kill him, he just taught him a lesson. So that's how it is, Vegeta muttered to himself, a slight downward turn of his lips. He then clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. Just you wait, Solo, I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, Vegeta's lips curled up slightly, forming a faint smile. At the same time, Vegeta's smile deepened, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Zoro, you probably don't know this, do you? Vegeta continued to mutter quietly, his voice extremely low, my wish isn't to become immortal. I wish for myself to become a Super Saiyan. Zoro, I'm afraid you, a lowly warrior, don't even know what a Super Saiyan is, do you? Once I, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan, I won't have to fear your flash technique at all. Moreover, my combat power will also increase significantly. Vegeta's lips curled into a dangerous smile. After becoming a Super Saiyan, I will become the true ruler of this universe. Frisia is nothing to me, I could crush him with one hand. Vegeta's smile grew increasingly confident, his pupils reflecting the distant sky. At the same time, Solo and his companions were finally getting closer and closer to the elder's house. 3 streaks of light left long trails in the sky as they flew toward the towering cliff ahead. Look, there's a high cliff ahead, and there are houses on top of it, Sun Wukong said to Zoro and Piccolo, pointing in that direction. A high cliff stands on the blue plain, with a flat top and a white domed building. The building's exterior walls are smooth, with no windows, only a tightly closed door. This looks like the Grand Elder's house, Bic mused, his gaze fixed on the building. Really? Sun Wukong scratched his head, his eyes lighting up. The three appeared at an extremely fast speed above the location of the Grand Elder's residence, with air currents whistling past them. They descended slowly from the sky, their feet landing on the soft blue lawn, splashing up a small patch of grass. Just as Solo and his two companions landed. Creak. The door to the white room in front suddenly opened upwards, and the door panel slowly rose to reveal a dark passageway inside. A Namekian walked out of it. He was tall with emerald green skin, dressed in traditional Namekian clothing, and had a calm and steady gaze. Hello, friends from Earth. As Nero spoke, he focused his gaze on Piccolo, lingering for several seconds, his eyes holding a mixture of scrutiny and gentleness. The Grand Elder invites you in. Bic also stared silently at Nero, a look of surprise on his face, his pupils slightly contracting. Piccolo. Gaku looked at Piccolo, then at Nail, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them twice, and sighed for a while. He looks just like you. Bic remained silent. You're Kadaz's child, aren't you? Nero asked casually, his gaze falling on Bic's face. Who? Bic was taken aback, frowned, and walked towards Nail. Years ago, Namek's environment and climate underwent significant changes, Nail said with a smile, his hands behind his back. Many Namekians left the planet and went to other planets. He paused, his gaze becoming distant. I heard that Kadaz's child went to Earth. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be his descendant. Bic. Bic's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze became complicated, his lips moved a few times, then closed again. I finally know who my parents are. Bic felt a mix of emotions, a surge of indescribable feelings welling up in his chest. You don't have a mother. Solo couldn't hold back any longer, glancing sideways at Piccolo, his lips twitching. What do you mean? Bic was taken aback. Aren't you Namekians hermaphroditic? Solo smiled, crossing his arms. There's no such thing as a man or a woman there. What did you say? Bic was stunned, his pupils contracted sharply, and he looked at Nero again. He's right. Nero nodded, his expression calm. Bic fell silent, his lips twitched, and his entire face contorted slightly. Having spent so many years on Earth, Piccolo had long since lost any fantasies about women. He thought that Namekians also had men and women, but he just hadn't seen them before. However, ever since he learned that he was a Namekian, Piccolo has had a little bit of a fantasy about the women of his race. It turns out that Namekians are hermaphroditic. This is awkward. Bic's gaze shifted to the ground, and he stumped his toe on the ground. Zoro, Son Goku whispered to Zoro, tilting his head, what is hermaphroditism? You can get pregnant even without a man, Solo replied simply and calmly. Huh. Sun Wukong scratched his head, his brows furrowing slightly. Is it because of a man that she got pregnant? Zoro rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong, and his lips twitched. This guy's questions are infuriating. You're a father now, don't you understand such a simple thing? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment by Solo's glare, then scratched his head, looking completely innocent. To be honest, I don't know why Gohan looks so much like me, even though he was born from Chi-Chi. Gaku stroked his chin, his brows furrowed, feeling somewhat puzzled. His gaze fell on Bic, then returned to his face, and he rubbed his chin twice with his fingers. Let's hurry inside. Nero silently wiped his sweat, ran his fingers across his forehead, and urged hurriedly, stepping aside to make way for the doorway and gesturing with his arm towards the house. Solo and the others entered the Elder's room together. The Grand Elder's room was dimly lit, and the air was filled with an ancient atmosphere. The walls were white, and there were no windows, only a few small ventilation holes at the top letting in a few faint rays of light. Footsteps echoed in the empty room, the floor was smooth stone slabs, and each step made a soft thumping sound. Welcome, friends from Earth, and children of Kadaz. The Grand Elder sat on a large seat, his body bloated, his skin dark and covered with wrinkles of age. His eyes were closed, his eyelids drooping, and he seemed to be unable to move. Only his lips moved slightly, his voice low and slow, like an echo coming from a deep well. So you're the Grand Elder of Namek. Gaku greeted him immediately, stepping forward with his hands at his sides and a grin spreading across his face. Impressive. How did you know we came from Earth? What a straightforward young man. The Elder smiled, a slight curve to his lips, his voice carrying a gentle huskiness. We Namekians possess a special ability, we can sense that you come from Earth. Not only that, I can also sense that the one capable of defeating the Cosmic Emperor Frisia is among the three of you. He slightly lifted his eyelids, his cloudy eyes slowly sweeping over the three of them before closing them again. Defeat Frisia. Gaku shook his head, spreading his hands in front of him. That guy's energy is too strong. We're probably no match for him right now. Then his gaze shifted, and he suddenly noticed the one-star Dragon Ball above the Grand Elder's chair. An orange-yellow sphere with a red star on its surface is securely embedded in a groove above the chair back. Sun Wukong pointed with his finger, his eyes lighting up. Is it a Dragon Ball? It's a huge Dragon Ball. Take the Dragon Ball, the Elder said, supporting himself on the armrests and slowly raising his hands to take the Dragon Ball down from the chair above his head. His hands were trembling slightly, and the Dragon Ball felt unusually heavy in his palm. He handed it over, extending his arm towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong quickly stepped forward and took the Dragon Ball with both hands. The Dragon Ball was heavy, he held it in his arms and examined it closely. The orange-yellow sphere has a smooth surface, and the red stars inside seem to glow faintly. Now that you have come to Namek and will soon help us Namekians overcome our difficulties, the elder said with a smile, his voice tinged with satisfaction. I also have a very good gift for you. What gift? Sun Wukong was taken aback and tilted his head. I can help you unleash your latent energy. The elder smiled slightly, tapping his finger lightly on the armrest, to elevate your strength to another level. Really? Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes shining. Thank you so much. Solo smiled politely and bowed slightly. Who wants to go first? The elder asked, turning his head slightly to his left. Come to my left. I'll go first. Goku turned to look at Zoro, then asked Piccolo, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them. You two don't object, right? Go ahead. Solo, of course, wouldn't object, a slight smile playing on his lips as he crossed his arms. It doesn't matter who goes first or last in this kind of thing. Now Zoro is eager to know how much Goku's fighting power will reach after the elder enhances his potential energy. In the original story, Sun Wukong's potential energy was not enhanced by the Grand Elder. However, in the original story, after arriving on Namek, Goku was only injured once, and his fighting power increased to 300 million. That injury wasn't actually from a real battle, rather, it was because Jinyu tricked him and swapped bodies with him. When Jinyu was put into Goku's body, Vegeta gave him a severe beating, leaving him seriously injured. Seeing that things were going badly, Jinyu wanted to switch bodies with Vegeta. Sun Wukong quickly flew over and switched bodies back. Then, Vegeta took Goku to the treatment room for treatment. It's hard to imagine that after this treatment, Sun Wukong's fighting power skyrocketed from 9 to 300 million. This increase is undeniably strong. Solo's gaze fell on Sun Wukong, and his eyes darted around. Let's take a look at Vegeta and see how tragic his power increase was on Namek. After Vegeta arrived on Namek, his power level reached 24,000. The first tragic turning point was the fight against Sabo, which was originally thought to be as easy as destroying Dodoria. What Vegeta didn't know was that Zarbot could transform. After transforming, Sabo's fighting power increased to 32,000, severely injuring Vegeta and taking him to receive treatment. After recovering, Vegeta's power level reached at least 35,000, and he easily wiped out Zarbon, who had come after him. Then, the Jinyu force arrived. Vegeta challenged Rikum, but was badly beaten and seriously injured. Goku descended and gave Vegeta a senzu bean. This time, Vegeta's fighting power has increased in a way that's somewhat baffling. Vegeta can easily defeat Geese from the Jinyu force? And that's not the point? The key point is, after Frieza's arrival, Vegeta was actually able to hold his own against him. Therefore, Vegeta's fighting power has increased to at least 50 this time, possibly surpassing Frieza's first form. When Frieza transformed into his second form, Vegeta began to suffer setbacks. Upon learning that Dende possessed healing abilities, Vegeta had Krillin severely injure him. After being healed, Vegeta's fighting power increased significantly once again, reaching at least 250 million. However, it is still worlds apart from Frieza's fourth form. Frieza in his fourth form has a base fighting power of 300 million. Vegeta's power level of 250 million is far inferior to Frieza's power level of 300 million. It can be said that Vegeta was seriously injured 3 times during the battle on Namek before reaching a power level of 250 million. Sun Wukong's power increased from 9 to 300 million in just one go. There's no doubt that Zoro knows Goku is a genius. Of course, it could also be because of the protagonist's halo. After all, even with his own hard training, Zoro's fighting power only reached 6, which is at most not much different from Piccolo's. If it weren't for the system's support, Zoro felt he might have become just another Vegeta. Now, the Namekian Elder is going to guide Goku's potential energy. I wonder how much Sun Wukong's fighting power will increase after his guidance? It's 9 now. Solo's gaze followed Sun Wukong's footsteps. Sun Wukong was already standing to the left of the Grand Elder's seat. He turned around to face the Grand Elder, his hands hanging at his sides, his body standing straight. The Elder slowly extended his left hand to Sun Wukong's head, his palm hovering a few centimeters above his head. His fingers were slightly spread, his palm facing the top of Sun Wukong's head, and he silently sensed the potential energy within him. A moment later, the Elder's eyes snapped open. So powerful. The Grand Elder looked astonished, opening his eyes in surprise. A glint of light flashed in his cloudy eyes as he gave Sun Wukong a deep look. You're from Earth. Ah. Sun Wukong laughed and scratched his head. I'm a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. No wonder, the Grand Elder exclaimed, his voice rising several decibels. No wonder you possess such immense potential energy, it's simply unfathomable. He paused, tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest twice, and pondered in a low voice. Are you a Super Saiyan? What is a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong was taken aback, tilted his head, and frowned slightly. It is said that Super Saiyans are the most powerful warriors in the universe, the Elder explained simply, his voice tinged with awe. Even Frieza fears them. Really? Goku shook his head, his gaze turning serious. However, Zoro said Frieza's strength is terrifying. I'm still far from being as strong as him. If I can unleash your potential, the elder smiled, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Defeating Frisia in his current form shouldn't be a problem. Huh? Really? Sun Wukong was overjoyed, his eyes shining, and he clenched his fist in front of him. The elder said no more. He gently pressed down with his palm, his fingertips touching the top of Sun Wukong's head. An invisible energy surged from his palm, gentle and warm, covering Sun Wukong's body like lukewarm water. Suddenly, a tremendous amount of energy surged from Sun Wukong's entire body. Golden flames erupted from his body, bursting forth from every pore of his head, shoulders, arms, and legs. The vast aura emanated from Sun Wukong, spreading wildly outwards and filling the entire room. It then seeped out through the cracks in the walls and surged towards the sky above Namek. Is this Gaku's true power? Piccolo was stunned, his pupils contracted sharply, and his mouth opened slightly. His body froze on the spot, his hands clenching involuntarily. Solo also silently looked at Sun Wukong, closed his eyes, and sensed the intensity of his energy. The energy surged in like a tide, vast and boundless, carrying an indescribable pressure. Judging from Sun Wukong's current energy level, his combat power is at least 300 million. Solo's eyes darted around. Wait a minute, something's not right here. His brow furrowed slightly. The idea was to have the Grand Elder draw out the potential energy, but the result was not much different from the fighting power that Sun Wukong regained after being on the verge of death. Solo rubbed his chin twice with his fingers. Could it be that when Saiyans recover from near death, it's actually equivalent to channeling out their latent energy? His gaze deepened. Thinking about it carefully, it's not impossible. In the Dragon Ball Super era, when Goku and Vegeta fought against Black Goku, they could no longer gain energy boosts through near-death recovery. Both of them said they had reached their limit. This shows that in the later stages, energy is indeed cultivated little by little. The potential energy has basically been released through cultivation. Is this my true power? Sun Wukong was also shocked. He looked down at his hands, opening and closing them, silently feeling the powerful energy within himself. The aura still danced on his body, like a golden coat. With your current power level, the Grand Elder smiled with satisfaction, withdrew his hand, and leaned back in his chair. You've far surpassed Frisia. I still hope you can save my children. Zoro, Gaku asked quickly, turning to look at Zoro with a mixture of expectation and uncertainty in his eyes. Have I really surpassed Frisia? You're still a long way off. Solo shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. At least 50 times worse than Frisia. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening. 50 times? Is the difference that big? His jaw nearly dropped, and his body froze. The Grand Elder and Nero stared blankly at Solo, their eyes filled with confusion. The Elder frowned slightly, his cloudy eyes lingering on Solo for several seconds. Nero's lips moved slightly, then closed again. I don't understand why he would say that. Sun Wukong's energy has clearly reached a very high level. How can there still be such a big gap? Oh, right, Zoro, Gaku suddenly realized, stepping forward. What's my current power level? Judging from your current energy fluctuations, Solo truthfully replied, your combat power is approximately 300 million. 300 million. Gaku stroked his chin, running his fingers along it a couple of times. You said Frisia's power level was 1 million, right? That's right. Solo nodded. Frisia's fighting power is 1 million. The Elder's lips twitched violently, his face turned deathly pale, and a trace of fear flashed in his cloudy eyes. He gave Solo a wry smile, his voice dry. Is this information accurate? I heard about it too, Solo replied calmly. It shouldn't be a big problem. If Frisia's power level is 1 million, Nail couldn't help but say, frowning, this Gaku's power level is 300 million, the difference isn't 50 times. Solo smiled slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. I've rounded down Frisia's power level, his true power level should be 120 million. Everyone present was instantly petrified. The Elder's mouth opened slightly, and his cloudy eyes widened. Nero's lips twitched, and his entire face contorted slightly. Sun Wukong clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly. For a moment, everyone was speechless. You went a bit too far with that zero. It directly wiped out 2,000 million combatants. So, Zoro said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone, only if Gaku's fighting power increases 50 times can he defeat Frisia. Everyone fell silent. Bic didn't say anything more, silently walked to the left side of the Elder's seat, and stood obediently. He turned around to face the Grand Elder, his hands hanging at his sides, his chin slightly raised. The Elder placed his hand on Piccolo's head, his palm hovering above his head. He closed his eyes and sensed the potential energy within Bic's body. A moment later, the Grand Elder was deeply moved and let out a low sigh of praise. As expected of a descendant of a Namekian genius, he truly possesses incredibly powerful energy. The Elder smiled with admiration, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Stop talking nonsense. Piccolo snorted, raising his chin even higher. Hurry up and raise your potential energy. Haha, quite the temper. The Elder smiled slightly, not angry at all. He shook his head, pressed his palm down gently, and touched the top of Bic's head with his fingertips. As he spoke, the Elder released invisible energy from his hands once more, and a soft and warm halo surged from his palms, quickly covering Piccolo's body. Instantly, Piccolo's energy also surged wildly. A fierce aura erupted from his body, carrying a sharp and menacing presence. The stone slabs on the ground trembled slightly, and dust fell from the walls. Solo silently looked over, closed his eyes, and sensed Piccolo's energy intensity. That energy was rising wildly, like a flood bursting its banks, one wave higher than the next. 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. Solo opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. This guy is pretty good too? Their basic combat strength has actually increased to 100 million. Solo watched the surging aura emanating from Piccolo, slowly stroking his chin with his fingers, lost in thought. What does this combat power value represent? This is equivalent to Piccolo's fighting power after training with King Kai and being assimilated with Nail via Shenron in the original story. Piccolo, without having assimilated with Nail, has already reached this combat power level. That's truly remarkable. If Piccolo has such high fighting power, then how high would my fighting power be? Solo's lips curled up slightly, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. Solo's demands weren't actually that high. Once your combat power reaches 30, you can achieve the combat power effect of a Super Saiyan by adding combat power times 500. Defeating Frieza would be a piece of cake. Piccolo's aura gradually subsided. He opened his eyes, looked down at his hands, and clenched his fists. Zoro, what's my fighting strength? Piccolo asked, turning his gaze to Zoro. 1 million, Solo replied calmly. It's 1/3 of Goku's. Piccolo glanced at Goku, his lips twitched, and he felt a little uneasy. His gaze shifted from Sun Wukong to the ground, and he stumped his toe on the stone slab. I feel the gap between us is widening. When I fought Raditz, my fighting power was even stronger than Goku's. In just 1 year, the gap widened. On the spaceship, through diligent training, I finally managed to get closer to Sun Wukong. Okay, his combat power was 9, while mine was 6 at the time. I am 2/3 of Sun Wukong. Now it's down to 1/3. Vic took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. It's your turn, Zoro. Sun Wukong looked at Zoro excitedly, his eyes shining, and clenched his fist in front of him. Solo nodded slightly and stepped to stand to the left of the Grand Elder. He turned around to face the Grand Elder, his hands hanging at his sides, his back ramrod straight. The Elder raised his hand and placed it on Solo's head, his fingers slightly spread, his palm pressed against Solo's scalp. He closed his eyes and silently sensed the energy within Solo's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Elder's body trembled violently, his fingers felt as if they had been burned, and he immediately withdrew his hand. He opened his eyes, a flicker of fear flashing in his cloudy pupils, his mouth slightly open, revealing a look of terror on his face. What's wrong, Elder? Solo asked, looking up, his brow furrowed slightly. Is there a problem? You're also a Saiyan, the Elder asked hastily, his eyes fixed on Solo's face. I am a Saiyan who grew up on the planet Arantis, Solo told the truth, a slight smile playing on his lips. The planet Arantis. The Grand Elder exclaimed, his cloudy eyes darting around as he tapped his fingers on the armrest. I've heard of that planet. He paused, then pondered. I've heard that under the guidance of a god, that planet gradually transitioned from the ancient era of cold weapons to the path of science. The god you're talking about is me. Solo smiled, looking at the Grand Elder with interest, tilting his head. I really didn't expect that you could know so much about a planet so far away. So it was you. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, a relieved smile curving his lips. That explains it. He paused, then clasped his hands together in front of his abdomen. We Namekians are a bit special. I also sense other planets in the universe and learn a little about them. I see. Solo smiled slightly. That planet is inhabited entirely by cat-eared people, the Elder sighed, his gaze becoming distant. They are quite a unique race. Let's not talk about this anymore, Solo urged, raising his chin slightly. Hurry up and help me channel out all the potential energy. I'm sorry. The Grand Elder shook his head gently and sighed. You shouldn't apologize. Solo felt increasingly uneasy, and said with a wry smile, his lips twitching. You're making me very anxious. Mr. Solo, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on Solo, your energy is truly too unique. I cannot draw out all of it, I can only draw out a very small portion. It's also possible that this small portion I draw out is not even the tip of the iceberg of your total energy. Let's guide as much as we can, Solo said helplessly, shaking his head and spreading his hands at his sides. It's true that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Since the Namekian Elder couldn't channel all of my energy, then, we should find some time to go to the Supreme Kai's world and release that old Supreme Kai. Solo's eyes darted around. No. He quickly dismissed the idea, his brow furrowing slightly. Because right now, Zoro doesn't consider himself a match for the Supreme Kai. Even with the intelligence of the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, if he went to the Supreme Kai's world, he and Kibito would still give him a sound beating. They don't care who you are. It's not too late to go to the realm of the Supreme Kai when you've surpassed them in strength. Sun Wukong was a little disappointed, scratching his head. You can only channel a small portion of the energy out of Zoro. Piccolo raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Solo for a second. Yes. The Elder nodded, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Mr. Solo's energy is very special. I can only try my best. Thank you for your help, Elder. Solo was ready and took a deep breath. The Elder said no more. He raised his hand, palm facing Solo, and an invisible energy flowed from his palm, gentle and warm. Energy rapidly enveloped Solo's body, like an invisible film of water, enveloping his entire being. Instantly, Solo clearly felt his energy increasing wildly. The energy within the body surged forth like a burst dam, gushing from every pore. 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20. It eventually stopped at an altitude of 20. Solo closed his eyes and silently sensed the intensity of the energy within his body. Only 20 million. He opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. That's a bit too little. Why is there only such a small amount? So my talent level isn't even as good as Piccolo's. If the system's boost to combat power were removed, I wouldn't even be able to beat a Vegeta in the end. Solo felt increasingly uncomfortable, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I'm sorry. The Grand Elder sighed, withdrew his hand, and leaned back in his chair. This is all we can elicit. In the eyes of the Elder, of the three people before him, Goku is currently the strongest, followed by Piccolo. The weakest is this Saiyan named Zoro. However, there was one thing the Grand Elder didn't understand. His eyelids lifted slightly, and his cloudy eyes lingered on Solo for a second. Because he clearly sensed that Solo possessed enormous energy, like a bottomless ocean, calm and vast. Once this energy is fully unleashed, it can easily crush Sun Wukong. What a pity, the Elder said with some regret, shaking his head. If you could unleash your full power, although I don't know what level you mean by 1 million combat power, I think you could reach unimaginable strength. Solo fell into a brief moment of contemplation, crossed his arms, and tapped his fingers lightly on his arm twice. From what the Grand Elder said, it seems that he can sense my combat power being increased by 500 times through contact. His eyes rolled. Could it be that? Solo had a sudden thought and immediately turned off the skill that increased combat power by 500. The icon instantly turned black and white, and the surging power within him receded like the tide, sinking into the depths. Elder, Solo took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and suggested, try again and see if you can still guide it out. This. The Elder slowly shook his head, tapping his fingers twice on the armrest. Even if we continue to try, I'm afraid it will be of no use. He paused, a gentle smile curving his lips. But since you've put it that way, I'll give it another try. As he spoke, the Elder placed his hand on Solo's head once again, his fingers slightly spread, his palm pressed against Solo's scalp. His brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of confusion flashed in his cloudy eyes. This time, the Grand Elder was clearly taken aback and turned to look at Solo with some surprise. I clearly felt that he had a tremendous amount of energy inside him just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Mr. Solo's body is truly quite unique. The Grand Elder chuckled, his voice hoarse and deep. I'll give it another try. As he spoke, the Elder once again released invisible energy from his palm. A soft halo enveloped Solo's entire body, and energy seeped into his skin, muscles, and bones like warm water. Instantly, Solo's energy surged once again. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and golden light danced across his skin. Feeling the energy constantly bursting forth from within his body, Solo was thrilled, his mouth practically stretched to his ears, and his eyes shone brightly. It seems my guess was correct. I used to have Combat Power X500 enabled because this thing provides a huge boost to energy. Therefore, the Grand Elder could only draw out such a tiny bit of energy. Turning this off now will reduce the impact on the Grand Elder's energy guidance. Energy surged within the body, wave after wave. Solo clenched his fist, feeling the ever-increasing power. Ultimately, Solo's fighting power skyrocketed to 100 million. His fighting strength is not much different from Piccolo's. Not bad. Solo let out a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxed, and a smile appeared on his lips. With a combat power of 100 million, plus the boost of combat power X500, the combat power can reach a height of 5 million. Beating Frieza was already a piece of cake. Next, Solo must fulfill a wish, a desire to survive in outer space. His gaze deepened. This is the Saiyan's weakness, and we must find a way to overcome it. If we can survive in outer space, then we won't have to worry so much about encountering an opponent like Frieza in the future. Success! The Elder exclaimed, withdrawing his hand and leaning back in his chair. And this time, the improvement is significant. Thank you, Elder. Solo said politely, bowing slightly. Over there. The Elder's heart sank, his brows furrowed sharply, and a flicker of pain flashed in his cloudy eyes. Mori's village. Frieza is harming my children. His body trembled slightly, his fingers gripping the handrail tightly. I understand. Solo nodded solemnly, clenching his fist in front of him. I'll go help right away. Thank you very much, the Elder said sincerely, his voice slightly choked with emotion. He gave Bick a deep look, his lips moved a few times, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his cloudy eyes, revealing a look of wanting to say something but holding back. What are you trying to say? Piccolo asked calmly, raising his eyebrows slightly. Cadaz's child. The Elder murmured. Just call me Piccolo, Piccolo replied, raising his chin slightly. All right, Mr. Piccolo. The Elder sighed, his gaze turning serious. When I was channeling energy into you just now, I learned some things about your past. If you can reassimilate with the Earth's god and become one with him, your strength will increase dramatically, perhaps even far surpassing Frieza. Even if Frieza has a power level of 1 million, he shouldn't be your match. What did you say? Bick's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of shock flashing in them. He immediately turned to look at Solo beside him, his gaze lingering on Solo's face for a second. Yes, the elder smiled, a confident curve forming at the corner of his mouth. I'm not wrong. If I assimilate with the gods, will my strength surpass Frisia's? Piccolo was deeply surprised, and his brows furrowed. He then shook his head and crossed his arms. But it's too late to say all this now. Besides, I don't want to assimilate with that god. Assimilate with me, Nail suggested, stepping forward and looking directly at Piccolo, his hands hanging at his sides. I am the only combat type Namekian on Namek. Assimilate to you. Piccolo was slightly taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Nara from head to toe. Piccolo. Gaku was already impatient, his fists clenched in front of him, his eyes gleaming. You stay here and work on the assimilation process. Zoro and I are going to meet Frisia. After all, their combat power has increased so much. Given Sun Wukong's personality, he had long wanted to challenge Frisia. Son Goku. Piccolo shook his head and rolled his eyes at Son Goku. Do you know what you're saying? With your current energy levels, you're still far behind Frisia. I know the Kaioken. Gaku grinned, his lips forming a wide smile. I'll try the 20x Kaioken, my power level should increase to 6,000 million. If that's still not enough for Frisia, I'll have to trouble Zoro. Power level 6,000 million. Piccolo's pupils shrank, having forgotten that Gaku could use the Kaioken technique. His lips twitched violently, and his gaze lingered on Sun Wukong for a second. Let's go, Zoro, Sun Wukong urged, rising into the air. Let's get going. Okay, Solo readily agreed. The two exchanged a glance, then turned and flew toward the door. Nero stepped aside and watched their figures disappear through the doorway, the village where Frisia lives. Sunlight shone down from the directions of three suns simultaneously, making the blue lawn shine. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and there were several charred marks on the ground from the energy bombs. You're talking nonsense. Elder Mulai roared, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage, his fists clenched. The other elders would absolutely never hand over the Dragon Balls to you. I have ways to make them obey orders obediently. Frisia sneered, slightly tilting his chin towards Sabo. Sabo, let them experience it. Yes. Sabo smiled slightly, tapped his toes in the air, and in a flash, appeared directly above an old Namekian man. His figure blocked the sunlight overhead, casting a shadow on the ground. The old man hadn't even had time to react, his pupils hadn't even had time to contract. Bang! Sabo kicked down, his foot landing heavily on the Namekian's neck. The sound of bones cracking exploded in the air, and the old man's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, rolling several times on the ground and crushing a blue blade of grass. When the old man fell to the ground, his neck was twisted and deformed, tilted to one side at an impossible angle. His eyes were still open, his pupils were dilated, and he died on the spot. You bastard! Another old man flew into a rage, his wrinkles furiously twisting together. He charged at Sabo with bared teeth and claws, waving his hands wildly in front of him, his steps unsteady yet filled with a desperate resolve. Sabo chuckled and casually tossed a Dragon Ball into the air. The orange-yellow sphere spun and rose into the sky. He touched the ground with both feet, his body rose into the air, and he hovered high above. After the Namekian old man rushed over, he immediately unleashed a beam of energy from his hand. The flame was bright white and shot out from the palm of the hand with a sizzling sound. Boom! The energy flames directly enveloped one of Frisia's henchmen. Frisia's henchman didn't even have time to scream before his body exploded in the flames, instantly killing him and sending blood and flesh fragments flying in all directions. Sabo was high in the sky, looking down at the ground below. He stretched out his hand, palm down, and energy shot out from it. Boom! The energy blast exploded on the Namekian old man, and orange-red flames engulfed his body. The shockwave spread outwards, tearing away a large patch of blue turf. When the smoke cleared, the old man's body was riddled with holes, his charred skin emitting wisps of smoke, and he had been blown to pieces. Sabo landed slowly, his feet touching the scorched ground. He raised his head, stretched out his right hand, and spread his 5 fingers. The Dragon Ball, which had been tossed into the air, fell steadily into his palm with a soft thud. Krillin and Gohan, who were lying on the edge of the cliff, were furious when they saw this scene. How about that? Frisia smiled at Elder Mully, tilting his head. Now you should all behave yourselves, right? What is your purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls? Murray asked coldly, his voice hoarse and deep, his chin slightly raised, his gaze fixed on Frisia. I just want immortality, Frisia scoffed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. That's all. You bunch of scoundrels. Murray resolutely refused, clenching his fists. I will absolutely not give you the Dragon Balls. You'd rather die than hand over the Dragon Balls. Frisia chuckled, tightening his arms around his chest. Are the people on this planet all this stubborn? If I kill these 2 children too, will you still be so stubborn? What did you say? Mulai's face changed repeatedly, from pale to ashen, and then from ashen to deathly pale. He opened his arms and hugged the 2 Namekian children tightly, wrapping his arms around their shoulders and protecting them in his embrace. Son Gohan clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. His little face turned bright red, his lips were pressed into a thin line, and he bared his teeth, like an enraged little beast. Beep beep beep. Just then, the detector on Dodoria's eye suddenly emitted a rapid alarm. 3 bright spots appeared on the detector screen, rapidly approaching. Dodoria suddenly looked up and turned his head to see 3 young Namekians flying rapidly towards them from the distant sky, their figures leaving 3 faint streaks of light in the air. Upon seeing the 3 people, Elder Mulai's face lit up with joy, his eyes brightened, and his lips trembled slightly. The 3 of them descended from the sky, their feet landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of grass clippings. Their faces were filled with boundless rage, their brows furrowed, and their gazes swept across Frisia, Sabo, and Dodoria like knives. The 3 Namekians were especially indignant and furious upon seeing the 2 dead elderly people. Their fists were clenched so tightly they cracked, and their teeth were clenched. "Damn it!" one of the Namekians roared, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage. "My unease has come true. What a nuisance." Frisia snorted, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the 3 Namekians, his gaze sweeping over each of their faces. "The Dragon Balls are almost in our hands, and you've come here specifically to die. Just as I thought." Another Namekian said in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over his companion's corpse on the ground. "I heard someone attacked the village and stole the Dragon Balls. I didn't expect it to be true. I will never forgive you," another Namekian roared, his voice echoing across the empty plains. "You have destroyed the peace of Namek. Be careful," Elder Mulai urged repeatedly, his voice urgent, gesturing with his hands in front of him. "They're not easy to deal with." "Oh." Frisia was amused and a mocking smile played on his lips. "You want to fight us?" He tilted his head and turned his gaze to Dodoria. "Dodoria, what is their fighting strength? Let me take a look." Dodoria pressed the button on the detector. The detector's screen flickered a few times, displaying several sets of data. Dodoria glanced down at the screen, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "Lord Frisia," Dodoria looked up at Frisia, "you'll be very disappointed. The 3 of them only have a power level of around 1000, they're simply not fit to fight us." He. Several of Frisia's henchmen sneered upon hearing this news, their mouths twitching from ear to ear. "How laughable? They think they can defeat us with only a power level of 1000. Their laughter echoed in the air, contemptuous and grating. The next moment, Frisia's henchmen no longer hesitated. They pushed off the ground with their feet and launched themselves forward, rushing towards the 3 Namekians. "Ha!" One of the Namekians roared, his voice exploding like thunder. His body suddenly spun around, and he kicked out, his foot striking the front henchman squarely in the chest. His feet sank into the armor, and the force of the impact exploded from the point of impact. The henchman was sent flying backward, his body arcing through the air before crashing headfirst into a rock. The impact of his head against the rock produced a dull thud, killing him instantly. The other henchmen who rushed up were dumbfounded, their steps faltering instantly, and the smiles on their faces freezing. The 3 Namekians charged forward again, launching a fierce attack on Frisia's henchmen. One of the henchmen was blasted backward by an energy blast, his body tumbling in the air. As Sabo flew towards him, Sabo raised his foot and kicked him into the lake not far away. A splash of water erupted on the surface, and the underling sank to his death on the spot. "What's going on?" Sabo turned to Dodoria, puzzled, his brow furrowing. "Weren't they said their combat power was only 1000? Strange." Dodoria pressed a button on the detector, his eyes fixed on the screen, his brow furrowed slightly. "Their combat strength has increased to 3000 again." Krillin and Gohan lay on the cliff, also happy for the bravery of the 3 Namekians. "Looks like you're really something else." Frisia's face broke into a bright smile, the corners of his mouth curving like a crescent moon. "I understand." Dodoria nodded thoughtfully, rubbing his chin twice with his fingers. "Namekians are a race that can control their fighting power." His gaze deepened. "That guy who beat up Vegeta before can also control his fighting power." Then, Dodoria looked around again, his gaze sweeping across the ground. Frisia's henchmen were mostly dead, their bodies lying haphazardly on the blue lawn, fragments of their armor scattered everywhere. "Damn it!" Dodoria muttered casually, bending down and placing the Dragon Ball on the ground. The Dragon Ball rolled once and came to a stop. "I have to do it myself." He straightened up, turned to Frisia, and asked with a hint of a plea, "Lord Frisia, shall we kill all 3 of them?" "Suit yourself." Frisia waved his hand dismissively. "Hey." Just as Dodoria was about to make his move, Elder Moli suddenly stretched out his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and a bright white flame shot out from his palm. Bang! The flame struck the detector on Dodoria's eye directly, exploding into a burst of sparks. Debris from the probe flew in all directions, and Dodoria's head snapped back. Frisia and Sabo were also slightly taken aback, and their gazes turned to Moli at the same time. You bastard." Dodoria's face was contorted with rage, his lips twitching, and the veins on his forehead bulging slightly. "You think you can defeat me with your meager strength?" Elder Mulai ignored him, touched the ground with both feet, and quickly rose into the air, ascending to a high altitude. The sky unfolded behind him, and the rays of 3 suns shone upon him. After flying high into the sky, Elder Mulai stretched out his hands, extending 2 fingers from each hand, with 2 points of light gathering at the fingertips. 2 beams of energy shot out from his fingertips, precisely hitting the detectors worn on the eyes of the 2 dead underlings. Slap, slap. Both detectors exploded simultaneously, scattering debris everywhere. "Elder." The 3 young Namekians who were fighting stopped and looked at Elder Mulai with some curiosity, tilting their heads and frowning slightly. "I understand." Sabo immediately realized, his pupils contracting sharply, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "His target is the detector." "A detector?" Klin paused, tilting his head. That device that can detect the opponent's location and position, Son Gohan muttered softly, his voice extremely low. Uncle Zoro said that they don't have a Dragon Ball radar, instead, they use a detector to find the Namekian's location and then look for the Dragon Balls. Solo is right. Krillin nodded, clenching his fist in front of him. So the old man from Namek knew this too, which is why he destroyed all the probes. That bastard. Dodoria trembled with rage, his body shaking like a leaf, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. I'll kill you all, leave no one alive. With that, Dodoria touched the ground with both feet and launched himself forward, immediately flying towards Elder Mully in the air. Elder. The three young Namekians were horrified and cried out in alarm. Dodoria, Frieza hurriedly gave the order, his voice not loud, but every word was clear. Wait a moment, kill these two young Namekians first. Dodoria was startled, and his body suddenly stopped in midair. He immediately somersaulted several times in the air, flipped his body, changed direction, and quickly appeared in front of the three young Namekians. He. Dodoria chuckled contemptuously, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. Take care of the three of you in just 10 seconds. Outrageous nonsense, the three Namekians roared, their voices filled with barely suppressed anger. You'll find out soon enough. Dodoria sneered, a cruel smile curving his lips. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Only a faint afterimage remained in the air. In an instant, Dodoria appeared behind one of the Namekians. His speed was so fast that the Namekians didn't even have time to react. Dodoria's 5 fingers snapped together like knives, and with a sudden thrust of his arm, a claw pierced through the opponent's back. Blood-stained claws protruded from the Namekian's chest, with blood dripping from the fingertips. The Namekian's eyes widened suddenly, his mouth opened, and a soft gurgling sound came from his throat. Snapped. Dodoria withdrew his claws, pulled his arm back, and a string of blood beads appeared. Then he opened his mouth, and a blinding light condensed deep in his throat, spewing out a stream of energy. The energy, a bright white color, quickly enveloped the other Namekian, covering his entire body. The Namekians' bodies twisted, deformed, and exploded in the energy. In less than 3 seconds, 2 Namekians were easily wiped out by Dodoria. Elder Mulai was shocked, his pupils contracted sharply, and his lips trembled twice. Then, Dodoria waved his hand with a smile and turned to deal with the last Namekian. Finally, the Namekian realized that the other party was very strong, so he didn't dare to confront him directly and hurriedly and awkwardly tried to escape. His body darted left and right in the air, his steps were chaotic, and each dodge was extremely dangerous. After a few flashes, the young Namekian had already created a safe distance between himself and Dodoria. He hovered in midair, panting heavily, while raising his hands high, fingers spread, palms facing each other. Energy condensed between his palms, emitting a hissing sound, and the ball of light grew larger and brighter. Call out. The young Namekian waved his hand, hurling the energy in his hand towards Dodoria. The energy blast left a trail of light in the air, moving as fast as a shooting star. Boom. Dodoria was hit squarely by that energy. The orange-red flames engulfed his location, and a thick plume of smoke billowed up, sending rocks flying and dust billowing everywhere. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The young Namekian broke into a bright smile, his lips parted in a wide grin, and his chest heaved violently. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Dodoria emerged unharmed from the crater. His armor was covered in dust, but his body was completely unharmed, not even a scratch. He patted the dirt off his shoulders, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. The young Namekian's face changed repeatedly, from flushed to pale, and then from pale to ashen. Hey! Dodoria touched the ground with both feet and flew over at lightning speed. His speed was so fast that the Namekian had no time to dodge, and he directly slammed his head into the young Namekian's chest, his forehead hitting his sternum with a dull thud. He continued charging forward, pulling the Namekian's body backward as well, and the two of them flew out like a cannonball. Bang! Dodoria pinned the young Namekian to the cliff face, his back slamming against the rock, causing the rock face to crack and rubble to fall from the cracks. The young Namekian coughed up blood, the blood mist dissipating in the sunlight. His head slumped limply, his eyes were still open, his pupils were dilated, and he died on the spot. Dodoria rubbed his head, rubbed his fingers on his forehead a couple of times, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Elder Mulai was completely terrified. He hovered in midair, his body stiff, his mouth agape, and his jaw almost dropped. He never expected his opponent to be so powerful. Ha ha ha. Frieza chuckled, looking up at Elder Mully in the sky. He tilted his head back, the corners of his mouth curving like a crescent moon. You understand now, don't you? It's too late to run away now. He tilted his head. Come down first, we can talk things over. Elder Mulai's expression changed repeatedly, from pale to ashen, and then from ashen to deathly pale. His lips trembled twice, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Elder Mully slowly descended from the sky, his feet landing on the ground before Frieza. His gaze was lowered, and his shoulders slumped. You've finally given in. Frieza's smile remained unchanged as he crossed his arms. That's good. He paused, his gaze sharpening. You destroyed our most important detector, so hand over the Dragon Balls as compensation. You should understand what kind of people we are now. If you resist any longer, these 2 children won't survive. I can promise to give you the Dragon Balls, Elder Mully said through gritted teeth, his voice forced out, but you must promise to spare the children. Of course. Frisia smiled like an ant, her lips curving into a wide arc and her eyes narrowing into slits. Sabo's smile grew even wider, his mouth stretching almost to his ears. You actually believed our promise. Molly turned to get the Dragon Ball, his steps heavy, each one feeling like he was walking on cotton. You should have done it this way back then, Frisia said sarcastically, tilting his head with a hint of mockery in his eyes. These bastards. Gohan couldn't stand it anymore. He was trembling all over, and his voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with an uncontrollable anger. Gohan. Krillin quickly advised, placing a hand on Gohan's shoulder, don't unleash your ki. We're no match for them. Son Gohan's teeth were clenched so tightly they were grinding together, and his chest was heaving violently. Klin could feel the muscles in his shoulder twitching and tightening in his palm. Molly quickly emerged carrying a Dragon Ball, which was orange-yellow with a red star on its surface, and felt heavy in his arms. He walked up to Frisia, handed him the Dragon Ball with one hand, his face filled with humiliation and resentment. Take the Dragon Ball and get out of here quickly. His voice was hoarse, and his gaze was lowered. A henchman quickly stepped forward to take it, accepting the Dragon Ball with both hands, holding it in his arms, and stepping aside. Thank you for your hard work. Frisia's lips curled into a wide smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. Could you also tell us where the remaining 2 Dragon Balls are? Wishful thinking. Elder Mully roared, his voice booming like thunder. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. We Namekians would rather die than betray our comrades? You'd better leave now. So you're the same way. Frisia gave a regretful smile, tilted his head, and there was a hint of fake regret in the curve of his mouth. No one on this planet would betray their friends. His smile slowly faded, and his gaze turned cold. Then I'll have no choice but to kill you and the children. What did you say? Elder Mulai's face drained of color instantly, and his pupils contracted sharply. Bang! Dodoria launched a swift attack, his foot lightly touching the ground as he launched himself forward. With a light, seemingly casual flick of his fist, he delivered a powerful, dull punch that knocked Elder Mulai to the ground. Elder Mully's body flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground, his back hitting the ground with a dull thud. He gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Didn't we have an agreement? Mully gritted his teeth, questioning angrily, his fists pounding the ground, his body trembling slightly. Hand over the Dragon Balls and we won't be killed. But, Frisia chuckled, spreading his hands and slightly raising his chin. What's the point of having 7 Dragon Balls? You destroyed our detectors, so if you don't tell us where the other Dragon Balls are. I said it, Mully interrupted Frisia, his voice hoarse but firm. I would rather die than betray a friend. Then so be it. Frisia sneered, his lips curling into a sneer. Go to hell. Lord Frisia, Sabo asked, turning to look at Frisia, is there no detector to find the Dragon Balls? Only 2 Dragon Balls left. Frisia smiled confidently, arms crossed. As long as we find other villages or Namekians, we'll be fine. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Mully and the 2 Namekian children. Kill all 3 of them. Yes. Dodoria nodded, revealing a ferocious smile, his mouth stretching to his ears, and the fierce light in his eyes like 2 knives. Run, children. Murray whispered through gritted teeth to the 2 children behind him, his voice urgent. Yes. The 2 children nodded repeatedly in fright, their faces pale, and hurriedly fled in panic, their steps unsteady. I'll show you the power of the Namekians. Elder Mully roared, raising his hands high, his arms outstretched towards the sky, palms open, intending to attract Frisia and the others' attention. His body blocked the children's escape route, like a wall. Call out. Frisia unleashed a burst of energy from his hand and flicked his finger. A bright white beam shot out from his fingertips at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. The beam of light passed by Elder Mully, whistling sharply as it struck one of the Namekian children. The Namekian child didn't even have time to utter a sound before his body was pierced by energy, killing him instantly. Its small body fell to the ground, splashing up a cloud of grass. Elder Mulai was startled, his pupils contracted sharply, and his lips trembled slightly. Ugh, these bastards. Gohan was so angry that he trembled all over, his eyes reddened, and his teeth were grinding together. Snapped. Dodoria stepped forward, reached her arm out from behind Murray, and hooked it around Elder Murray's neck. His arms tightened like iron clamps, his muscles bulged, and his veins stood out. Then twisted hard. Crack. The sound of bones cracking exploded in the air, crisp and piercing. Elder Mully's neck twisted and deformed, tilting to one side at an impossible angle. His body slumped to the ground, his eyes still open, pupils dilated, his face frozen with an expression of anger and resentment. Finally, the Namekian boy named Dandy was trembling with fear, his face pale, his body shaking like a leaf, standing there helplessly. His legs were weak and he could barely stand. The next moment, Dandy turned and ran, his steps hurried, leaving a trail of messy footprints on the blue lawn. Dodoria quickly caught up, his body skimming low in the air, and appeared directly in front of Dandy in the blink of an eye. He spread his arms wide, baring his teeth and claws to block the way, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He. Dodoria sneered, hands on his hips, looking down at the tiny Namekian child before him. Killing such a little thing is no fun. His smile held a hint of impatience. You should just die. With that, Dodoria raised his hand, spread his fingers, and aimed his palm at Dandy, ready to annihilate him completely. Stop. Son Gohan couldn't stand it any longer. He sprang up from behind the rock, stood up, and roared, his voice filled with barely suppressed anger. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan leaped into the air, his feet leaving the ground, and his body shot into the sky at a speed like an arrow released from a bow. Klin was so frightened he nearly jumped out of his skin, his pupils contracted sharply, his mouth gaped open, and his jaw almost dropped. He reached out, trying to grab Gohan's ankle, but only managed to grasp air. Isn't this too sudden? We will be killed by them. Klin broke out in a cold sweat, and his scalp tingled. Frieza was slightly startled when he saw Gohan suddenly appear, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Who's there? Dodoria immediately looked around, his head turning left and right like a rattledrum. Is it one of his accomplices? Where are they? His gaze swept across every corner of the sky, the ground, and the rocks. Bang! Son Gohan arrived at lightning speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. He pulled his right foot back and then kicked it forward with a vengeance, landing a heavy blow on Dodoria's face. His foot sank into his cheek, and the force of the impact exploded from the point of impact. Dodoria was unfortunately hit and flew backward, crashing headfirst into a building. His head was deeply embedded in the wall, and rubble and dust fell down. However, Dodoria quickly broke free from the building, pulled his head out of the hole in the wall, and the falling rubble hit the ground. He dusted himself off, glared angrily at Son Gohan, his eyes blazing with fury. Who are you? Dodoria asked sharply, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage. You fat pig! Gohan roared, his fist clenched in front of him, his chin slightly raised. I'm here to destroy you. You, what did you say? Dodoria grinned maliciously, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. You little brat. He clenched his fists, ready to give Son Gohan a good beating. Bang! Krillin suddenly descended from the sky, his body falling from a great height, his heel carrying the momentum of the fall, and kicked Dodoria hard in the face. The heel slammed into Dodoria's nose, causing his head to snap back and his body to sway. Dodoria was kicked to the ground again, his back hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Uncle Krillin. Gohan was taken aback, his eyes widening. Idiot! Run! Without hesitation, Krillin stepped forward, bent down, and scooped up Dandy, holding the tiny Namekian child in his arms. He spoke loudly and urgently to Son Gohan. Gohan immediately snapped out of his daze, tapped his feet on the air, and launched himself into the sky with Krillin, escaping the area. Two figures left trails of light in the sky as they flew further and further away. Not Namekians. Frieza frowned, his gaze following the two departing figures, a slight smirk playing on his lips. They look like the ones who oppose Vegeta. These two beasts. Dodoria roared in fury, scrambling to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead. Dodoria, Frieza commanded immediately, his voice low but each word clear, go after them? You must catch them. Wow. Dodoria let out a series of roars, the sound echoing across the empty plains. He stumped his feet on the ground, creating two shallow craters, and launched himself forward, quickly chasing after Krillin and Gohan. Gohan. Krillin shouted to Gohan, his voice carried by the wind, you have to fly at full speed, or we're done for. Yes. Son Gohan nodded vigorously, his jaw clenched. The two pushed their speed to the limit, their auras dancing on their bodies like two burning meteors streaking across the sky. However, their speed is still far inferior to that of Dodoria. Dodoria's figure left a long afterimage in the sky, getting closer and closer to Krillin and Gohan. No. Klin's expression changed drastically, cold sweat streaming down his temples. He's faster than us, he's about to catch up. We've already given it our all, Gohan suggested, glancing back at the approaching figure behind him. Why don't we land and fight him? We're no match for him. Klin shook his head decisively, his Adam's apple bobbing. Let's run. He had a sudden inspiration, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of a great idea. Gohan, Krillin said urgently to Gohan, catch this child. With that, Krillin tossed Dende, whom he was holding, toward Gohan, and gently pushed the Namekian child's body with both hands. Son Gohan turned around, reached out and caught Dende, holding the child in his arms and wrapping his arms around his body. Gohan. Krillin said hastily, placing his hands beside his cheeks. I'm going to use Zoro's move, so watch out. His hands were spread out on either side of his cheeks, his fingers together, palms facing outwards. Huh. Gohan was slightly taken aback, blinking. You know the flash technique. It's not flash of light, Krillin replied, his body suddenly spinning in midair to face Dodoria who was chasing after them. It's not as powerful as flash of light, but it's enough for us to escape. Huh. Dodoria was taken aback. When he saw Krillin suddenly turn around, he paused slightly and frowned. Solar Fist. Krillin immediately unleashed the solar flare, his internal energy surging into his palms and throughout his entire body in an instant. Suddenly, a blinding light emanated from Klin's body. White light burst forth from his palms and from every pore of his body, like a small sun exploding in the sky. Dodoria's pupils suddenly turned white, and a white world appeared before his eyes, where he could see nothing at all. Ah, my eyes. Dodoria hurriedly covered her eyes, pressing her hands tightly against her eyelids, her body swaying twice in the air. As expected of Solo, Krillin exclaimed excitedly, a wide smile spreading across his face. That trick really worked. He quickly grabbed Gohan's wrist, swooped down, and hid somewhere. The two landed at the foot of a large mountain, their bodies pressed against the rock face, hiding in the shadows of the rocks. They quietly looked up at Dodoria in the sky, holding their breath to a minimum. So this is the solar flare, Gohan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Yes. Klin nodded, tapping his forehead twice with his finger, but not as freakish as Solo's flash of light. His vision recovered quickly. Sure enough, Dodoria's eyes recovered quickly. He blinked, his eyelids fluttered a few times, and his vision went from blurry to clear. He hovered in midair, angrily searching for the two figures, turning his head left and right, his gaze sweeping over every rock, every crack, and every grove of trees. However, because there was no detector, Dodoria circled in the air several times but could not find the two hiding places. His brows furrowed into a knot, and his fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Damn it! Dodoria roared in fury, his chest heaving. I'll raise this place to the ground. He immediately soared into the sky, his body leaping higher into the air, his hands raised high, palms facing down. Energy condensed between his palms, emitting a hissing sound, and the ball of light grew larger and brighter. Call out. A powerful burst of energy shot out from Dodoria's hand, bright white, like a giant sword descending from the sky and covering the earth. The energy tore through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Boom. With a deafening roar, the spot where Klin and his crew were located was instantly blasted into the ground. Blue lawns were torn apart, rocks were blasted into fragments, and dirt flew in all directions. The entire island instantly turned into a green lake, with water gushing up from the ground and filling the huge pit. Ha ha ha. Dodoria laughed gleefully, hands on his hips, a grin spreading from ear to ear. Serves you right. He tilted his head, his gaze falling on the newly formed lake below. Although Lord Frisia ordered me to take them back, it's better this way than letting them escape. However, what Dodoria didn't know was that in that critical moment, Krillin and Gohan had already helped Dende dodge a fatal blow. They emerged from the aftershocks of the explosion, their bodies propelled high into the sky, appearing below the clouds. The three figures swayed in the air for a moment before regaining their balance. We're finally saved. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxed, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Let's go back to where the spaceship landed, Klin suggested, pointing into the distance. He paused, then turned to Dandy and asked gently, can you fly? Yes, I will. Dandy nodded, a slight smile playing on her lips. Klin then released Dandy and loosened his arms around his body. Dandy hovered in the air, his body swayed slightly, and then he regained his balance. Thank you for saving me. Dandy quickly expressed his gratitude, bowed slightly, and put his hands at his sides. You should thank Gohan, Krillin said, pointing at Gohan. I was too scared to save you. But, Gohan scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, if it weren't for Uncle Krillin, we would definitely be dead. Come with us first, Klin suggested, crossing his arms. We won't hurt you. Dende glanced at Krillin, then at Gohan, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two before he slowly nodded. Three figures turned and flew towards the location where the spaceship had landed, gradually disappearing into the distant sky. Dodoria hovered in the air, looking at the newly formed lake below for a while. After confirming that there was no sign of life, she nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and flew quickly in the direction of Frisia, leaving a trail of afterimages in the sky. However, they had only been flying for a short time. A figure suddenly descended from the sky, moving as fast as lightning. Bang! Vegeta kicked Dodoria hard in the back, his foot imprinting on the armor, the force of the impact exploding outwards from the point of impact. Boom! Dodoria plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing straight into the lake below. A huge splash erupted on the water's surface, sending waves flying in all directions and causing the lake to tremble violently. Not long after, Dodoria gritted his teeth and climbed out of the lake, soaking wet, water droplets dripping down the edge of his armor. He looked up, and his bewildered eyes widened the moment he saw that figure. Vegeta stood on the rocks on the shore, arms crossed, a contemptuous smile on his lips. Vegeta. Dodoria's expression changed repeatedly, from pale to ashen, and then from ashen to deathly pale. He climbed up from the shore, his body swaying slightly, his legs trembling a little. You, how is it you? Dodoria. Vegeta crossed his arms, smiled at the other man, and slightly raised his chin. Long time no see. You shameless bastard. Dodoria trembled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. You actually launched a sneak attack. You and Zarbon are always by Frisia's side, Vegeta sneered, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I've always wanted to find an opportunity for you to be alone. As long as Frisia isn't around, I can easily defeat you. Saiyans are really arrogant. Dodoria chuckled, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. He patted the water off his clothes. Hand over your scouter now, and I'll let you go. No wonder I suddenly couldn't get any messages from you. Vegeta smiled knowingly, his eyes brightening. I was wondering about that. Turns out your sensors were all broken. That's great. That's why you didn't know I was approaching you. He tilted his head. It must take several days to get the probe from Frisia's planet, right? As he spoke, Vegeta slowly removed the detector he was wearing over his eyes, pinched one corner of the detector between his fingers, held it up to his face to look at it, and then let go. The detector slipped from his hand, landed on the ground, and bounced. Are you planning to hand over the detector? Dodoria chuckled, hands on his hips, chin slightly raised. You've finally learned to be afraid. Actually, Lord Frisia discovered you a long time ago, but he just couldn't be bothered with you. Snort. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. He raised his foot, aimed the sole at the detector on the ground, and then slammed it down. Snapped. The detector was crushed to pieces under Vegeta's feet, fragments flew in all directions, the outer shell exploded, and internal parts were scattered all over the ground. Dodoria's smile froze on his face. Vegeta's foot was still on the debris of the probe, which was embedded in the soil. Dodoria stared wide-eyed at the pile of broken shells on the ground, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. What are you doing, Vegeta? Dodoria cried out, his voice rising as he pointed a finger at Vegeta. Why did you destroy the scouter? Are you crazy? I don't need this anymore. Vegeta chuckled softly, crossed his arms, and raised his chin even higher. What? Dodoria's brows furrowed deeply. Aren't you going to collect all the Dragon Balls? Without a detector, how do you know the location of Lord Frieza and the Namekians? Unfortunately, Vegeta's lips curled into a bright smile, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. When I arrived on Earth, I learned that the people there could determine the strength and location of their opponents without using detectors. The Saiyans living on Earth have this ability, so I can do it too. Dodoria fell silent, his face looking somewhat grim, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Once you master the technique, it's easy to learn, Vegeta continued, lowering his hands from his chest to his sides. Like Frieza, we only focus on energy, which is far from enough. I used to be like that too. I understand now. Dodoria suddenly realized, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists tightly, he said in a deep voice, that little guy I was chasing just now was an Earthling. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Vegeta's face twice. Have you joined forces with them? Join forces? Vegeta scoffed, his lips curling into a sneer, his gaze like a knife scraping across Dodoria's face. How is that possible? And one more thing, Dodoria asked, raising an eyebrow slightly, there's one guy in that group with a combat power of 6. You should have seen him, right? Is he from Earth? Vegeta's face darkened, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. That bastard, he always brings up the very thing he shouldn't have said. He was referring to the Namekian named Piccolo. We, the mighty Saiyans, a race of warriors, can't even defeat a Namekian. Vegeta's fists clenched involuntarily, his nails digging into his palms. This is so infuriating. Putting aside the fact that you betrayed Lord Frieza, Dodoria tried to calm himself down, took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and asked coldly, aren't you also wrong, Vegeta? Oh. Vegeta sneered, tilting his head with a hint of mockery in his eyes. What did you say? Did you say I was wrong? I was just saying it offhand. Dodoria panicked, waving her hands frantically, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. I don't want to worry about that now, you just need to get out of here. If you don't want to die, I've decided to let you go now, you should be thanking me. Humph. Vegeta's laughter widened, a dangerous grin spreading across his face. Dodoria, what are you afraid of? Why haven't you dared to attack me? I see, you've already detected my power level using your sniffer, haven't you? The readings are inaccurate. Dodoria shouted, raising his voice as if to bolster his courage. The detector must be malfunctioning. And that guy you mentioned with a power level of 6, Vegeta chuckled, slightly raising his chin, was that also a malfunctioning sensor? You are not allowed to laugh so contemptuously. Dodoria roared in fury amidst her terror, her chest heaving violently. A tremendous amount of energy immediately surged from his body, flames erupting from within, and golden light danced across his surface. The shockwave sent pebbles flying and tumbling in all directions. Boom. Dodoria pushed his hands forward, palms facing outward, and a powerful burst of energy shot out from his palms, bright white, and quickly covered Vegeta's location. The energy tore through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred where Vegeta was standing. Flames shot into the sky, smoke billowed, and pebbles flew in all directions. The ground was blasted into a deep crater, with charred black soil swirling around it. Fearing his attacks would be ineffective, Dodoria unleashed almost all of his energy, repeatedly pushing forward with both hands and hurling energy blasts at Vegeta. One after another, orbs of light fell like raindrops, accompanied by a continuous series of booming explosions. A huge cloud of dust rose up at the scene, obscuring the sky and making it impossible to see anything. However, just as Dodoria was releasing its energy to its fullest extent, Dodoria. Vegeta's voice rang out behind Dodoria, not loud, but every word was clear. It's not that I underestimate you, but this move won't work on me. Dodoria was horrified, his pupils contracted sharply, and the hairs on the back of his head stood on end. He quickly turned around and threw a punch at Vegeta, the punch carrying a burst of energy. Vegeta gently raised his hand, his 5 fingers spread, and caught Dodoria's attacking fist. The palm gripped the fist, remaining completely still. Dodoria kicked again, his foot sweeping towards Vegeta's waist with a whooshing sound. Vegeta leaped slightly, tapping his toes in midair, and sprang upwards, dodging the opponent's attack. At the same time, he reached out with both hands, grabbed Dodoria's other arm, and twisted it behind his back. Ah! Dodoria let out a piercing scream that echoed across the empty plain. He grimaced in pain, his face contorted, and cold sweat streamed down his temples. Ha ha ha! Vegeta laughed maniacally, his laughter filled with barely suppressed glee. We Saiyans grow stronger with each battle? The stronger the opponent, the stronger we become. His arm tightened, bending Dodoria's arm to an impossible angle, the joints cracking. For years, Frieza kept me in an unchallenging galaxy, preventing me from improving my fighting power, but I nearly died on Earth, which boosted my energy considerably. I've finally rediscovered the thrill of being a Saiyan, the warrior race. You. Dodoria screamed, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with terror. Dodoria, Vegeta's voice turned cold, his lips curling downwards, be a good person in your next life. With that, Vegeta exerted force in his hands, intending to completely annihilate Dodoria. Wait, Vegeta. Dodoria cried out urgently, his voice urgent, veins bulging on his forehead. If you let me go, I'll tell you a secret? A secret about your planet, Vegeta. What? Vegeta was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowed, and he released his grip on Dodoria. Dodoria immediately stretched his arms and shook his wrists, letting out a momentary sigh of relief. The back of his clothes was soaked with cold sweat. What secrets do you think planet Vegeta holds? Vegeta asked, raising an eyebrow, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Dodoria's face. You're not going to kill me after I finish speaking, are you? Dodoria asked with some concern, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Humph. Vegeta sneered, his lips curling into a sneer. If you don't talk, I'll kill you right now. Talk now. Your planet Vegeta wasn't destroyed by a meteorite impact, as Lord Frieza claimed. Dodoria chuckled, a smug smile playing on his lips. What did you say? Vegeta frowned, his pupils contracting slightly, a little surprised. A single Saiyan cannot defeat Lord Frieza, Dodoria said in a deep voice, his tone becoming serious. However, if all Saiyans unite, they can still make Lord Frieza wary. At this point, Dodoria quickly leaped into the air, his feet leaving the ground and his body hovering several meters above the ground. Some Saiyans, like you, are born to be exceptional warriors. Dodoria continued, gesturing with his hands in front of him. And the number of Saiyans like you is increasing. A race with miraculous powers will not bow down to us in the future. Lord Frieza, considering this, has decided it is necessary to take action. Vegeta fell silent, his gaze becoming profound. He seemed to have realized the conspiracy behind the whole thing. His fist clenched unconsciously, his nails digging into his palm. Lord Frieza personally wiped out planet Vegeta and all the Saiyans on it, Dodoria said with a smug grin. Vegeta, you should thank Lord Frieza. He deliberately chose to attack when you weren't on the planet. Lord Frieza wanted to use your fighting talent to do his bidding. Vegeta bared his teeth, clenched his jaw, puffed out his cheeks, and became increasingly annoyed. Actually, as he got older, Vegeta also felt that something was wrong. After all, as a warrior race, the Saiyans possess advanced technology and combat prowess. How could a planet suddenly be destroyed by a meteorite impact? Didn't anyone detect that a huge meteorite was coming? If they had detected it beforehand, the Saiyans, with their power level, could have easily destroyed the meteorite. Even if that meteorite was bigger than Namek. Ha ha ha. Dodoria laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the air. This must have been a big blow to you, right? I'm going back now. Take care of yourself. You're overthinking it, Dodoria. Vegeta sneered, a dangerous smile playing on his lips, a cold glint in his eyes. Planets, family, friends, none of that matters to me. I just never imagined I'd be used by you since I was a child. I'm furious. Dodoria was startled, her pupils contracted sharply, and she hurriedly fled in a panic, turning her body sharply in midair and flying away into the distance. Vegeta quickly gave chase, moving as fast as lightning, and caught up with Dodoria in the blink of an eye. Lord Frieza, save me. Dodoria screamed, his voice trembling, as he stretched out his arm toward Frieza. Boom. With a deafening roar, Vegeta unleashed his energy. He pushed his hands forward, and a thick, bright white beam of light shot out from his palms, blasting Dodoria into dust. Fragments of flesh and blood flew in all directions and disappeared into the sky. Then, Vegeta remained silent in the air for a moment, hovering in place, motionless. His gaze was fixed on the distant sky, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. I need to find the Dragon Balls now, I can't waste any more time. Vegeta muttered to himself, his fists clenched in front of him. Frieza and the others have lost their detectors, so no matter what I do, they won't find me. I have to find the Dragon Balls before Zoro. Call out. Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, his body launching him forward at incredible speed towards a Namekian village. His silhouette left a long trail in the sky as he flew further and further away. However, it had only been flying for a few minutes. Vegeta suddenly sensed two powerful energies rushing towards him at high speed. The two energies were like two moving mountains, carrying an immense pressure. It's Zoro's energy reaction. Vegeta's pupils contracted, his face changing rapidly from ashen to deathly pale. Who's the other guy? Is it Goku? Sensing the rapidly approaching energy, Vegeta turned pale with fright, his lips trembling slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, Vegeta immediately descended from the sky, his body swooping down, his feet landing on the blue lawn. He quickly hid behind a ravine, pressed his back against the rocks, completely concealed his breathing, and dared not even make a sound, suppressing his breath to the lowest possible level. Just a short while after Vegeta had hidden himself. Whoosh, whoosh. Solo and Goku flew towards them at an incredible speed, their figures leaving two trails of bright flames in the sky. They moved incredibly fast, appearing in the sky above the area in the blink of an eye. Damn it, we're still too late. Sun Wukong was filled with regret, his fists clenched in front of him. The people in that village the Grand Elder mentioned, all their auras have vanished. They've all perished in the end. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate, Solo sighed, crossing his arms. Thankfully, we have the Dragon Balls, I believe they can all be resurrected. You're right. Sun Wukong nodded, his shoulders relaxing a little. By the way, Solo asked, his gaze sweeping over the mountains and lakes below, did you sense any aura suddenly disappearing ahead? Now that you mention it, Sun Wukong replied thoughtfully, tapping his temple with his finger, it seems I really can sense it, it feels like Vegeta's ki. Solo gradually slowed down and stopped in midair, his body hovering tens of meters above the ground. Sun Wukong also stopped, his feet pausing in midair as he looked around, his gaze sweeping over every rock and every crack. He then remarked with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Vegeta's really something? He's already learned to hide his ki. Yes. Solo nodded with a smile, his gaze becoming profound. At this moment, Vegeta was hiding behind a large mountain, his back pressed against the rock wall, with only half of his head showing, quietly watching Zoro and Goku floating in the sky. His face grew increasingly pale, turning from ashen to ashen, and then from ashen to pale again. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and trickled down his temples. What exactly is going on? Why do I feel like their fighting power has increased again? Moreover, their combat power has increased by a significant amount this time? Vegeta's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. How did they do it? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling. Hey, Vegeta! Solo shouted with a laugh from the air, his voice carrying clearly across the open field to Vegeta's ears. Stop hiding, we've seen you for a while now, come out. Vegeta was just about to appear when his eyes darted around, and he suddenly remembered something. He immediately shrank back, pressing his back against the rock wall again. Who are you kidding? You said you found me? Then why are you still looking around? Do you think you can trick me, Vegeta, out of here with this outdated trick? Vegeta's lips twitched, and he clenched his teeth. I'm not going out, what can you do to me? Over there. Goku quietly pointed to Vegeta's hiding place, a slight smile playing on his lips. Zoro had actually sensed Vegeta's presence long ago. After all, although Vegeta has learned to hide his aura, he is not yet able to completely conceal it. The faint, ethereal aura, like a wisp of smoke, drifted through the air. Solo smiled slightly, a faint curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. The two slowly floated towards Vegeta's direction, their bodies moving horizontally in the air at a moderate speed, like two fallen leaves being blown by the wind. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, as if he had been pricked by a needle. He quickly crouched down, bending his knees and curling himself up into a ball, pressing his back tightly against the rock wall, holding his breath for fear of being discovered. Above them, Zoro and Goku hovered in midair, their figures casting faint shadows in the sunlight. There's a very faint aura here, Goku said with a smile, his gaze fixed on the direction Vegeta was hiding. It should be Vegeta. Vegeta, your ki hasn't dropped to 0 yet, it's far from enough. It's near that rock. Solo chuckled, crossed his arms, and tilted his head. Are you still planning to stay hidden? Vegeta. Vegeta's heart sank, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. They found out after all? It seems my ability to conceal my presence is not perfect yet. That's really awful. Vegeta's teeth were grinding together, and his fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. He took a deep breath, lifted his back off the rock face, and straightened his knees slightly. Just as Vegeta was about to appear. Splash! A large fish suddenly leaped out of the lake, its silvery white scales shimmering in the sunlight. The fish leaped 2 meters into the air, tracing an arc, and flicked its tail, sending up a string of water droplets. Then, the big fish plunged headfirst into the lake, splashing up a spray of water, and disappeared. It wasn't Vegeta. Goku stroked his chin, running his fingers along it a couple of times, and murmured in thought, so it was a big fish. Yes. Solo nodded silently, a slight smile playing on his lips. Vegeta hid behind the rock, his body stiff, the muscles in his back taut like an iron plate. He exhaled slowly, a long and light breath, like a taut string slowly unwinding. He immediately felt grateful to the big fish 100 times over, and even erected a monument for the fish in his heart. Let's go, Solo said to Sun Wukong, turning his body slightly. Okay. Goku nodded, turning his gaze away from the rocks. Let's hurry and meet up with Krillin and Gohan first. Swish, swish. The two figures flickered and transformed into 2 streaks of light, disappearing into the distant sky. The 2 beams of light grew smaller and smaller until they became 2 dots of light that merged into the sky. Vegeta cautiously peeked out, stretching his neck as far as he could, his eyes narrowed to slits, his gaze following the 2 departing figures. Once he was sure the 2 had disappeared, he collapsed to the ground as if deflated, leaning against the rock with his legs outstretched, panting heavily. A brief silence. The wind swept through the valley, ruffling the stray hairs on his forehead. Vegeta suddenly stood up from the ground, his body springing up and his feet firmly planted. He gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffed out, and his body began to tremble again, like a leaf in the wind. Humph! Vegeta hissed angrily, his voice echoing through the empty valley. You better not let me see you again. He held his chin high, hands on his hips, trying to make himself look less disheveled. Hey, what will you do when you see us? Suddenly, a voice rang out directly above Vegeta. It wasn't loud, but each word struck his eardrums like a hammer blow. Vegeta's body stiffened abruptly, his neck lifting up mechanically like a rusty gear, looking at Zoro and Goku who were suspended in the air. 2 figures hovered steadily less than 10 meters above his head, arms crossed, smiles on their lips. Vegeta was struck dumb, his pupils contracted sharply, and his lips trembled twice. Didn't those two guys leave? When did they return? His mind went blank. Snapped. Solo descended from the sky, landing beside Vegeta with his toes on the blue lawn, kicking up a small patch of grass. He tilted his head, smiling as he scrutinized Vegeta, his gaze sweeping over him from top to bottom. Vegeta was so frightened that his whole body convulsed, every muscle twitching as if he had been electrocuted. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Zoro, Goku suggested to Zoro, hovering low in the air, I'll go check on Gohan and Krillin first. Go ahead, go ahead. Solo nodded, readily agreeing, and waved to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said no more, turned around, transformed into a streak of light, and disappeared into the distant sky in the blink of an eye. Only Zoro and Vegeta remained on the spot. Zoro stepped forward, walked up to Vegeta, and patted him on the shoulder. Vegeta, you've got a pretty good learning ability, Zoro said with a teasing smile, a slight smirk playing on his lips. You've already learned to hide your ki. Give you some more time, and see if you can completely conceal it. Vegeta's shoulder swayed as he was patted, his body tense like a fully drawn bowstring. His lips moved a few times, and a voice squeezed out from his throat, hoarse and low. Solo, there's something I have to tell you. What is it? Solo smiled slightly, withdrew his hand, and crossed his arms. Tell me. You can kill me, I won't complain, Vegeta sneered, raising his chin slightly and looking directly at Zoro. But I want you to promise me one thing. Tell me about it, Solo said with a smile, tilting his head. I just learned that from Dodoria as well, Vegeta said in a deep voice, his fist clenching unconsciously. Our Saiyan planet was destroyed by Frieza himself, not by a giant meteorite impact. That's all. Solo chuckled, a hint of disdain in the curve of his lips. You knew all along. Vegeta was taken aback, his brows furrowing. I already knew. Solo smiled calmly, his gaze becoming profound. Moreover, there's another person who was the real culprit. What did you say? Vegeta was slightly stunned, a little unable to react. He paused, then immediately asked, who is it? Is it Frieza's father, Kurd? No, Solo said slowly, his voice not loud, but every word clear, it's Beerus, the god of destruction. God of destruction? Beerus. Vegeta was shocked. His pupils shrank, his mouth opened wide, and his jaw almost dropped. He was stunned for a long time. His mind was in chaos, with all sorts of thoughts racing through his head. Solo didn't continue speaking, but silently watched Vegeta's changing expressions, a faint smile playing on his lips. That Beerus, who's known as the strongest god of destruction in the universe. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, his voice trembling. Why would he want to destroy our Saiyan planet? Isn't this all thanks to your good father? Solo sighed, shaking his head and spreading his hands at his sides. Beerus asked your father to find him the most comfortable pillow in the universe. After he found it, he kept it for himself and gave the second most comfortable pillow to Beerus. Beerus was furious about this, which is why he ordered Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta. How could such a thing happen? Vegeta was stunned, his eyes wide like saucers, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he asked, somewhat puzzled, how did you know that? Never mind how I know, Solo snorted, crossing his arms. If you don't believe me, go ask Frieza yourself. Vegeta fell silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. You want me to ask Frieza? Frieza might not be telling the truth either. Kill me? Vegeta took a deep breath, his chest heaving, then slowly closed his eyes, his eyelids shut, and his chin slightly raised. Vegeta knew very well that with his current fighting power, no matter how hard he tried, he could never be a match for Zoro. It's better to give up the struggle. Did I say I was going to kill you? Solo said with a smile, a smirk playing on his lips. I'm going to keep you alive so you can witness firsthand that a mediocre warrior can always be stronger than a genius like you. Are you serious? Vegeta was slightly taken aback, opened his eyes, and looked at Zoro with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. I'm not particularly interested in someone like you with a fighting power of only tens of thousands. Zoro shook his head, looking at Vegeta with disappointment, his gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. He tilted his head. Look at you, a Saiyan genius warrior. Your power level was already 15,000 when you were 5 years old, but when you went to Earth it was only 18,000. Aren't you ashamed? Vegeta's mouth twitched violently, his entire face contorted, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. This. Vegeta's voice trembled. This is Frieza. He deliberately placed me in a star system with virtually no fighting power. In a star system like that, I couldn't improve my fighting power at all. Vegeta trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently. Is that really so? Solo chuckled and patted Vegeta's cheek, making a crisp sound as he slapped his face twice. Vegeta trembled even more violently, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. Speak. Solo increased the force, making the sound of his hand slapping his cheek louder. It's true. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, the words squeezed out from between his teeth, why would I lie to you? So that's why it took you over 20 years to increase your fighting power by 3,000. Zoro smiled, scrutinizing Vegeta with a grin, and tilting his head. Yes. Vegeta nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Although he was unhappy, he didn't dare to show it too obviously. If we dare to confront Solo head-on now, Vegeta knew very well that he would die a terrible death. First, endure hardship and seek survival. Wait until I, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan. Just wait and see how I deal with you? His gaze was lowered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. By the way, Zoro said, helping Vegeta straighten his somewhat damaged armor, pinching a torn section between his fingers, casually prying it off and tossing it on the ground. Do you know why Frieza wanted to destroy our planet? Vegeta glanced down and his body trembled again. It's unclear whether it was because a piece of the armor was torn off, or because Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. Didn't you just say? Vegeta snorted coldly, answering with obvious displeasure, his chin slightly raised. It was Beerus who ordered it. Beetle was behind it. Solo chuckled, dusting off his hands. But Frieza also had his own agenda. Humph. Vegeta snorted and nodded silently. Frieza has been at odds with us Saiyans for a long time, so what you're saying makes perfect sense. Where are you planning to go? Solo asked with a smile, tilting his head. It seems Vegeta isn't planning to reveal anything about Super Saiyan. He thought that no one else knew except himself. Vegeta fell silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. Are you planning to go over there to find the Dragon Balls? Zoro pointed in the direction Vegeta was about to go, pointing a little into the distance. You knew all along. Vegeta's expression changed slightly, and his eyelids twitched. Come with me, Solo called out, his body rising slightly, his feet off the ground. Let's go find the Dragon Balls over there. He then immediately took off, his body shooting into the sky and hovering a few meters above the ground. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, frowned, gritted his teeth, and had no choice but to quickly chase after them. Although Vegeta desperately wanted to escape, he knew very well that, with my current fighting strength, I have no way to escape. Zoro was in front, Vegeta was behind, and the two figures streaked through the air, moving forward at high speed. The wind whistled in my ears, and the blue lawn rushed past my feet. Soon, Solo saw a cluster of white buildings below. These buildings are entirely white, with smooth walls and hemispherical roofs with green, round glass windows that gleam slightly in the sunlight. The village is small, with several buildings scattered across a blue lawn, surrounded by a few twisted Namekian trees. Snapped. Solo descended from the sky, landing on the ground in the center of the village with a soft thud as his toes touched the ground. Vegeta also slowly landed, standing a step behind Zoro. Upon seeing the two people who suddenly appeared, the expressions of the many Namekians present changed drastically. Several Namekians shielded the children behind them, while a young Namekian stepped forward to block them, his fists clenched, his eyes fixed on Zoro and Vegeta. Hello. Solo greeted them with a kind smile, his gaze falling on one of the elderly men, a gentle curve forming at the corners of his lips. I am Solo, and I know your Grand Elder. He paused. The Grand Elder sent me to tell you to leave here immediately. Elder. The Elder was slightly taken aback, his cloudy eyes lingering on Solo's face for a second. A cosmic emperor named Frieza has come to this planet and is searching for the Dragon Balls. He's already killed the villagers of several villages, Zoro said truthfully, his gaze sweeping over the Namekians present. They'll find this place soon. What you need to do now is find a place to hide immediately to avoid being found by them. It seems you are telling the truth. The elder nodded silently, a hint of trust flashing in his cloudy eyes. I can clearly sense that there is no evil in your heart. He paused, turned around, and called out to the villagers present, raising his arm high and speaking in a loud voice. Did you all hear that? Put down what you're doing and let's go hide in the mountains over there right now. The villagers present all silently agreed, and no one raised any objections. The young helped the old, some picked up children, and everyone began to move away from the place in an orderly manner, their steps quick but not chaotic. Before leaving, the elder took out a Dragon Ball from his robes, held it in both hands, and handed it to Solo. Mr. Zoro, the elder asked, looking directly at Zoro, shouldn't the Grand Elder have instructed us to hand over the Dragon Balls to you? Yes. Zoro nodded, taking the Dragon Ball with both hands. Then I won't be polite. Please keep this Dragon Pearl safe. The elder said solemnly, clasping his hands together in front of him. Don't worry. Zoro smiled slightly, holding the Dragon Balls to his chest. The Grand Elder also entrusted the Dragon Balls to us for safekeeping. However, we only have 2 Dragon Balls at the moment, the remaining 5 should be with Frieza. The piece of Namek, the elder said again, his voice tinged with earnestness, is in your hands. Go quickly. Solo let out a long sigh, his gaze turning heavy. I'm afraid all that's left of the Namekians is your village and the elders. What? The elder's expression changed repeatedly. His lips trembled slightly, and he realized the seriousness of the situation. Immediately, the elder led the villagers away from the village and headed into the distant mountains. Only Zoro and Vegeta remained in the open space of the village. Solo turned around to face Vegeta. He looked down at the Dragon Ball in his hand, then looked up again and casually tossed it towards Vegeta. Here, take it. The Dragon Ball traced a parabola in the air, spinning as it flew towards Vegeta. Vegeta instinctively reached out and caught the Dragon Ball with both hands, his fingers gripping the sphere. He held the Dragon Ball in his hands, lowered his head, and examined it carefully. An orange-yellow sphere, red stars, with a warm, smooth texture. This is the Dragon Ball. Vegeta was taken aback, his brow furrowing. What are you giving this to me for? Of course, you're the one holding it, Solo said casually, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. From now on, you will be my underling. Vegeta's body suddenly froze. His mouth twitched violently, and his entire face was contorted. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, and the veins on his arms bulged out. You want me, the prince, to be your underling. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his fingers sinking into his palms, and his body began to convulse violently again, shaking from his shoulders to his toes, like a malfunctioning machine. Oh, by the way, if you're lucky, I can let you make a wish, Solo said with a smile. What did you say? Vegeta's pupils contracted, and his body stiffened abruptly, thinking he had misheard. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze swept back and forth across Solo's face twice, trying to find a trace of a joke on that smiling face. The Namekian Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes, Zoro said with a smile, arms crossed and chin slightly raised. My initial plan is 1 wish for me, 1 wish for Goku and the others. I don't have any other wishes for now. If you behave well, I can grant you 1 wish. Vegeta felt that happiness had come too suddenly, and his brain was spinning so fast it was practically smoking. His eyes widened, reflecting Solo's image in his pupils, and his lips parted slightly before closing again. This is indeed a great opportunity. The Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes? How come I didn't know? Okay, the Dragon Balls here seem to be a bit different from the Dragon Balls on Earth. According to Zoro, the Dragon Balls on Earth can only grant 1 wish, since 3 wishes can be fulfilled here. If I behave well, I can also have 1 wish granted. My wish is simple, to make Vegeta a Super Saiyan. Once I, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan, I'll crush Zoro and Goku into the ground. Vegeta's lips slowly curled into a dangerous arc, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. My heart was pounding in my chest, as if it were about to jump out of my chest cavity. Humph. Vegeta snorted, raising his chin slightly to try and appear less agitated. Then it's decided, just like that? He nodded silently, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, his heart filled with increasing excitement, his fingers trembling slightly. Vegeta, Zoro asked with a smile, tilting his head, what do you plan to wish for? Of course I want immortality, Vegeta replied without hesitation, his voice crisp and clear. He pursed his lips. In reality, Vegeta sees immortality as not being of much use at the moment. If you can't beat the other party, they'll lock you up somewhere, and that's worse than death. Only by becoming a Super Saiyan can one rule the entire universe. Aren't Super Saiyans the most powerful warriors in the universe? Vegeta lowered his gaze, a sly glint in his eyes. That's a good wish. Solo stroked his chin, running his fingers along it a couple of times. Do your best. He paused for a moment, then said, let's go. Okay, Vegeta replied, his tone tinged with impatience. Bang. However, just as Vegeta finished speaking, Solo delivered a spectacular side kick. His body suddenly spun around, and his right leg lashed out like a whip, his foot slamming heavily into Vegeta's stomach. The force exploded from the point of impact, producing a dull thud. Awoo. Vegeta let out a scream and was sent flying backward, his body streaking across the sky like a cannonball. He clutched his stomach with both hands, his face contorted, and his eyes bulging. Then he fell headfirst to the ground, his back hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of grass clippings. Gurgle. Vegeta's body rolled rapidly on the ground, like a kicked ball, tumbling several times before slowly coming to a stop. He pressed a long line into the blue lawn, and the soil rolled out. Puff. Vegeta coughed up blood, which dispersed in the sunlight. He lay on the grass, panting heavily, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He looked up in astonishment at Solo, who was slowly flying towards him. His pupils reflected the white figure, his lips trembled, and his Adam's apple bobbed. What are you doing? Vegeta asked, looking confused, his voice hoarse and low. Since you agreed to be my underling, Solo snapped, looking down at Vegeta with his hands on his hips and chin held high, then you should be prepared to be a subordinate? When I said let's go, you should have honestly said yes, not just said I know. Vegeta's lips twitched, his entire face contorted, and he felt incredibly frustrated. You hit me for this? His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Is there any reason? Vegeta clenched his teeth and puffed out his cheeks. Just you wait, when I become a Super Saiyan, I will repay you 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Vegeta mentally screamed, a torrent of vicious curses swirling in his mind, wishing he could rush up and fight Solo to the death right now. However, considering Zoro's terrifying fighting power, Vegeta had no choice but to suppress his anger. He loosened his fingers one by one, and his fist slowly opened. Let's go. Solo smiled slightly, squinting at Vegeta, a hint of amusement in the curve of his lips. Yes. Vegeta's lips moved, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth, clearly unwilling. The word rolled out of his throat like a stone. Solo's face was full of smiles, a satisfied curve spreading across his lips. He immediately leaped into the air, his feet leaving the ground, his body soaring into the sky, his white cloak fluttering behind him. Vegeta slowly followed behind, hovering a step behind Zoro, his eyes lowered as he stared at Zoro's back, feeling incredibly frustrated but helpless. The location of Frieza and the others. The village had been reduced to ruins, with charred holes and broken rocks scattered across the blue lawn. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and wisps of smoke rose from the ruins. Frieza and the others waited for a long time, but Dodoria did not return. Sabo stood beside Frieza, his gaze occasionally sweeping towards the distant sky before returning to the Dragon Balls on the ground. What's wrong with Dodoria? Sabo asked curiously, a hint of impatience in his voice. Is he still looking for those two kids? All right. Frisia frowned, his expression not very good, and the corners of his mouth turned down slightly. That idiot can't even find those two little brats. Never mind him, let's go find the remaining 2 Dragon Balls first. Yes, Lord Frisia, a henchman quickly replied, bowing slightly. We'll search other villages, we're sure we can find more. It's just the 2 of us left, Sabo said thoughtfully, tapping his chin twice with his fingers. Finding the village shouldn't be too difficult. Then I'll take these 5 Dragon Balls back to the spaceship and wait for you, Frisia suggested. Yes, Lord Frisia. Sabo quickly and respectfully replied, bending down and picking up the 5 Dragon Balls one by one from the ground, carefully stacking them together. 5 orange-yellow spheres were lined up, gleaming faintly in the sunlight. I'm counting on you. Frisia was getting impatient, a hopeful smile playing on his lips. If we find the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, my wish will be fulfilled. Sabo and his underling nodded vigorously. The 2 immediately took off, their feet leaving the ground, their bodies propelling them into the sky, hovering a few meters above the ground. Go search over there, Sabo ordered Frisia's henchman, pointing east. If you find a village, don't attack. Come back and tell me immediately. Because you're no match for a strong Namekian. He paused. We'll meet at the spaceship's location in 3 hours. Yes, the younger brother replied, turning his body and flying eastward. The 2 flew rapidly in 2 different directions, their figures growing smaller and smaller in the sky until they became 2 dots of light and disappeared into the horizon. Frisia looked up at his flying underlings and Sabo, then looked down at the 5 Dragon Balls lying on the ground, and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He tapped his fingers lightly twice on the stroller's armrest. Vegeta might have already found a Dragon Ball. He might come and steal my Dragon Balls. Frisia's lips curled up slightly, forming a sinister arc. That's good, it saves us the time of searching for the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. If I can steal his Dragon Balls, I can gain eternal life. Frisia, sitting in the stroller, glared at the 5 Dragon Balls on the ground, and an invisible energy shot out from his eyes, affecting the Dragon Balls. Instantly, the 5 Dragon Balls slowly floated up from the ground, as if supported by an invisible hand. They formed an arc in the air, appearing behind Frisia and slowly rotating. Call out. Frisia was lifted into the air in a stroller, blue flames shooting from the bottom of the stroller, carrying him into the sky. The 5 Dragon Balls behind him followed slowly behind Frisia, like 5 loyal satellites, maintaining a fixed distance. The location where the solo spaceship landed. Gohan and Krillin took Dende and hid in a nearby cave. The cave is not large, and the entrance is hidden by several rocks, making it difficult to spot from the outside. Before heading to the cave, Krillin took a detour to the spot where he had buried his egg and glanced at it again. Seeing that the surface of the soil was intact and the egg was still buried safely underneath, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he stood up, dusted off his hands, and quickly caught up with Gohan and Dende. The 3 people hid in the cave, huddled in a corner, their breaths held as still as 3 lifeless stones. Not long after, a figure descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the cave. Holding the Dragon Ball he had taken from the elder, Sun Wukong squeezed through the cave entrance and entered the cave. Goku, you're back. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, leaping to his feet with shining eyes. That's wonderful. Krillin, Gohan. Goku breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze sweeping from Krillin's face to Gohan's, then to Dende's. It's good that you're all right. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. I sensed a sudden surge in your aura earlier. Did you get into a conflict with Frisia and his group? At this point, Sun Wukong glanced at Dende beside the 2 of them and tilted his head. Huh? Is that a Namekian? Goku pointed at Dende, tapping his finger. Here's what happened, Goku. Krillin immediately recounted the entire story of rescuing Dende. That's amazing, Gohan. Goku patted his son's head with satisfaction. You've grown up. Thanks to Uncle Krillin, we managed to escape by sheer luck. Gohan scratched his head sheepishly, his face slightly flushed. Your name is Dende, right? Sun Wukong greeted Dende with a smile, then paused, and said somewhat apologetically, I just met your elder, who said he wanted us to come and save your village. But we're a little too late, I'm so sorry. The Grand Elder already knows? It's not your fault. Dandy's voice was low, her gaze lowered, and her small hands clutched the hem of her clothes. No wonder you're holding the Grand Elder's Dragon Ball. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded and placed the Dragon Ball on the ground. Is the Grand Elder all right? Dandy asked with some concern. Don't worry, Sun Wukong smiled, a gentle smile curving his lips. He's fine. Goku, Krillin asked, arms crossed, what's next? Let's wait for Zoro here. Goku thought for a moment, scratched his head in thought, and rubbed his fingers on his scalp. With my current strength, it would be a bit difficult to fight Frisia alone. Krillin nodded, and Gohan nodded as well. The 3 people sat down in the cave, leaning against the wall, gazing at the sky outside the cave entrance. After Zoro obtained the Dragon Balls, he immediately took Vegeta and flew towards Goku's location. 2 figures streaked across the sky, one after the other, moving as fast as shooting stars. It had just flown out not far. Vegeta suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from a distance. His pupils suddenly contracted, his body paused in midair, and he quickly stopped. Wait a minute, Zoro. Vegeta's voice was urgent, and he stretched out his hand towards Zoro. Oh, Is there something you need? Zoro smiled and turned to look at Vegeta, his body slowly turning around in midair. That guy over there, it should be Zarbon, one of Frisia's henchmen. Vegeta said excitedly, pointing in the direction the aura was coming from. He's separated from Frisia. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. You might not be able to beat him. Solo shook his head, his lips slightly downturned. What did you say? Vegeta gritted his teeth, trembling with rage, his body shaking like a leaf. I can't even beat Sabo? I wiped out Dodoria. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. Who do you think you are? How could I possibly be unable to defeat even one Sabo? Then let's go take a look. Solo smiled, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. I know. Vegeta was just about to say he knew. However, after uttering just one word, his lips suddenly froze, and he suddenly realized something. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he quickly changed his story. Yes. Vegeta replied obediently, his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. Call out. Solo ignored Vegeta, turned around, and rushed towards Sabo, leaving a long trail of light in the sky. Vegeta followed closely behind, gritting his teeth and doing his best to keep up with Zoro's speed. The two intercepted Sabo, who was searching for the village, in the air. Sabo was hovering in midair when he saw two figures suddenly appear in front of him, blocking his way. His body suddenly stopped. Vegeta. Sabo narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping across Vegeta's face before settling on the orange-yellow sphere he was holding. What you're holding is a Dragon Ball. Humph. Vegeta snorted, raising his chin slightly and curling his lips into a smug smile. Of course. Sabo glanced at Zoro next to Vegeta, his gaze lingering on him for a second, noticing the slightly swaying tail behind him. You're a Saiyan too? Sabo asked, his brows furrowing slightly. Not bad. Zoro smiled slightly, arms crossed. I am Zoro, a low-ranking Saiyan warrior. So he was just a low-class warrior. Sabo let out a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxed, and a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I never expected there to be any surviving Saiyans. I thought there were no other Saiyans besides Vegeta. Zabo. Vegeta chuckled, a dangerous grin spreading across his face. Long time no see? Dodoria's already been taken down, you're next. What? Sabo's face changed color, his pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in shock, you killed Dodoria. Humph. Vegeta grinned smugly, hands on his hips. I wiped him out without lifting a finger. I don't believe it. Sabo shook his head, expressing deep skepticism. Let's have a match. Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk, his face radiating fighting spirit, his fist clenched in front of him. You'll see how powerful I am. Vegeta, Zarbo asked through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. Why did you betray Lord Frisia? That's easy. Vegeta snorted, raising his chin even higher. I've disliked Frisia for a long time. Proud Saiyans hate being ordered around. I used to be forced to obey your powerful forces, but then, by chance, I learned about the Dragon Balls. I'll take the Dragon Balls first, Zoro instructed Vegeta, extending his hand. You fight him well, don't embarrass the Saiyans. Yes. Vegeta obediently replied, handing the Dragon Ball to Zoro with both hands. Sabo's eyes twitched as he watched this scene. His gaze swept back and forth between Solo and Vegeta twice, and his lips twitched. You just now hated that arrogant Saiyans were being ordered around. Why are you behaving so obediently in front of a low-ranking soldier? This lowly soldier doesn't seem so simple. I will absolutely not let Frisia get the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's smile grew even more ferocious, a cruel arc spreading across his lips, a cold glint in his eyes. As long as I become immortal, I will definitely be able to defeat Frisia. His fists clenched, and a surge of energy erupted from his body. Zoro, holding the Dragon Ball, stepped aside, arms crossed, amusement on his lips, as if watching a good show. Sabo withdrew his gaze from Solo and focused it back on Vegeta, his legs slightly apart as he assumed a fighting stance. How foolish. Zarbon shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Vegeta. You think you can defeat Lord Frisia just because you're immortal? Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, raising his chin even higher and a confident smile playing on his lips. Too bad you don't have a detector to check my power level. After many battles, my power level has long exceeded your imagination. You're the one who doesn't understand. Sabo chuckled, spreading his hands in front of him. You're truly a frog in a well? No one can surpass Lord Frisia's strength. You and that lowly warrior. Feed him. Solo stood to the side, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. You two have a conflict, so resolve it yourselves. Don't drag me into it. Look. Sabo laughed heartily, pointing in Solo's direction. He's scared. Vegeta remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. Because he knew very well that Solo wasn't afraid. He simply disdained to fight someone like that. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Vegeta hovered in the air, his face growing increasingly cold, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. That's enough talking. Dodoria has told me everything. He said Frisia's greatest fear is us Saiyans. Now I'll show you the Saiyans' immense power. What a blusterer, Sabo scoffed, hands on his hips. Lord Frisia fears a united Saiyan. What can you do alone? Is that really so? Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smile, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Whoosh. With a flicker, Vegeta vanished from the spot in an instant. The air made a soft sound, and only a faint afterimage remained where he had been hovering. Sabo's face immediately changed color, and his pupils contracted sharply. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared directly opposite Sabo, less than a meter away. Sabo reacted extremely quickly, throwing a powerful punch at Vegeta's face. The punch whistled through the air, swift and vicious. Snapped. Vegeta raised his hand, spread his fingers, and caught Zoro's attacking fist with his hand. He then clenched his fist with his palm, tightened his fingers, and squeezed hard. The joints were squeezed, making a cracking sound. Sabo screamed in pain, his face contorted, and cold sweat streamed down his temples. Hey! Vegeta suddenly swung his arm, using the force to throw Sabo high into the air. Sabo's body spun and flew up like a thrown stone, tumbling dozens of times in the air before finally stabilizing, his limbs outstretched, panting heavily. Whoosh! Vegeta's figure blurred again, and with a push of his feet in midair, he launched himself forward, rushing towards Sabo's location at lightning speed. Sabo, not to be outdone, pressed down with his large hand, spread his fingers, and with his palm facing down, unleashed a massive burst of energy. A bright white beam of light erupted from his palm, accompanied by a hissing sound, and the energy shot towards Vegeta's location at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the energy blast hurtling down, Vegeta didn't dodge. Instead, he roared, his voice filled with an uncontrollable fighting spirit. His right fist was pulled back fully, his muscles bulged, and energy condensed into a halo around his fist. Bang! Vegeta slammed his fist down, the fist striking the energy blast, the force exploding from the point of impact. The energy blast was deflected by his punch, flying off course like a baseball that had been hit. Sabo was struck dumb, his body frozen in midair, staring in astonishment at the flying energy blast. Boom! The energy blast struck a small island in the distance, creating a deafening roar. Flames shot into the sky, smoke billowed, and pebbles flew in all directions. The island was instantly blasted into the ground, and the blue lawns and rocks sank to the bottom of the water, turning into a green lake. The lake surface trembled violently, and ripples spread outwards. Damn it! Sabo thought angrily, his teeth clenched and fists tightened. He sent me flying. Bang! Vegeta swiftly attacked, leaning forward and striking Zarbon's chin with his elbow. The elbow sank into the jaw, and the force exploded. Sabo's head snapped back, and a spurt of blood gushed from his mouth. In pain, Sabo immediately retaliated, raining punches and kicks down on Vegeta. Vegeta dodged back and forth, tilting his head left and right, easily avoiding all of Sabo's punches and kicks. How about that, Sabo? Vegeta laughed maniacally as he dodged, his laughter echoing through the air. Your attacks are useless against me, aren't they? I'll teach you a lesson. Bang! With that, Vegeta launched a flying kick, his foot landing squarely on Sabo's chest, sending Sabo crashing to the ground. Sabo quickly adjusted his body in midair, flailing his arms and legs as he tried to steady himself. However, he still landed awkwardly on both feet and hands, his knees bent and his palms on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The moment he landed, Sabo immediately looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with resentment, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. Feed. Vegeta's voice suddenly rang out behind Zarbon, not loud, but each word was clear. I'm behind you. Sabo was startled, his pupils contracted sharply, and the hairs on the back of his head stood on end. Bang! Vegeta kicked Sabo, his foot landing squarely on Sabo's lower back, sending Sabo sprawling face first into the dirt. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed maniacally, his laughter unrestrained, hands on his hips, chin held high. Zabo, is that all you've got? Humph. Sabo gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, his hands supporting him as he swayed. His face became even more ferocious, and a trace of blood still clung to the corner of his mouth. Your strength has indeed surprised me, but did you think that was all I was capable of? Oh. Vegeta was taken aback, glancing at Zoro beside him with a slight frown. Didn't you use your true strength? Of course. Sabo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fingers smeared with red blood as he ran his fingers over his lips. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, of course, didn't believe it. He roared to the sky, his laughter tinged with contempt. That's hilarious. Before you die, let me tell you why I don't use my true power. Sabo's expression was indifferent as he narrowed his eyes at Vegeta, a hint of coldness in his gaze. Because to unleash my true power, I must transform. I like a beautiful appearance and can't stand the ugly form I take after transforming. However, compared to that, if you kill me, I'd rather choose to transform. You mean transformation? Vegeta paused, his brow furrowing slightly, then asked with a smile, like a Saiyan's. He paused, then his lips curled into an even wider smile. Haha, even when you're at your most helpless, you can't wait to say things that are impossible. I don't need to become as big as a giant ape, Sabo scoffed, clenching his fists at his sides. It's just about increasing strength, nothing more. After saying this, Sabo's body underwent a rapid transformation. His skin began to swell, his muscles bulged, his bones elongated, and his handsome face became distorted. His facial features were squeezed together, his forehead protruded, his mouth widened, and 2 bulges appeared on his cheeks. In the blink of an eye, Sabo's handsome face turned into an ugly toad face. His skin turned grayish-green and was covered with bumps, his eyes bulged out and his pupils were vertical slits. At the same time, Sabo's body also became much stronger, with wider shoulders, thicker arms, and bulging muscles on his back, making him a size larger overall. Seeing Sabo's transformation, Vegeta was struck dumb, his pupils contracting in shock and his mouth slightly agape. Call out. Sabo flew at incredible speed toward Vegeta's location. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the air, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Vegeta didn't even have time to dodge, he hadn't even had a chance to raise his arm. Snapped. Zarbon reached out, spread his fingers, and grabbed Vegeta's head, tightening his grip on Vegeta's skull like an iron clamp. Then he slammed his forehead against it, forehead to forehead, making a dull thud. Thump. With a muffled thud, Vegeta felt as if his head was about to split open, his vision went black, and his ears were ringing. His body began to go limp, and his hands hung limply at his sides. Call out. Sabo threw Vegeta high into the air with a powerful upward flick of his arm. Vegeta's body flew up like a cannonball, tumbling several times in the air, his limbs flailing wildly. He then steadied himself, gritted his teeth, and unleashed a burst of energy, his aura surging forth from within. He pushed off with both feet in midair, turned his body around, and swooped down from the sky, his fists clenched. Sabo grinned, a cruel smile spreading across his face, and immediately soared into the sky, his legs pushing off the air as he launched himself upwards. Bang! The two collided in midair, their fists and feet striking each other, the force of their blows exploding and the air trembling. Zarbo slammed a heavy punch into Vegeta's face, his fist sinking into Vegeta's cheek, causing Vegeta's head to snap to one side. Vegeta also landed a punch on Sabo's chest, his fist imprinting on the armor and the energy penetrating through it. The two separated temporarily, each bouncing backward and hovering a dozen meters away from the other. Sabo snorted, stretched his neck, and his lips twitched slightly. He only suffered minor injuries and felt a tightness in his chest, but it was nothing serious. However, Vegeta doesn't look so good. His cheek was swollen, blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth, he was breathing rapidly, his chest was heaving violently, and he looked exhausted, his panting becoming increasingly labored. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and dripped down his nose. How's it going, Vegeta? Zarbon smiled at Vegeta, tilting his head with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Are you satisfied with my transformation? Vegeta fell silent, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He mechanically turned his head to look at Solo, his gaze carrying a hint of complexity. Solo said I couldn't beat this guy, and he was right. Did he already know that Sabo could transform? Vegeta's fists clenched involuntarily, his nails digging into his palms. What? Sabo chuckled softly, tilting his head, then turned his gaze with interest to Solo. Should we get that lowly warrior's help now? Solo hovered to the side, arms crossed, ignoring the fight between the two. His gaze was fixed on the void, his eyes somewhat unfocused, as if he wasn't even watching the battle. After all, he was familiar with the plot and basically already knew the outcome of the battle. Vegeta is doomed to lose. This is assuming that you are not involved. Solo is now considering a problem. This is a very important question, because Solo suddenly felt that the stare pregnant skill wasn't very fun. His brow furrowed slightly, and he rubbed his chin twice with his fingers. The main problem is that there are no women on this planet. Getting a bunch of grown men pregnant doesn't seem like a good idea. And even if there's a woman there, if you glare at her like that, she might get pregnant. That's a bit unseemly. Solo's lips twitched. Can I switch to a different skill? With a sudden thought, Solo immediately pulled the staring pregnancy skill out of his skill slot. He flicked his finger in the air, and the purple icon skill slid out of the slot. Then he tossed it into the air, and the skill icon floated out, swaying and drifting in the field of vision. A miraculous thing happened. After this skill is discarded. Suddenly, the skill icons that had disappeared before reappeared. One after another, they lit up in the field of vision like stars. These skills include fishing, cooking, flying, fireball, flash, dance, water control, tailoring, bandaging, enhanced cooking, enhanced flying, X-ray vision, combat power x50. Solo's eyes swept quickly over the icons. The most eye-catching of them all is the skill that increases combat power by 50. The orange-yellow icon, with combat power x50 written on it, emits a faint glow. Solo's eyes lit up, and a smile spread across his face. He immediately reached out, grabbed the skill that increased combat power by 50, and put it into his skill slot. With a push of the finger, the icon fit snugly into the groove, perfectly. Once the skill with combat power x50 was firmly locked in the skill slot, the other skill icons suddenly collapsed and disappeared, like a bunch of fireflies scattered by the wind, turning into starlight and vanishing from sight. Then, Solo silently sensed the changes in his body. The power within him surged briefly before settling back down. However, Solo was immediately disappointed, and the smile on his lips froze. Who said that putting two skills together would have a multiplicative effect? This is clearly an additive relationship. Solo cursed the person who misled him 100 times in his heart. In other words, Solo's current fighting power has increased by 550 times. It's not 25,000 times. This damn system doesn't play by the rules. Give me a 25,000x multiplier so I can play with it? Solo's lips twitched. My current combat power is 100 million. If I could increase it by 25,000 times, how much combat power would that require? A long string of numbers flashed through his mind, then he shook his head. It's only increased by 50 times, and Solo is genuinely a little disgusted with it. It's not as useful as Flash. He sighed and tapped his finger in the air. Try it again? Solo then took out the skill Combat Power X50, flicked his finger, and the icon slid out of the groove. He tossed it outside, and the icon floated away. Want to try bandaging? Solo has used this skill before. Using the bandage skill can quickly repair injuries, and it's not much different from Dandy's healing spell. The only difference was that the injured area had an extra large roll of bandage. Solo had an idea and threw out Combat Power X50, intending to replace it with bandage. This time, however, the Combat Power X50 was still floating in the air, swaying back and forth, while the other skills showed no sign of appearing. Solo's finger stopped in midair. What happened? Can I only exchange it once? Solo stroked his chin, ran his fingers along it a couple of times, and waited a while longer. Everything in sight was quiet. The skill with Combat Power X50 was still floating around, slowly circling, while other skills remained nowhere to be seen. This time, Solo was certain of his guess. I guess they won't let you change it anymore. It's probably because you can only change it once a month. Solo's eyes darted around. On the bright side, maybe we can change it once a day. Think about the possibility. I'll give you one chance to regret it, but you can't regret it every time. Okay, I won't change it. Solo reached out and grabbed the icon for Combat Power X50 back, stuffing it into his skill slot. The icon is embedded, and the light shines. Having 50 times more skills is a pretty good option, isn't it? Solo's lips curled up slightly. So, what's my combat power? 550 times that of 100 million. 120 million. His eyes lit up. Not bad. If I could become a Super Saiyan. Their combat power is definitely over 250 billion. Solo's lips curled into an even wider grin. What does 250 billion mean? It should surpass Majin Buu, right? It seems that if my base combat power of 100 million could be transformed into a Super Saiyan, even if I just lay low and don't develop further, I could still easily defeat Majin Buu. Of course, these are just things Solo imagines. After all, Zoro wasn't entirely sure of Majin Buu's fighting power. There is no official data on Majin Buu's fighting power. Let me tell you something else terrible. Sabo sneered, a dangerous smile spreading across his face as his gaze swept over Vegeta twice. These words brought Solo back to reality from his fantasy. Solo snapped out of his thoughts, turned his gaze to Sabo, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Sabo now has an absolute advantage, and Vegeta is no match for him. Vegeta's armor was shattered in several places, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, his breathing was rapid and disordered, and his face was extremely pale, turning from ashen to deathly white, and then from deathly white to sallow. Lord Frieza is also a shapeshifter. Sabo grinned savagely, his mouth stretching almost to his ears, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. What did you say? Vegeta was struck dumb, his pupils contracted sharply, his face turned pale instantly, and his lips trembled. You can't even beat me, yet you want to challenge Lord Frieza. Sabo sneered, thrusting his arm forward and unleashing a burst of energy from his hand. How childish. A bright white beam of light erupted from his palm, accompanied by a hissing sound. The energy hurtled toward Vegeta at incredible speed, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Vegeta was horrified, his pupils reflecting the ever-approaching beam of light. His body suddenly bounced to the side, and he quickly jumped to dodge. Fortunately, Vegeta reacted quickly, tumbling in the air to narrowly avoid the energy attack. A beam of light swept past his side, and the scorching heat blew the edges of his armor slightly black. However, Sabo vanished from his spot in a flash. The next second, he appeared behind Vegeta, arms outstretched, and grabbed Vegeta, his arms tightening like iron clamps. Vegeta struggled frantically, flailing his arms and legs, and punching Sabo's arm, but to no avail. Sabo's arm remained motionless, as if it were welded shut. Sabo, carrying Vegeta's body, swooped down from the sky, the wind whistling in their ears, as the blue lawn on the ground drew ever closer. Ah! Vegeta let out desperate screams, his voice distorted, his hands flailing wildly in the air, but he couldn't grab anything. By now, we were getting closer and closer to the ground, close enough to see the veins of every blade of grass on the lawn. Sabo suddenly released his grip, his arms suddenly opening wide. Call out. Vegeta's body was freed from its restraints and he plunged straight into the ground like a thrown stone. Boom. With a loud bang, Vegeta crashed headfirst into the Namekian landscape. Dirt flew everywhere, lawns were torn up, a deep crater was blown open in the ground, and gravel and dust filled the air. That pit was dark and bottomless. Sabo hovered high in the sky, looking down at the deep pit below. He saw the nearby lake water begin to overflow, the water flowing in from the edge of the pit, making a rushing sound, gradually burying Vegeta inside. I can't see him anymore. Sabo chuckled to himself, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Even if he's not dead, he's probably just barely clinging to life. He paused, then turned his gaze to Solo, extended his hand, spread his fingers, and placed his palm against Solo's body, his fingers slightly bent. You're next, you lowly soldier. Wasn't I clear enough? Solo sneered, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. You guys fight it out, don't drag me into this, or you'll regret it. Oh. Sabo chuckled dismissively, tilting his head. You're about to die, and you still say you'll regret it. He no longer hesitated. Call out. A beam of energy shot out from Sabo's palm, the bright white beam hurtling towards Solo's location at lightning speed. Solo didn't even flinch, he stood still, motionless. He puffed out his cheeks, took a deep breath, and then blew it out forcefully. Puff. This breath shot out from his mouth, carrying a visible stream of air that quickly acted on the energy flame. The energy flame suddenly paused in midair, then changed direction, as if flicked by an invisible hand, and flew back directly towards Sabo's direction. Sabo was utterly shocked, his pupils constricted, his mouth gaped open, and his jaw nearly dropped. He quickly ducked his head down and lowered his body, barely avoiding the energy attack. A beam of light swept over his head, shaving off a few strands of hair. Boom! The energy crashed into the distant lake. The lake water surged skyward, creating a huge wave that splashed dozens of meters into the air. The lake surface trembled violently, and ripples spread outwards. Sabo glanced back at the churning lake, then mechanically turned his head and stared blankly at Solo. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. How can this guy be so strong? No wonder Vegeta was so nice to him just now. Is this still considered a low-ranking soldier? Fine beads of sweat appeared on Sabo's forehead and trickled down his temples. Look at you. Solo sighed softly, still holding the orange-yellow Dragon Ball in his right hand, squinting at Sabo with a helpless smile on his lips. I told you not to mess with me, but you wouldn't listen. He tilted his head. How should I deal with you? You said you're going to deal with me. Sabo gritted his teeth, trying to make his voice sound tough, but his voice was already trembling at the end. Don't joke around. Bang. Solo showed no politeness whatsoever, waving his hand dismissively. His palm traced an arc in the air, and a powerful gust of wind shot out from his palm, hurtling towards Sabo at incredible speed. The wind was invisible and colorless, but Sabo's body felt as if it had been hit by an invisible wall. What? Sabo let out a scream as he flew backward, tumbling twice in the air before crashing to the ground, his back hitting the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Gurgle. Sabo rolled several times on the ground, crushing a blue blade of grass, and his armor was covered in mud. After he stopped, he lay on the ground, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the lawn. At that moment, Sabo was utterly shocked, his pupils filled with terror. He just slapped me from a distance and sent me flying? How big is the gap between me and him? Sabo dug his fingers into the ground, his fingernails filled with dirt. Clatter. Solo descended from the sky, landing beside Sabo with his toes touching the blue lawn. He lowered his head, lifted his foot, placed it on Sabo's head, and gently rubbed it, the sole of his shoe rubbing against the scalp, making a soft rustling sound. Ah, ah. Sabo let out a series of shrill screams, his face contorted, his hands clawing wildly at the ground, his body twisting and turning like a worm being stepped on but unable to break free. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Solo said with a smile, a hint of amusement in the curve of his lips. I know. I'll never do it again. Sabo quickly admitted defeat, his voice hoarse and hurried. Please forgive me. Faced with absolute power, it would be foolish not to back down. Get Vegeta out of here. Solo removed his foot from Sabo's face, kicking up a cloud of dirt as his shoe left his face. He gave Sabo the order, pointing his finger in the direction of the deep pit. Yes, yes. Sabo hurriedly got up from the ground, staggering a few steps as he used his hands and feet. He took a deep breath and plunged into the lake, splashing water as he disappeared beneath the surface. 30 seconds later, with a splash, Sabo emerged from the lake. He dragged the barely alive Vegeta out of the lake and onto the lawn on the shore. Vegeta was soaking wet, his armor was covered in mud, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were half open, and his breathing was weak. Damn it! Ouch! Vegeta was in excruciating pain, his voice hoarse and weak, and he had to gasp for breath after each word. My lord. Sabo said respectfully, bowing deeply with his hands at his sides, not daring to look up. I have done as you instructed. Vegeta. Zoro berated Vegeta, his brows furrowed and his voice rising. What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you you couldn't beat him? But you wouldn't listen. Now you believe me. Vegeta. Vegeta lay on the lawn, his lips twitching, his whole face contorted, internally screaming. I've been beaten up like this, can you please stop scolding me now? You're really making me lose face. Speak. Solo stepped forward and kicked Vegeta, his foot striking Vegeta in the waist with a moderate force. Vegeta let out a painful howl, curled up, and nearly got kicked to death. He gritted his teeth, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Yes. Vegeta answered hastily, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. I'm very fragile now. Does Solo have any compassion at all? Let's find a way to save him, Solo ordered Sabo, arms crossed. He's still somewhat useful. I'm sorry, sir, Sabo hurriedly replied, his voice urgent, afraid of being beaten if he spoke too late. I don't know how to heal. You can't even heal. A murderous glint appeared in Solo's eyes as his gaze swept across Sabo's face like a knife. What use are you? Sabo. Sabo was so frightened that he trembled violently, his body shaking like a leaf from his shoulders to his toes. His lips trembled twice, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. If I can't get treatment, will I be killed? My lord, spare my life. Sabo hurriedly begged for mercy, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground with his forehead touching the ground. Bang! Solo flashed away and disappeared from the spot. The next second, he was already next to Sabo, bent down, reached out his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and pressed down on Sabo's head, his fingers gripping his skull. Then he slammed his arm down hard on the ground, using the force of his arm to smash Sabo's head against the ground. Suddenly, Sabo's head made intimate contact with the Namekian landscape. A small crater was blown open in the ground, and dirt flew everywhere. Sabo's head was heavily embedded in the ground, with only his neck and body showing. Sabo felt terrible, his vision blurred and his ears were ringing. At the same time, a desperate sense of crisis swept over him, and the hairs on the back of his body stood on end. My lord! Sabo cried out in panic, his hands and feet flailing wildly at the ground. You said you would let me go. I promised to let you go, Zoro snapped, his large hand still pressed against Sabo's face, his fingers tightening. But Vegeta is my underling, and you almost killed him. What are you going to do about it? Vegeta suddenly felt a strange sense of emotion. This is the first time in my life that someone has stood up for me. Lord Frisia's spaceship has a healing device, Zarbon said hastily, his voice hurried and hoarse. It can heal Vegeta's injuries. Frisia. Solo scoffed, slowly releasing Sabo's head, his fingers loosening one by one. You mean you want me to go find Frisia? I didn't mean that. Sabo slowly shook his head, his body still trembling. Given my esteemed status, Solo said coldly, his chin held high, that I should personally seek Frisia's help for treatment. Sabo silently complained to himself, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You're a Saiyan, and you think you're so noble? They really know how to pat themselves on the back. All right then, Solo commanded Sabo, pointing into the distance, summon Frisia to see me. Yes, yes. Sabo was overjoyed, his eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly in agreement, raising his voice. I'll be safe as long as I can get back to Lord Frisia. Get away from this demon as soon as possible. Take Vegeta to get treatment. Solo pointed at Vegeta lying on the ground and ordered Zarbon, gesturing with his chin towards Vegeta. Yes, sir. Sabo obediently replied, getting up from the ground and brushing the dirt off his clothes. He bent down, hoisted Vegeta onto his shoulder, and was overjoyed. Vegeta. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Vegeta was struck dumb, his face turning extremely pale, then ashen, and then pale again. You made Frisia come to see you in person. I can tolerate that. Now you want Sabo to take me to Frisia for treatment? Vegeta clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. I'm sure they'll beat me to death. Solo, you jerk. I'm not going. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his body trembling, and his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. What did you say? Zoro was displeased, narrowing his eyes with a dangerous glint in them. Vegeta, I'll give you a chance to say it again. He paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. Flash. Upon hearing the words flash technique, Vegeta instinctively closed his eyes, his eyelids snapping shut, his face instantly turning deathly pale, and his lips trembling. I'll go. Vegeta hurriedly changed his words, his voice urgent and flustered, his hands waving wildly in front of him. Sabo, carrying Vegeta, rolled his eyes, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Zoro and Vegeta twice. Sabo was momentarily stunned, and his brows furrowed slightly. What does flash of light mean? Why is he so afraid of those three words? Sabo's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the question back down. Go and heal properly. Zoro stepped forward, squatted down, and patted Vegeta's cheek twice, making a crisp sound. Once you're healed, remember to come see me as soon as possible. Understand? I know, yes. Vegeta was about to say he knew, but then he suddenly remembered the instructions Solo had given him. His tongue trembled, and he quickly changed his words, squeezing the voice out from between his teeth. Go. Solo waved to Sabo, making two hand gestures in front of him. Yes. Sabo obediently replied, his feet leaving the ground and his body launching into the sky. He carried Vegeta on his shoulder, the body heavy on his back, and swayed as he flew towards Frisia's spaceship. Solo stood there, watching their figures grow smaller and smaller. Then, he bent down and picked up the orange-yellow Dragon Ball from the ground. He wiped the dirt off the Dragon Ball with his palm and then held it in his arms. Solo lifted off the ground and soared into the air, flying straight towards the location of Sun Wukong and the others. Its figure left a trail of light in the sky, growing farther and farther away. Frisia's spaceship. At this moment, the spaceship was docked on a relatively spacious island. The silvery white metal hull gleamed coldly under the light of the three suns. The spaceship's hatch was tightly closed, and the surrounding blue lawns were blown about by the air currents. Frisia got up from the stroller and her body floated in midair. He floated to the spaceship's main control panel, put his hands behind his back, and gazed at the sky through the transparent glass window, lost in thought. His gaze was empty and deep, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Lord Frisia, I've found the village. Just then, a voice came from the direction of the hatch, urgent and excited. A younger brother named April strode in, his footsteps thumping on the metal floor. He was short and stout, with grayish-green skin and two short horns on his head. He was the only surviving member of his underlings. However, April answered truthfully, his smile fading. Everyone in this village has moved away. I looked for the Dragon Balls, but they're gone. What? Frisia frowned deeply, his lips slightly downturned. Lord Frisia, I'm back. At that moment, Sabo's voice suddenly rang out, coming from the direction of the hatch. Come in. Frisia replied, her voice not loud, but each word clear. Sabo dragged his tired body in from outside. His armor was covered in mud and blood, and his steps were heavy, as if he were walking on cotton. With Vegeta slung over his shoulder like a sack of cargo, Vegeta's head hung low and his hands limply at his sides. Vegeta, Frisia was slightly taken aback, raising an eyebrow. He gave Sabo a deep look, his gaze sweeping over Sabo from head to toe. Zabo, did you injure Vegeta like this? Lord Frisia, Zarbon clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. It wasn't Vegeta who injured me. It was a low-ranking Saiyan warrior, I think his name was Zoro. I was no match for him at all, he just struck from a distance. We'll talk about that low-ranking Saiyan warrior later. Frisia was clearly not very interested in Zoro's affairs, he had only asked casually earlier. Vegeta opened his mouth, wanting to stubbornly hum, but he was too badly injured, and his head lolled to the side as he fainted on the spot. Lord Frisia, he's already passed out. Sabo said hurriedly. At this point, Sabo's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to immediately tell people about the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Ball is in the hands of that Saiyan named Zoro. However, Sabo thought about it again and his eyes darted around. If I were to mention the Dragon Balls now, Lord Frisia might order me to go find them immediately. Wouldn't I just be throwing my life away if I went? Moreover, I am currently seriously injured. My chest was still throbbing, and my head was spinning, like it was stuffed with cotton. Take him to treatment immediately. Frisia ordered, gesturing with her chin towards the treatment room. Yes, Sabo hurriedly replied, bowing slightly. Lord Frisia, I am also seriously injured, and I feel dizzy. Chapter 76 Deceiving Vegeta and Shattering His Dreams. You should go get treatment too. Frisia nodded and waved her hand. Thank you, Lord Frisia. Sabo breathed a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxed, and the cold sweat on his back finally dried. I finally managed to fool everyone? Let's focus on healing the injury first. Apulo, Frisia commanded, pointing at Apuro and then extending his index finger forward. You immediately contact headquarters and have the Ginyu Force come here, and bring some detectors with them. He paused, then tapped his chin twice with his fingers. It should take about 5 days to get there, right? Yes. Apuro nodded, his feet together and his back straight. Sabo was immediately alarmed, his pupils contracting slightly. He hurriedly asked, Lord Frisia, are you going to deploy the Ginyu Force now? You've been beaten to a pulp. Frisia snorted, his lips curling into a slight smirk as his gaze swept over Sabo. If you don't activate the Ginyu Force soon, do you expect me, Frisia, to do it myself? You're right. Sabo nodded excitedly, his eyes shining and a wide smile spreading across his face. That guy who injured me, with the Ginyu Force involved, they'll definitely beat him to a pulp. Frisia waved his hand, gesturing in front of him to signal that Sabo could get lost. Sabo, dragging his exhausted body, carried Vegeta and walked heavily toward the treatment room. Vegeta hung on his shoulder like a sack of cargo, his head drooping and his arms swinging back and forth. The two disappeared at the end of the corridor. Zoro, carrying the Dragon Ball, swaggered back to where Goku and the others were. The orange-yellow sphere felt heavy in his arms, gleaming faintly in the sunlight. He slowly descended from the air, his feet landing on the blue lawn. Zoro, you're back. Goku's face lit up with joy, a wide smile spreading across his face. Then he noticed the Dragon Ball in Zoro's hand, his eyes brightening. Not bad, you found another Dragon Ball. I passed through a village and chatted with the village elders. Zoro smiled slightly, placing the Dragon Ball on the ground. They gave it to me. I also had the villagers hide it somewhere. Now we have 2 Dragon Balls. Krillin rubbed his hands together excitedly, his fingers kneading together, his eyes shining. Yes. Son Gohan also cheered, a smile spreading across his face. Zoro. Krillin reached out and ruffled Dende's hair, patting the boy's head twice before introducing him to Zoro. This is Dende. Gohan and I rescued him in a village. We even saw Frisia there, it was terrifying. He paused, then looked down at Dandy and said, Dandy, don't be afraid, he's one of us. Hello. Dandy greeted him timidly, his voice barely audible, his gaze lingering on Solo's face for a second before quickly looking away. You guys are really something. Solo gave a thumbs up admiringly, a smile of appreciation playing on his lips. To escape from Frisia is truly remarkable. We were just lucky, Klin said sheepishly, scratching his head and rubbing his fingers on his bald head. It was Uncle Krillin who escaped using the solar flare, Gohan explained, pointing in Krillin's direction. It's similar to Uncle Zoro's flash technique. Good job, Solo praised, a smile playing on his lips. Goku. Krillin asked hurriedly, turning to look at Goku. Quickly, check if the remaining 5 Dragon Balls are with Frisia. Sun Wukong took out the Dragon Radar from his pocket, a palm-sized, round device in his hand. He pressed the button on the side, and the screen lit up. 5 points of light gathered at one spot on the screen, close together, like a bunch of grapes. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, his brows furrowing slightly. It seems the only way to collect all the Dragon Balls is to steal them from Frisia, Krillin said in a low voice, his Adam's apple bobbing. I've already spoken to Vegeta, Zoro smiled slightly, arms crossed. I promised to grant him one wish. Huh? Krillin exclaimed, looking at Zoro with a puzzled expression, his eyes wide. You're going to grant Vegeta's wish. The Namekian dragon can grant 3 wishes, right, Dende? Solo lowered his head, his gaze falling on Dende. Yes. Dandy nodded, her little hands clutching the hem of her clothes. People who have died once can be resurrected, right? Solo asked again. That's right. Dandy nodded again, his gaze becoming serious. So all you need to wish for is to bring Jitsu back to life after he died once, Zoro suggested, his gaze sweeping over Goku and Krillin. I also need a wish. So, dumplings can come back to life. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shining, and he clenched his fist in front of him. That's wonderful. He readily agreed, a wide smile spreading across his face. No problem. But Solo, Krillin asked curiously, tilting his head, what wish do you intend to make? Our Saiyan race's biggest weakness is our inability to survive in outer space, Zoro said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin twice with his fingers. So I plan to wish that the surviving Saiyans will have the ability to survive in outer space. Huh. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and his lips curled into an even wider grin. Surviving in outer space? Can I do that too? I immediately realized that Solo's idea was very feasible. You're a Saiyan too, of course you can. Zoro smiled slightly. He paused, then added, let's give the third wish to Vegeta. If his wish can't be granted, we'll transfer all the Namekians to Earth. What do you mean Vegeta's wish can't be granted? Krillin scratched his head, rubbing his scalp with his fingers, a little confused. What did he wish for? Wasn't it immortality? Is that wish impossible to grant? Yes, Dende continued, his voice low but clear. Palunga's power is limited, and there are many wishes that cannot be fulfilled. So even if Frieza collected all the Dragon Balls, he couldn't achieve his wish for immortality. Because the body cannot be immortal. By the way, Palunga means Shenron. That puts my mind at ease. Sun Wukong let out a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his lips. I thought that if Frieza's wish came true, he would be invincible no matter how hard I tried to beat him. So, Krillin muttered, tapping his temple, you tricked Vegeta shattered his dreams. He paused, then burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the air. Zolo, you're something else? Vegeta's in for it. What do we do now? Goku asked Zoro, arms crossed. Should we go steal the Dragon Balls? No need to rush, Zoro suggested, his gaze sweeping over everyone. We have 2 Dragon Balls here, so why don't we wait and wait? Vegeta has already gone to Frieza to heal his injuries. Maybe once he's recovered, he'll steal Frieza's Dragon Balls and give them to us. Would he be that stupid? Klin scratched his head, his brows furrowing slightly. What we need to do is wait for the enemy to tire themselves out, Solo said, taking out a multi-purpose capsule from his pocket, pressing it with his thumb, and casually tossing it away. Bang! The all-purpose capsule exploded in the air, releasing a cloud of white smoke. After the smoke cleared, a table full of delicious food appeared on the blue lawn. Grilled meat, stew, salad, fruit, dessert. Steaming hot, with a wonderful aroma. Let's have a good meal first. Half an hour later. Frieza's spaceship, the treatment room. The lid of the treatment chamber opened, and green liquid slowly descended. Sabo stepped out of the treatment pod, stretched his shoulders, and his bones made a series of soft cracking sounds. He looked down at his hands, clenched his fists, and felt the restoring power within his body. Sabo has fully recovered from his injury. Vegeta was still receiving treatment in the medical device, lying in the adjacent pod. Green liquid soaked his body, and bubbles rose from the bottom, swirling around him. The liquid seeped through his skin into his muscles and bones, repairing his injuries and even restoring his energy. Sabo stood in front of Vegeta's treatment chamber, arms crossed, a slight downturn at the corners of his mouth. Humph. Sabo was a little annoyed, his lips twitching. I didn't expect I'd have to treat this guy. He paused, then turned to ask April beside him, raising an eyebrow slightly, how much longer until he regains consciousness? His injuries are much more severe than Lord Sabo's, April replied, his gaze falling on the instrument panel in the treatment pod. He tapped the screen with his finger. It will take at least another 30 minutes to bring him back to consciousness. I'll go report to Lord Frieza, Sabo said, turning and leaving with much lighter steps. Sabo's injuries have now been healed, and he plans to report the Dragon Balls to Frieza. After all, Sabo had already discovered that Zoro and his crew possessed a Dragon Ball. The reason why it wasn't reported to Frieza before was because Sabo's injuries were too severe. It was said back then that Frieza would definitely make him drag his badly injured body to find the Dragon Balls. Sabo's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Apuro stood in front of the treatment pod, his hands behind his back, smiling as he stared at Vegeta who was receiving treatment, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. The infamous Vegeta, Apuro chuckled, tilting his head, can't even stir up a ripple in front of Lord Frieza. However, just as Apuro finished speaking, Vegeta, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them, his pupils contracted sharply, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Huh. Apuro immediately sensed something was wrong, and the hairs on the back of his head stood on end. Boom. Vegeta waved his hand, his arm suddenly rising from the healing fluid, and a powerful burst of energy shot out from his palm, directly impacting Apuro. Energy penetrated the glass wall of the healing device, and a bright white beam of light pierced through Apuro's body. His eyes widened and his mouth opened, but before he could even let out a scream, his body was blown to smithereens. Fragments of blood and flesh flew in all directions, splashing onto the glass walls of the treatment chamber before slowly sliding down. Dead beyond dead. Great. Vegeta laughed wildly, his laughter echoing in the treatment room. Didn't you expect me to recover so quickly? His body was ejected from the treatment fluid, his feet landing on the slippery ground, kicking up a string of water droplets. He was soaked to the bone, with green liquid clinging to his armor, but his eyes shone like 2 stars. Frieza sat at the control panel, arms crossed, gazing out at the sky through the glass window. Sabo had just arrived beside Frisia, his lips parted, but he hadn't yet had a chance to tell Frisia about the Dragon Balls. Boom! A loud commotion came from the treatment pod, and the entire spaceship shook violently. Frisia's brow furrowed sharply, and he turned his head toward the direction from which the sound came. Sabo's face changed color, and his pupils contracted sharply. What was that sound just now? It's Vegeta. Frisia's face instantly turned cold, his lips curled down slightly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The two quickly ran towards the treatment ward, their steps hurried. Upon arriving at the treatment room, Frisia and Sabo discovered that there was a hole in the spaceship's bulkhead. The edges of the opening were jagged, with charred metal curling outwards and emitting wisps of smoke. The glass of the treatment chamber was shattered, and green liquid was flowing down the floor. Apula's traces had completely disappeared, with only a few fragments of armor scattered on the ground. Oh no! Sabo exclaimed, pointing to the hole. He escaped. Quick, go after him. Frisia commanded Sabo, his voice rising, pointing towards the cave entrance. We can't let him get away. Damn it! Sabo roared in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He pushed off the ground with both feet, propelling himself forward through the hole and quickly giving chase. However, what Frisia and Zarbon didn't know was that Vegeta hadn't escaped, but was still hiding in a secluded corner of the spaceship. He huddled in the shadows at the corner of the corridor, his back pressed against the cabin wall, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes gleaming with excitement. Seeing that the two had already chased after them, Vegeta couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, his mouth was practically stretched to his ears. The next moment, Vegeta did not hesitate at all. His body sprang out of the shadows and rushed into the main control room. His gaze swept across the room and immediately fell upon the 5 orange-yellow Dragon Balls piled in the corner. The 5 spheres were neatly arranged in a row, gleaming faintly under the light. The Dragon Balls are really here. Vegeta was overjoyed, his eyes shining, his fists clenched in front of him. Great! There are 5 Dragon Balls here, plus the 2 that Zoro and the others have. We have all the Dragon Balls. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. I'll think about it carefully now. Should we take these 5 Dragon Balls to Zoro? Solo said that the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. He promised to grant me a wish. Can I trust him? Vegeta frowned slightly and rubbed his chin with his fingers. However, if I only have these 5 Dragon Balls, it will be difficult to snatch the 2 from Zoro. Vegeta clenched his teeth and puffed out his cheeks. Let's take the Dragon Balls first? Having made up his mind, Vegeta clenched his fist in front of him. Hey! Vegeta arrived at the spaceship's passageway and suddenly shouted inside. His voice echoed through the corridor, you've been tricked. I'm still inside the spaceship. Frisia and Sabo had caught up to the outside of the spaceship and were hovering in midair. Hearing the loud shout, both of them were startled, their pupils contracted sharply, and they immediately turned to look into the spaceship. Vegeta raised his hand, condensing an energy blast in his palm, and casually tossed it out. Boom! A massive explosion occurred in one corner of the spaceship. Flames erupted from the cabin, debris flew in all directions, and thick black smoke billowed into the corridor. Sabo's figure rushed over from a distance, chasing after the direction of the explosion. However, Vegeta took advantage of this moment, turned around, and quickly returned to the control room. He stood in front of the 5 Dragon Balls, raised his hand, and a small energy blast condensed in his palm. Call out. An energy blast shot from his hand, piercing the spaceship's hull and blasting a circular hole in the metal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vegeta bent down, picked up a Dragon Ball with both hands, and threw it forcefully into the cave entrance. The Dragon Ball spun and flew out, landing on the lawn outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He threw the 5 Dragon Balls out of the spaceship one by one, like throwing balls. Each one landed steadily on the lawn, its orange-yellow balls gleaming in the sunlight. Frisia and Sabo were outside the spaceship, their view obscured by the smoke and dust kicked up by the explosion. The two were suspended in midair, the spaceship's cabin walls in front of them completely engulfed in smoke, making them impossible to see. Where's Vegeta? Zarbon's expression shifted rapidly, his head darting left and right, his eyes searching through the smoke. Where is he? Could it be that guy has already stolen the Dragon Balls? Frisia suddenly had a bad feeling, his pupils contracted slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Frisia and Sabo rushed into the control room, their footsteps hurried, their shoes thumping on the metal floor. Upon seeing this, Frisia was struck dumb. The spot where the Dragon Ball used to be is now empty, with only a few marks on the floor indicating that something was once placed there. 5 orange-yellow spheres, not one left. That bastard! Sabo roared, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage. He pushed off the ground with both feet, his body shot out, and he quickly soared into the sky, hovering high above. He turned his head left and right, his gaze sweeping over every rock, every crack, and every grove of trees around him. However, without a detector, how can Sabo find Vegeta's hiding place? His gaze swept back and forth across the empty field several times, but he saw nothing but blue lawns and twisted trees. Cold sweat trickled down his temples from his forehead. Lord Frisia. Sabo asked Frisia urgently, his face pale with fright and his lips trembling, is he still on the spaceship? Look around. Frisia sneered, his eyes filled with even more murderous intent, like 2 poisoned knives. His gaze swept across every corner of the corridor, behind every door, and in every shadow. Vegeta, however, hid behind a mountain wall, his body pressed tightly against the rock, with only half of his head showing. He stared at Sabo, who was hovering in the air, with a smug smile on his face and excitement in his eyes. Then, Vegeta silently slid out from behind the mountain wall, crouching low, his steps as light as a cat's. He dived into the water, his body disappearing into the lake, leaving only a ripple in his wake. The water surged around him, and he held his breath, swimming across the lake in one breath. When he emerged from the water, he was soaking wet, water droplets dripping down the edges of his armor, but his smile widened. You tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead. Frieza was so angry his nostrils were practically flaring, his nasal wings flaring, and his fists clenched. They let Vegeta escape, and now they've lost the Dragon Balls? His gaze swept across Sabo's face like a knife. He couldn't have escaped with all 5 Dragon Balls in an instant. I'll search inside the spaceship, you need to thoroughly search the outside, including underneath the ship. Yes. Sabo replied hastily, straightening his back. Listen to me. Frieza roared, his voice rising in fury, pointing his index finger in Zarbon's direction. If you don't bring Vegeta to me within an hour, I'll take your life. Understood. Sabo hurriedly bowed, his back soaked with cold sweat. Vegeta poked his head out from behind a rock by the lake, his gaze sweeping across the area on the opposite shore where he had lost the Dragon Balls. He remembered clearly that the 5 Dragon Balls were scattered on that blue lawn. After a quick scan, Vegeta indeed spotted the 5 Dragon Balls lying scattered around. They lay quietly on the lawn like 5 abandoned gems, gleaming faintly. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing across the empty field. Hands on his hips, chin held high, it was here after all. Frieza, you deserved it. You didn't expect I'd take all the Dragon Balls, did you? Now, with the 2 Dragon Balls Zoro has, I've completely collected them all. His eyes shone like 2 stars, and his mouth stretched almost to his ears. Then, Vegeta bent down and picked up the 5 Dragon Balls one by one, holding them in his arms. The 5 spheres were heavy, piled together, almost falling from his arms. He held the Dragon Ball, walked to a secluded corner, squatted down, and carefully considered his options for a moment. Vegeta felt it would be difficult to take all 5 Dragon Balls away at once. His eyes darted around. Let's go find Solo first? Ask him what he really means. If he'll grant me one wish, then I'll give him the Dragon Ball. All I want to do, Vegeta, is become the legendary Super Saiyan, that's all. Vegeta's lips curled up slightly, forming a dangerous arc. When I, Vegeta, become the legendary Super Saiyan. Solo, just you wait. With that thought, Vegeta dug a hole in the ground with his hands, put the 5 Dragon Balls into the hole one by one, covered it with soil, and flattened it. Snapped. Vegeta leaped into the air, his feet leaving the ground, and his body launched into the sky, flying rapidly towards Solo's direction. Its figure left a faint trail of light in the sky. Chapter 77 The Dragon emerges, fulfilling our wishes? However, Vegeta hadn't flown very far when he was spotted by Zarbon, who was searching nearby. Sabo hovered in midair, his gaze sweeping around, when he suddenly saw a moving point of light in the distant sky. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he squinted to take a closer look. That's Vegeta. Zarbon's lips slowly curled up, his face immediately lighting up with joy. Call out. Sabo immediately flew towards Vegeta's location, his body launching out at lightning speed, leaving a long trail in the air. Vegeta sensed Zarbon's presence immediately after a brief moment of observation. That aura was rapidly approaching from behind, getting closer and closer. Vegeta merely smiled dismissively, his lips curving slightly downwards. Having faced death this time, Vegeta felt that his fighting power had reached at least 4. The energy within my body is like churning magma, and every muscle is brimming with power. Dealing with a small Sabo is still quite easy. Besides, even if we can't beat him, isn't there still Solo? Thankfully, Frieza didn't come along. Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smile. Call out. Vegeta accelerated, his body shooting out like an arrow, leaving a trail of bright flame in the air. A dozen minutes later, Vegeta descended from the sky and landed in the cave where Zoro and the others were. Then, his gaze swept across the area. When Vegeta saw Zoro and the others enjoying their meal, he was so angry that his nose twisted and his mouth twitched violently. A table full of delicious food was laid out on the long dining table, roast meat, stew, salad, and fruit steaming hot and fragrant. Solo leaned against a rock, a skewer of roasted meat in his hand, his mouth dripping with oil. Klin squatted to the side, holding a chicken leg in his hand, and was gnawing on it with relish. Son Gohan sipped the soup slowly. Dandy sat in the corner, sipping water. These shameless bastards? Vegeta clenched his fist. I was there facing near-death experiences, while you guys are here enjoying delicious food? So hateful? Vegeta. Goku greeted him with a smile, still chewing on a chicken leg, his words muffled. Have you eaten? Want to come and have some? He held up the chicken leg in his hand and waved it in Vegeta's direction. Vegeta. Vegeta's lips twitched, and his Adam's apple bobbed. After Goku said that, Vegeta actually got a little hungry, and his stomach rumbled loudly. That guy named Sabo isn't bad, Zoro said to Vegeta with a smile, taking a bite of his grilled meat, oil glistening on his lips. He actually healed your injuries. That guy's catching up. Vegeta glanced back. I'll take care of him first. Whatever you want. Solo nodded with a smile and took another bite of the roast meat. About 10 seconds have passed. Snapped. Sabo descended from the sky, landing near Solo and the others, his feet stomping on the blue lawn, kicking up a cloud of grass clippings. His gaze swept across the room, and the moment Sabo saw Solo, his face turned pale, his pupils contracted sharply, and he felt completely unwell, his legs going weak. What's this Saiyan named Solo doing here? This is terrible. Vegeta. Zoro gritted his teeth, glaring at Vegeta with eyes like two knives. You've played me so badly? Because of you, Lord Frisia no longer trusts me. His fists clenched, and the veins on his arms bulged slightly. Where did you hide those 5 Dragon Balls? Hand them over right now, or I'll get rough with you. You give it a try. Vegeta smiled confidently, chin held high, arms crossed. Humph. Sabo snorted coldly, a cruel smile curving his lips. His body changed rapidly, his skin swelled, his muscles bulged, and his bones lengthened. The facial features were squeezed together, the forehead protruded, and the mouth widened. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an ugly toad. Huh. Sun Wukong commented thoughtfully, tilting his head. His aura is surging wildly. Does changing into this form increase my energy? Vegeta, you're about to die. Zoro said, pushing off the ground with both feet and launching himself forward to attack Vegeta. He pulled his fist back, and his energy condensed on it. But just then, a voice interrupted him. Wait a moment. Sabo's expression froze, his raised fist stopped in midair, and his body suddenly paused. He mechanically turned his head, his gaze falling on Solo, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Lord Zoro, Sabo said hastily, his voice trembling slightly, what are your orders? Didn't you say this was a personal matter between Vegeta and me? Vegeta, Zoro asked with a smile, ignoring Zarbon and focusing his gaze on Vegeta. He said you hid all 5 of Frisia's Dragon Balls. Humph. Vegeta smiled smugly, a triumphant smile curving his lips. They're just too stupid. Then what's the point of dawdling? Solo said, showing no politeness, his gaze shifting to Sabo. Just kill him. He pointed his finger in the air towards Sabo, extending his index finger with the tip aimed at Sabo's body. Bang! Sabo's body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, and fragments of flesh and blood flew in all directions, landing on the blue lawn with a soft pattering sound. Dead beyond dead. Vegeta's pupils contracted, his lips twitched a few times, his face turned pale, and the hairs on the back of his head stood on end. No, I'm nowhere near as good as Solo. Just how strong is he? Vegeta's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his fingers trembled slightly. Sabo was killed remotely so easily? Vegeta was deeply shocked, his heart pounding in his chest. Clint gasped, nearly dropping the chicken leg in his hand. He glanced at Solo in horror, his eyes wide open. Solo really doesn't hold back at all. They can kill someone just like that? Son Gohan was so frightened that his face turned pale, and his little hands clenched the hem of his clothes. Dandy shuddered, his body trembling like a leaf. He mechanically turned his head, his gaze falling on Solo before quickly looking away. This older brother, he seemed quite kind just now. I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. However, this man named Sabo killed Elder Mulai and the others, he deserves to die. Dandy clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly. Goku, Zoro smiled, turning his gaze to Goku, since Vegeta has already hidden the Dragon Balls, it means Frisia isn't with them. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded, put down the chicken leg in his hand, and wiped his mouth. He paused, then asked curiously, Solo, what do you mean? Vegeta was also slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. You guys go and quietly take the Dragon Balls over, Zoro suggested, glancing at Goku, Krillin, and Gohan. Then we'll grant our wishes here. Great. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and a wide smile spread across his face. That's what we'll do. He thought Solo's idea was brilliant. Goku, I'll go with you, Krillin said, standing up and patting the grease off his hands. Dad, I want to go too. Son Gohan clenched his fists and stood up from the ground. Me too, Dandy replied, leaning forward slightly. My original intention was for you two to go with Goku. Zoro rolled his eyes at Krillin and Gohan. It's not easy for one person to carry 5 Dragon Balls. Stop talking nonsense and get going. He paused, his gaze falling on Dandy. Dandy, you stay here. What are you doing here causing trouble? Ha ha ha, yeah. Krillin scratched his head sheepishly, rubbing his fingers on his bald head a couple of times. Why won't you let me go? Dandy was a little confused, tilted his head, and blinked. Your aura is too weak, you'll only be a hindrance if you go, Zoro chuckled. Besides, 5 Dragon Balls are enough for 3 people. Dandy thought about it carefully, lowered his head, and felt that what Solo said made sense, so he simply agreed and obediently sat back down in his seat. Sun Wukong took out the Dragon Radar, pressed the button, and the screen lit up. The screen displays the positions of 5 dots, closely packed together. Be careful, don't let Frisia find out. Solo smiled and revealed his plan, arms crossed. Let's grant our wishes first, then have a proper fight with him. That way we won't have any worries. Great. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, his eyes shining like 2 stars. Finally, I can have a proper fight with Frisia. The 3 stopped arguing and no longer emitted any energy flames. They silently took off, their feet off the ground, their bodies hovering low in the air, and then quietly flew quickly towards the Dragon Ball. The 3 figures disappeared silently, like 3 leaves blown by the wind, into the distant sky. Only Solo, Dende, and Vegeta remained at the scene. Vegeta stood there, his hands hanging at his sides, his face turning extremely pale. His fists clenched unconsciously, his nails digging into his palms. The thing Kakarot was holding earlier, it seems to be able to pinpoint the exact location of the Dragon Balls. So even if I hide the Dragon Balls, they will find them easily. What do you mean, Zoro? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his expression shifting, his gaze sweeping back and forth across Zoro's face twice. Vegeta? Zoro asked, narrowing his eyes and a slight smile playing on his lips. You didn't bring the Dragon Balls over, but instead hid them and came here specifically to negotiate with me, didn't you? Vegeta's heart skipped a beat, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. Oh no, he figured it out? A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He actually knew what I was thinking. I hate people who try to negotiate with me. Solo scoffed, a slight downturn at the corners of his mouth. I didn't mean that. Vegeta's heart sank, and he hurriedly denied it, his voice rapid and flustered. I can't carry 5 Dragon Balls by myself. I came here specifically to find you guys to go and get the Dragon Balls together. Oh. Solo laughed, a bright laugh with a hint of amusement in the curve of his lips. Is that really so? It's true. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, his gaze lowered, not daring to look directly at Zoro. I'm not lying to you. Let's keep him calm first. Vegeta clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly. Once I, Vegeta, become the legendary Super Saiyan, I'll settle the score with him properly. Don't get into a conflict with him right now. I'll admit defeat, all for my own wish. In that case, Solo smiled, arms crossed, I'll grant you one wish, as promised. It's a deal. Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxed, and the cold sweat on his back finally dried. He suddenly felt a little touched, and his nose tingled slightly. This guy clearly has the absolute ability to kill me, but they also granted me a wish. Since that's the case, once I, Vegeta, become the legendary Super Saiyan, I won't kill you anymore. I'll just beat you up to vent my anger. Vegeta, Zoro sighed again, shaking his head, you should be thanking me. What do you mean? Vegeta didn't quite understand, and his brows furrowed slightly. Without me? Zoro laughed, a mocking smile on his face, tilting his head. You think you can make your wish come true just by collecting all 7 Dragon Balls? Can't I have my wish granted? Vegeta asked, puzzled. Why? You and Frieza only know that collecting all 7 Dragon Balls grants a wish, Zoro asked with a smile, spreading his hands in front of him. But do you know how to make a wish come true? Tell the 7 Dragon Balls your wish. Isn't that right? Vegeta's face stiffened, and his lips twitched. I'm afraid you and Frieza don't even know what a dragon is, do you? Solo chuckled and tilted his head. Shenlong. Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. To collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you need to summon Shenron to make a wish, Zoro continued, tapping his finger twice in the air. If I'm not mistaken, to summon Shenron from the Namekian Dragon Balls, you need to use Namekian. What did you say? Vegeta was startled again, his pupils shrinking sharply. You actually need Shenron and Namekian language. Am I right, Dandy? Solo smiled, turned to look at Dandy, and tilted his chin slightly toward the child. Yes. Dandy nodded, his gaze serious. And you need to use Namekian to make a wish. You can't make a wish using the universal language. So I said you can't have your wish granted, am I right? Solo chuckled softly, spreading his hands at his sides. Vegeta fell silent. Because what Solo said makes a lot of sense. Even if you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, it would probably be very difficult to make a wish. Moreover, these Namekians are quite stubborn. Vegeta's gaze swept over Dende before shifting to the distance. Even if you arrest them and threaten them, they might not be able to grant your wish. Now here's the problem. Solo's expression turned serious, the smile on his lips disappeared, and his brows furrowed slightly. What's the problem? Vegeta asked quickly, leaning forward slightly and staring intently at Solo. I'm only giving you one chance, Zoro said calmly, pointing his index finger in Vegeta's direction. Think carefully about your wish. Understand? One chance. Vegeta was a little confused. Simply put, think about what you want to wish for first, Solo said with a smile, crossing his arms. When the dragon comes out later, you say your wish, and then Dandy will translate it for you. Got it. Vegeta felt a surge of anticipation, clenched his fists in front of him, and his eyes lit up. The fact that Solo said that proves he really wanted to give me this wish. Vegeta's gaze softened for a moment. Now it remains to be seen whether Kakarot and his friends can successfully bring the Dragon Balls back. Should I go pick up Kakarot and the others? Vegeta felt like every day was an eternity, his butt felt like it was stuck in a nail, and he paced back and forth in place, getting impatient. No need to rush. Solo smiled, gazing at the distant sky. They've already headed back. Can't you sense presence too? Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly as he immediately realized what was happening. He closed his eyes, released his senses, and his consciousness spread outward like a net. Sure enough, the auras of Kakarot and his 2 companions were rapidly approaching from afar, growing closer and clearer. Less than a minute had passed. Snapped. Sun Wukong and his friends descended from the sky with the Dragon Balls, landing on their feet next to Zoro and the others. Each person held several orange-yellow spheres in their arms, heavy and gleaming faintly in the dim light. The Dragon Balls are all here. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shining and a wide smile spreading across his face. This is fantastic. Frieza didn't notice us. Goku chuckled, put the Dragon Balls in his arms on the ground, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hurry up and make a wish, Solo called out, tossing away the chicken leg in his hand. He stood up, brushed the debris off his clothes, and gave instructions. Let's put the Dragon Balls in an open space first, Dandy suggested, pointing to an open area outside the cave entrance. Then, everyone bent down and picked up the 7 Dragon Balls one by one, carrying them to the open space outside. 7 orange-yellow spheres lay quietly in the dim light of the day, arranged randomly. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Krillin rubbed his hands together excitedly, his fingers kneading each other, a grin spreading from his lips to his ears. Great! The dumplings can be brought back to life. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded happily, put his hands on his hips, and looked at the Dragon Balls. Let's begin. Krillin took a deep breath and shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls, Shenron, come forth and grant our wishes. Then there is no more then. The 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly on the ground, without any reaction. There was no light, no vibration, not even a breeze. Dandy silently wiped his sweat, his fingers running down his forehead. Vegeta also fell silent, his gaze shifting from the Dragon Balls to Dende, then to Zoro. Is summoning Shenron in Dragon Ball on Earth really that simple? It seems that Zoro and the Namekian were right. The Dragon Balls here do indeed require Namekian language to summon. The Namekian dragon needs Namekian language. Dende chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his finger on his nose. I'll do it. Huh. Krillin exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. We need Namekian. He paused, then asked, and when making a wish, do we need to use Namekian as well? Yes. Dandy nodded, his gaze serious. Actually, you could have just given the Dragon Balls to Frieza, Krillin exclaimed, spreading his hands. That way you wouldn't have to die? Even if Frieza collected all the Dragon Balls, he probably wouldn't know how to make a wish, right? The Dragon Balls are sacred objects of us Namekians. Dende clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement, his voice rising. We will never easily hand them over to those villains, even if it means death. Vegeta stood to the side, trembling with rage, his body shaking like a leaf, his mouth twitching. Can you guys please stop chatting? Hurry up and make a wish. His fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. After that, Dandy stopped talking nonsense. He stood in front of the 7 Dragon Balls, took a deep breath, clasped his hands together in front of him, closed his eyes, and moved his lips to summon Shenron in Namek. The hoarse, ancient syllables that came out of his mouth sounded like an old ballad. Snapped. The 7 Dragon Balls suddenly burst into golden light. The light emanated from inside the sphere, growing brighter and more dazzling, turning the surrounding blue lawn golden. The next moment, a dazzling golden light shot into the sky, like a golden pillar piercing the clouds. The beam of light tore through the sky, and the clouds churned in all directions. With the birth of this golden light, the entire planet Namek instantly turned pitch black. The light of the 3 suns was completely obscured, the sky turned deep black, and starlight twinkled overhead. In an instant, the golden light transformed into a giant green dragon. The enormous dragon hovered high in the sky, blotting out the sun. It was plump all over, with a round belly, short and thick limbs, and eyes that shone with a red light. It was the divine dragon Balunga. The one who has collected all the Dragon Balls. Palunga's voice slowly rose, deep and resonant, like muffled thunder rumbling from the earth. Tell me your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes if I can. My first wish, Solo called to Dandy, is to bring Dumpling back to life on Earth. Yes. Dandy nodded and quickly translated into Namekian. No problem, Palunga replied, a glint of light flashing in his pupils, his red eyes gleaming. He paused. He has risen from the dead? State your second wish. My second wish, Zoro asked with a smile, arms crossed, is for all Saiyans to have the ability to survive in outer space. Dandy immediately translated, and Namekian flowed fluently from his mouth. No problem. Palunga readily agreed, his voice light and cheerful. His pupils flashed again, the red light intensifying. One of the streaks of light shot out from the dragon's body, quickly dispersing in the air and transforming into countless tiny points of light. The light fell like raindrops, covering Zoro, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Solo clearly felt a strange change in his body. My skin tightened slightly, my breathing rhythm changed, and I felt a vague, indescribable sense of clarity in my chest. This change made Solo feel that he should now have the ability to survive in outer space. Chapter 78 You are not, you are not, you are not. What? Vegeta was taken aback, giving Zoro a deep look, his pupils reflecting the white figure. You actually made that wish. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. Vegeta also felt some small changes in his body, a warm current rising in his chest, and a wave of emotion washing over him. Does that mean I can also have the ability to survive in outer space? Very good. Vegeta's lips curled up slightly. Solo is such a good guy. His gaze lingered on Solo for a second. Once I, Vegeta, become the legendary Super Saiyan, I will be able to rule the entire universe. Considering how good Solo is, I can reluctantly take him on as my underling. Vegeta clenched his fists in front of him. Speak your third wish. Palunga's voice rang out again, low and slow. Your turn, Vegeta. Zoro smiled at Vegeta, tilting his chin slightly towards Shenron. Vegeta felt a tightness in her chest, her heart pounding wildly. His heart finally settled down, and his shoulders relaxed a little. Sure enough, Solo granted me one of his wishes? My wish is Vegeta's voice trembled with excitement, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, to become the legendary Super Saiyan. Dende immediately translated Vegeta's wish into Namekian and told it to the dragon Porunga. The child's voice was clear and crisp, and every syllable was pronounced accurately. Bolunga remained silent for a moment. I'm sorry, Porunga said, looking at Vegeta with a completely emotionless gaze in his red eyes, your wish cannot be granted. What did you say? Vegeta froze instantly, his pupils contracted sharply, his mouth opened wide, and his jaw almost dropped. He looked up at the chubby dragon with a bewildered expression, his gaze sweeping back and forth across Palunga's face twice. What does that mean? Why can't my wish come true? The first two wishes have been fulfilled perfectly, haven't they? Vegeta's mind raced. Is it that guy Solo who's up to his old tricks? Not like. He quickly dismissed the idea in his mind. Solo had absolutely no need to resort to these underhanded tactics. He is perfectly capable of killing me, but he insisted that I participate in making a wish. The legendary Super Saiyan is born only once every 1,000 years, Barunga stated truthfully, his voice low and slow. You are not, and cannot become, that legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta was struck as if by lightning. His body froze in place, like a stone statue. You are not, you are not, you are not. These three words floated into Vegeta's mind like a ghost, swirling around in his head, and like a heavy hammer, firmly fixing him inside. His pupils were unfocused, his lips trembled, and his fingers shook slightly. Am I not the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta's mind went blank. Why is this happening? I am clearly the most talented Saiyan of this generation? His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, and the veins on his arms bulged out. If I'm not the legendary Super Saiyan, then who am I? Who is it? Vegeta's body trembled violently, from his shoulders to his toes. His face was extremely pale, turning from ashen to deathly white, then to a sallow yellow. Who is the legendary Super Saiyan? His voice was hoarse and rapid, like a trapped beast cornered in a desperate situation. Dandy immediately began translating as well, quickly uttering Namekian from his mouth. Solo. Solo's lips twitched, his eyes widened, and his gaze fell on Dandy. Why are you even translating this sentence? What an honest child. Isn't that a waste of your hopes? Is this your wish? Palunga asked first, his red eyes turning to Dandy, then to Solo. No. Solo quickly replied, raising his voice and waving his hands in front of him. Zoro Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes red and trembling. You said you'd give me your third wish. I want to know who the legendary Super Saiyan is. What is the legendary Super Saiyan? Goku scratched his head, looking confused, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Zoro and Vegeta. What are you talking about, Vegeta? Bang! Solo kicked out with a sudden force, his foot landing on Vegeta's waist. The force exploded from the point of impact, producing a dull thud. Vegeta's body flew out like a thrown stone and then crashed heavily to the ground. Poor Vegeta lay face down on the ground, his mouth full of dirt, which covered his cheeks and lips. Vegeta was both shocked and furious. He pushed himself up from the ground, his eyes blazing with fire and dirt still clinging to his lips. Vegeta, Solo reprimanded coldly, hands on his hips, chin held high. You think I'm easy to talk to? I'm trying to talk to you nicely, are you? Vegeta fell silent, lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the ground, and dug his fingers into the soil. The main reason is that I was really hard to accept being hit by the dragon just now. The fact that he wasn't the legendary Super Saiyan left Vegeta utterly devastated. I said I'd grant you one wish, Solo scoffed, berating Vegeta. And I also agreed you could only wish for one thing. Now that your wish can't be granted, it just means you're unlucky. Vegeta looked up at Zoro, his gaze carrying a complex expression. He gritted his teeth and slowly got up from the ground, his movements slow and heavy. You want to ask about the legendary Super Saiyan? Zoro chuckled, arms crossed. Ask me, why ask Shenron? That's a waste of your wish. Ask you. Vegeta was taken aback, staring blankly at Zoro, his eyes wide. You know about Super Saiyans. Divine Dragon. Solo smiled and looked up at the Divine Dragon Palunga, a smile playing on his lips. You don't have to grant my wish. I'm just expressing my opinion. If you think I'm right, nod. If I'm wrong, shake your head. Bolunga. Bolunga's red eyes blinked, their light flickering slightly. Palunga, Dende chimed in, clasping his hands together in front of him, his voice sincere. This Mr. Solo has saved many Namekians. Could you grant this request? Okay. Palunga nodded, its huge head bobbing up and down, its red eyes softening slightly. Go ahead and say it. This doesn't count as making a wish. Just as Shenron said, Zoro said, stroking his chin and tracing his fingers along it, lost in thought for a moment. The legendary Super Saiyan is born only once every 1,000 years. This person's name, let me think. His gaze deepened, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Is his name Broly? After Solo finished speaking, the scene fell silent for a few seconds. Vegeta stood there, his brows furrowed in a deep frown, his gaze darting back and forth between Zoro and Shenron. Broly. Vegeta was taken aback, his pupils contracting slightly. That is indeed a Saiyan's name. Why have I never heard of this person? His lips moved slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. I looked up and saw the light shining on the giant green dragon suspended high in the sky. Bolunga blinked its red eyes, and its huge head slowly nodded, the movement heavy and slow. Vegeta looked bewildered, his face growing increasingly grim. Broly? Is he the legendary Super Saiyan? Broly. Vegeta's voice was low, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. Who is he? Why don't I know him? Broly was born in the same year as you? Solo smiled calmly, crossing his arms. When he was born, his fighting power was so great that your father was extremely wary of him, so he banished him to the planet Wampa on the edge of the universe. He paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. The Broly that Zoro is referring to is the Broly from the Dragon Ball Super version, not the older version. The old version of Broly was born in the same year as Goku, and had a violent personality, making him not very likable. The new version of Broly is different. His personality is the same as Sun Wukong's, innocent and kind-hearted. What did you say? Vegeta was stunned, his mouth agape, his eyes wide, and his jaw almost dropped. Is this even possible? How come I had no idea? Vegeta's mind was in chaos, with all sorts of thoughts swirling wildly. Is this Broly still alive? Sun Wukong asked curiously, tilting his head and looking at Zoro. He should still be alive, Solo said with a slight smile, a confident curve to his lips. Otherwise, the dragon wouldn't have nodded. Bolunga hovered high in the sky, its red eyes blinking, its enormous body swaying slightly. This young man is so clever, he's got me all wrapped up in a Matryoshka doll. Are the legendary Super Saiyans really that powerful? Krillin asked, scratching his bald head. It's said that the legendary Super Saiyan was the person Frieza feared most. Zoro explained simply, tapping his finger lightly in the air. Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, the Saiyan planet, precisely because he feared the legendary Super Saiyan. Huh. Sun Wukong clicked his tongue in amazement, his eyes lighting up. Wow, that's amazing. He paused, frowned, and his lips turned down slightly. I never imagined that Frieza would be the one to destroy planet Vegeta. You knew everything. Vegeta stared blankly at Solo, his gaze filled with a complex emotion. It's no secret, Solo chuckled, shrugging. I've known for a long time. Vegeta fell silent. That wretched Dodoria? I thought he was talking about some deepest secret. Solo already knew. Vegeta clenched his fist. Dodoria, you bastard, I want to kill you again? All right. Solo smiled, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The legendary Super Saiyan has been discussed. Vegeta lowered his head, resting his chin on his chest, his face pale and his lips trembling slightly. That's it, it's over. I'll probably never be able to surpass Solo in this lifetime. Now let's talk about ordinary Super Saiyans. Solo smiled calmly, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Vegeta's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, suddenly rose again, as if he had been pulled up from the bottom of the water. Vegeta felt like he was back to normal. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes brightening again. Why are there ordinary Super Saiyans? How did Solo find out all this? An ordinary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly, and his body leaned forward slightly. While ordinary Super Saiyans aren't as strong as the legendary ones, Zoro said with a smile, defeating Frieza shouldn't be a problem. He paused, then tapped his temple with his finger. Simply put, a regular Super Saiyan is a transformation. When your S-cells accumulate to a certain level, and you experience intense emotional fluctuations, you can transform into a regular Super Saiyan. Am I right? Shenron. Bolunga hovered high in the sky, its enormous head nodding slowly again, the movement a little lighter than before. Vegeta froze, his body stiffening on the spot. Solo even knows such a secret? Vegeta felt like he had been proven wrong so quickly. I was thinking of hiding the fact that he knew about Super Saiyans from him, but it turns out he knows more than I do. Doesn't that sting? Vegeta's lips twitched, and his entire face contorted slightly. What is an S-cell? Sun Wukong scratched his head, asking curiously, his eyes full of confusion. Vegeta also perked up his ears, tilted his body slightly to the side, and even softened his breathing. Solo stepped forward, walked to Sun Wukong's side, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a few words. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, a wide smile spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming. So that's how it is? I understand, I understand. His gaze shifted to Vegeta, lingering on Vegeta's face for a second. Vegeta. Vegeta's face instantly darkened, the veins on his forehead bulged slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. I'd like to hear it too, could you tell me about it? Beg me? Solo looked at Vegeta with a smile, tilted his head, and a hint of amusement in the curve of his lips. Beg me, and I'll tell you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms bulging, and his body trembled violently. However, at this point, Vegeta has no other choice but to seek help from Solo. For the sake of becoming a Super Saiyan, I, Vegeta, will endure it. Please please. Vegeta cried out through gritted teeth, each word like a stone rolling out of his throat, unwilling to give up. His body trembled more and more violently, and his chest heaved violently. A mix of complex emotions welled up inside me, churning within my chest. Unfortunately, Vegeta had too few S-cells. If he had enough S-cells like Sun Wukong, he might have become a Super Saiyan by now. No, that's not right. Solo quickly dismissed his own idea, his eyes darting around. Even if Vegeta had enough S-cells, he still couldn't become a Super Saiyan, because his combat effectiveness is below standard. To become a Super Saiyan, you need a power level of at least 100 million. It's not really that difficult. Solo smiled slightly, crossed his arms, and raised his chin slightly. The so-called S-cells just require you to have a peaceful mind. He paused, his gaze becoming distant. Do you know how I lived on that planet all these years? That's called enjoying life and cultivating a peaceful mind in advance. So now, if I wanted to change, I should be able to easily become a Super Saiyan. A peaceful heart. Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly. How come I didn't know such a thing existed? Vegeta's mind began to replay his experiences over the years. Battle, killing, anger, hatred. Every frame of the video is far from peaceful. Divine Dragon, am I right? Solo looked up and asked the Divine Dragon, Porunga. Bolunga hovered high in the sky, its enormous body pausing slightly. I'm still waiting for you to fulfill my third wish. You've been chatting for so long, hurry up and tell me your third wish. Porunga could only nod helplessly, admitting that Solo was right. There's one more crucial condition to becoming a Super Saiyan, Zoro emphasized again, holding up his index finger, and that is, your power level must be at least 100 million. What did you say? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, his voice rising, a power level of 100 million. Shenlong, Solo smiled, looking up at Porunga, please grant me my third wish. My third wish is to transfer all the Namekians to Earth. Dandy stood to the side, his lips parted, just about to translate. Hey, Clint suddenly spoke up, interrupting Dandy, his voice urgent, count me in? I'm not really of much use here. His hands were flailing in front of him, his face was pale, and fine beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. Kling, Solo patted Kling on the shoulder, tapping his shoulder twice, you'll definitely be of great use if you stay. No. Krillin waved his hands frantically, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. My fighting power is too low. I had a dream when I passed out, and I dreamt that Frieza beat me to a pulp. Solo's lips twitched, and his gaze lingered on Klin's face for a second. You can dream about this? What a strong will to survive? Let Gohan and Krillin leave, Goku suggested, his gaze sweeping over Krillin and Gohan. Dad Gohan's expression was resolute, his fists clenched in front of him. I want to fight alongside you. Despite saying that, Son Gohan was still so frightened that he trembled slightly, and his calves shook a little. After all, the opponent is Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, with a combat power of over 100 million. No need, Gohan. Goku's voice was deep as he reached out and patted Gohan on the back. Frieza is too strong. Even I'm not confident I can defeat him. If Dad dies in battle, you'll need to go find the Dragon Balls again to revive him. I understand, Gohan said in a deep voice, his eyes slightly reddening. Dad, please don't die. In that case, let's add Krillin and Gohan. Zoro nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. But if that happens, Goku probably won't be able to transform into a Super Saiyan, right? I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Solo's lips curled up slightly, then quickly disappeared. Dandy immediately provided the translation, and Namekian flowed fluently from his mouth. Okay. Bolunga let out a long sigh of relief, his voice carrying a hint of relief. My third wish is for all Namekians, as well as Gohan and Krillin, to be transferred to Earth. You guys finally said it. Buzz. A mysterious light flickered in Porunga's eyes, and the red light shone brightly, like two bright lamps shining in the darkness. The light quickly spread from the dragon's body, turning into countless tiny specks of light that danced in the air like fireflies. The light covered Krillin, Gohan, and Dende, enveloping their entire bodies. Whoosh. The three of them vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving not a trace. Where they had stood, only a few trampled blue blades of grass remained. Your wishes have been fulfilled, Porunga's voice rang out again, low and slow. Farewell. After saying this, Bolunga's enormous figure vanished in an instant. Its green body transformed into countless points of light, exploding like fireworks before slowly scattering away. The golden light faded, the sky brightened again, and the rays of the three suns shone down once more, illuminating the blue lawn. The 7 Dragon Balls, which had turned to stone, shot up from the ground, soaring into the sky and heading towards the vast starry sky. 7 gray streaks of light traced 7 parabolas across the sky, rising higher and farther until they disappeared into the green canopy. While Solo and the others were making their wish, on the other side of Namek, at the residence of the Grand Elder, Bic and Nero are still discussing whether or not to assimilate. The two stood face to face in the white doorway, arms crossed, brows furrowed. Bic genuinely doesn't want to be assimilated. Nero was also hesitant. A final decision has not yet been reached. Suddenly, an invisible force surged from the void and quickly enveloped Piccolo, Nero, and the Grand Elder. The force was gentle yet irresistible, like an invisible giant hand gently holding the three of them. Whoosh! The three of them vanished in an instant, leaving not even a tremor in the air. The white room became empty. By the time Piccolo realized what was happening, he found himself on a different map. His feet were on the soft grass, and the sun shone down from above, warm and comforting. A familiar scent filled the air. Where am I? Piccolo stared blankly around, his pupils slightly contracting. Besides Piccolo and his two companions, there were also the Namekians from the village that Zoro and Vegeta had visited before. Several Namekians supported each other, their eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. Yes, there are also Gohan, Krillin, and Dende. Klin squatted on the ground, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Son Gohan stood beside him, his little face filled with surprise. Dandy huddled behind Klin, her little hands clutching the hem of his clothes. Everyone, the Grand Elder spoke, his voice low and slow, his cloudy eyes sweeping over the crowd. This is Earth. What did you say? Piccolo was struck dumb, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted sharply, and his mouth twitched violently. A moment of silence followed. Chapter 79 Frisia attacks. Bic stood frozen in place, his mind blank. I traveled for so long in my spaceship to finally reach Namek. And now they're actually back? Bic clenched his fist. What was I doing on Namek? How did we end up back on Earth? Piccolo asked in a deep voice, his words forced from the depths of his throat, his gaze sweeping across the elder's face like a knife. Zoro and the others' last wish was to bring all the Namekians to Earth. The elder forced a smile, a helpless laugh, his cloudy eyes filled with bitterness. You're a Namekian too, they might have forgotten to exclude you. Bic. Bic's lips twitched, and his whole face contorted. I mentally ranted 1,000 times, and all sorts of vicious words surged through my mind. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan quickly went up to greet him, running over to Piccolo and looking up at him. You're back too. Huh. Krillin stood to the side, scratching his bald head, and said with a wry smile, it seems we really forgot to exclude Piccolo. Piccolo. Oh no. Krillin suddenly realized something, his face turning grim. My egg is still on Namek. His hands flailed wildly in front of him, like an ant on a hot pan, pacing around in circles. Namek. On the empty blue lawn, only Zoro, Goku, and Vegeta remained. The wind rustled across the lawn. Huh. Sun Wukong couldn't help but scratch his head, rubbing his scalp with his fingers. Did we forget about Piccolo? Now that you mention it, it's true. Solo nodded thoughtfully, rubbing his chin with his fingers. He probably went to Earth too. Piccolo probably wants to fight alongside us, Goku said with an awkward smile, his gaze drifting towards the distant sky. Never mind him. Solo pointed to the distant sky, his finger gesturing in that direction, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Frisia's coming soon. On the distant horizon, a white dot of light is rapidly approaching, growing brighter and larger. The air began to tremble, and a chilling pressure surged from the horizon, sweeping across the land like a tide. Frisia's feet landed on a high cliff, crushing several rocks under his weight. He looked down at the three people on the blue lawn below, his gaze like two sharp knives. Frisia was wondering what was going on when the sky turned dark. Namek has no night. With 3 suns shining in the sky at the same time, this land will forever be bright. It's getting dark, something important must be happening. A thought flashed through Frisia's mind, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Could someone's wish have come true? Maybe it really is. His lips twitched violently, and a surge of rage welled up in his chest. Frisia was furious. He gritted his teeth and scanned the ground, searching for Solo and the others. After searching for a while, Frisia indeed spotted the golden glowing green dragon Poranga in the sky. Its body blots out the sky, like a giant lantern in the darkness. Frisia then rushed over from afar. His speed was like a white lightning bolt, tearing the air with a sharp whistling sound. However, by the time he arrived, Porunga's figure had already begun to dissipate. The sky was filled with golden sparks that exploded like fireworks before slowly disappearing. The rays of the 3 suns shone down once more, illuminating the blue earth. Is this Frisia? Goku stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over Frisia twice, and murmured thoughtfully, on the surface, he doesn't seem like anything special. What did you say? Vegeta was stunned, stared blankly at Goku, and his lips twitched. Are you kidding me? You actually said Frisia is nothing special? When you realize how powerful Frisia is, you'll be terrified. Vegeta rolled his eyes at Goku, thinking he was really ignorant. What just happened? Frisia's face was grim, his voice like it came from an ice cellar, his gaze sweeping over Solo. The light swept over Goku and Vegeta one by one. That glowing dragon, is it related to the Dragon Balls? Yes. Sun Wukong smiled slightly and answered truthfully, crossing his arms. We have already fulfilled our wishes. You're too late. I knew it. Frisia's face grew increasingly grim, turning ashen and then deathly pale. He asked resentfully, what about the Dragon Balls? If you grant your wish, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone, Goku said truthfully and calmly. It will take about a year for them to recover. Of course, what Goku didn't know was that the Namekian Dragon Balls would only take 100 days to recover. His mind still held the rules of the Earth Dragon. 1-year-old Frisia narrowed his eyes, his pupils shrinking to slits, a strong killing intent surfacing in his eyes. The killing intent surged out of his body as if it were a tangible substance, making the surrounding air several degrees colder. I came all the way to Namek, wasted so many days, and ended up with nothing to show for it. How could Frisia not be angry? Where's Sabo? Frisia asked again, shifting his gaze from Goku to Vegeta. He's already dead. Vegeta sneered, raising his chin slightly and curling his lips into a mocking smile. Did you kill him, Vegeta? Frisia asked coldly, his voice carrying an barely suppressed chill. You and these guys teamed up to kill Zarbon, didn't you? TCH. Vegeta didn't want to answer the question, turned his face away, and looked into the distance. Clatter. Frisia leaped from the high cliff, his body flipping in the air before landing heavily opposite Solo and the others. It kicked up a cloud of dust upon landing, and the shockwave spread outwards, causing the blue grass blades to bend to either side. None of you will escape. Frisia roared, his voice rising in fury. I will absolutely not let you get away with this. Energy began to erupt wildly from his body. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and white light danced across his skin, growing brighter and more dazzling. The ripples in the air lifted the pebbles off the ground, sending them tumbling in all directions. The air trembled violently, and a chilling pressure spread outwards like a tide, making it hard to breathe. Upon sensing Frisia's immense energy, Vegeta felt a sudden weight on his heart, as if a boulder were pressing down on his chest. His pupils contracted sharply, and his face was filled with utter shock. Is this Frisia's true power? His Adam's apple bobbed, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. I feel his combat power is at least 50. Vegeta's fingers trembled slightly. I'm no match for him at all. This is terrible. Oh, right, I heard from Sabo that Frisia can transform even further. Vegeta clenched his teeth. What a terrifying monster. Your combat power is already 50. What will your combat power be after you transform? Is it possible to have 100? Vegeta was thinking too much for a moment, with all sorts of ideas swirling around in his mind. Who should we start with? Frisia asked coldly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the three of them like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey, deciding who to target first. Hey bro, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and get him, Solo said, raising his foot and kicking Vegeta. Bang! Caught off guard, Vegeta stumbled forward a few steps and was kicked by Solo, sending him flying towards Frisia. Vegeta's eyes widened as he saw Frisia's face getting closer and closer. 1,000 horses galloped through his mind, and all sorts of vicious words surged in his head. Solo, you shameless bastard. Are you trying to send me up there to my death? If you're going to be a lackey, you should be prepared to be one, Solo snapped from behind, hands on his hips, chin held high. If you don't hurry up and get in there, do you expect me to step in for you? Vegeta was no longer listening, because he was getting closer and closer to Frisia, and that white face was rapidly magnifying in his field of vision. His face was instantly filled with utter terror, and his lips trembled. You're asking for it. Frisia sneered, looking at Vegeta charging towards him. He leaned back slightly and then kicked him hard. His feet whistled through the air, moving as fast as a white lightning bolt. Bang! Frisia's kick landed directly on Vegeta's neck. The sound of bones cracking exploded in the air, crisp and piercing. Vegeta's body flew out at an angle like a kicked stone, tumbling twice in the air before crashing to the ground. Ah! Vegeta let out a yell, tilting his head to the side and resting it against his shoulder at an impossible angle. His breath suddenly became weak, like a lamp blown out by the wind. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer. His neck is twisted. So weak. Solo shook his head in disappointment, crossed his arms, and his lips curled into a slight smirk. I thought he'd be somewhat useful, but he didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong turned around, looked at Solo speechlessly, moved his lips slightly, and then closed them again. A brief silence. Sun Wukong turned around, walked over to Vegeta, squatted down, and looked down at him. His eyes held a hint of sympathy and reluctance, and his brows furrowed slightly. Zoro watched Sun Wukong's retreating figure, a slight smile curving his lips. He knew that Sun Wukong was that kind of person, so he didn't find it strange at all. This is Sun Wukong, the innocent and kind-hearted protagonist of Dragon Ball. Zoro would never try to change Goku. If he changed, he wouldn't be Sun Wukong anymore. Ah! Vegeta lay on the ground, letting out desperate, low moans, his voice hoarse and weak. He felt he was having trouble breathing, and with each breath, a hissing sound came from his throat. At the same time, life is rapidly dissipating, like sand slipping through our fingers. At that moment, Vegeta was filled with despair. Super Saiyans and legendary Super Saiyans are nothing but decorations when faced with imminent death. In the end, I couldn't withstand Frisia's easy blow. Vegeta's tears slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the blue blades of grass. Although Vegeta was caught off guard by the kick from Zoro, he was still a little taken aback. But he knew even more clearly. The difference in fighting power between himself and Frisia was simply too great. If one's own fighting strength is not much different from Frisia's, let alone being kicked by Solo, even if one is kicked 100 times, it is impossible for Frisia to defeat one so easily. Clatter clatter clatter. Vegeta couldn't help but shed tears, staring blankly at Goku with a hint of pleading and resentment in his eyes. Kakarot Yu Vegeta managed to say, his voice broken and intermittent. Too fragile. Frisia stood a short distance away, rubbing his nose with a disdainful look, a mocking smile playing on his lips. But not bad, even with a broken neck, he can still speak. Vegeta, you'd better not say anything, Goku sighed helplessly. Listen to me, Kakarot, Vegeta said haltingly, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. I don't know if Zoro has ever told you? Our Saiyan planet wasn't destroyed by a giant meteorite impact, it was destroyed by Frisia himself. Is that so? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Frisia did this because he feared the birth of the legendary Super Saiyan among us Saiyans. Vegeta's voice was low, and he had to catch his breath after each word. He personally destroyed our planet. Your parents also died in the planet's explosion. Sun Wukong fell silent, his gaze becoming profound. If I could really become a Super Saiyan, or find that legendary Super Saiyan Kakarot, I beg you, Vegeta pleaded again, his voice trembling with tears, please use the power of a Saiyan to defeat. Stop crying. Solo's voice came from behind, tinged with impatience. You're not going to die. It's too early to say your last words. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, his mouth slightly open, looking a little bewildered. My neck is broken, and you still say I won't die? Vegeta's eyes darted around, his mind a complete mess. Solo is just a sarcastic guy. Goku, Zoro said to Goku, tilting his chin slightly towards Vegeta, don't you still have senzu beans? Give him one? I can't believe he had so many last words before he died. Vegeta, what senzu beans? Vegeta asked, his voice hoarse. What are they for? Huh? Yeah. Before Vegeta could finish speaking, Goku's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled a senzu bean from his pocket. You're right. I still have senzu beans here. He bent down, pinched the senzu bean between 2 fingers, and stuffed it into Vegeta's mouth. Vegeta froze, his eyes widening in shock. Can you let me finish what I have to say before you give me anything to eat? Is it time to eat beans now? Can't you see I'm about to die? Vegeta was so angry he could only glare at Goku, his eyes practically spitting fire. However, immediately after swallowing the senzu bean, Vegeta felt a jolt throughout his body. A warm current surged from the abdomen and quickly spread to the limbs and bones. The broken bones snapped back into place, the torn muscles healed, and the vanished vitality returned like a tide. The injury healed instantly. At the same time, the energy within Vegeta surged wildly, like a flood bursting its banks, wave after wave. This time, Vegeta felt that his fighting power had increased to at least 50. His fists clenched in front of him, his knuckles cracking. A powerful aura erupted from within him, and golden light danced across his body. Vegeta felt like he was back to normal. He leaped to his feet, landing firmly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. That's great. Goku breathed a long sigh of relief, smiled slightly at Vegeta, and said in a gentle arc, you almost died just now. Vegeta silently sensed his body, his aura surged, and his energy was abundant. I immediately felt much better, and the corners of my mouth turned up slightly. What did you just give me to eat? Vegeta asked hurriedly, his gaze falling on Goku's pocket. Those are senzu beans. Sun Wukong grinned and pointed towards the pocket at his waist. Senzu beans. Vegeta was slightly surprised, his pupils contracting slightly. I never expected Kakarot to have such good stuff. You should have taken it out sooner. It gave me a fright, I thought I was about to die. However, this time my combat power has increased significantly. He clenched his fist, feeling the power gathering in his palm. Dealing with Frieza now shouldn't be a problem. Oh, all healed. Frieza squinted at Goku, his gaze sweeping over Goku twice. Does that guy in the orange clothes know how to heal? Vegeta calls him Kakarot. Kakarot must be a Saiyan name. He paused, examining it for a moment. Frieza's pupils contracted slightly. I feel like I've seen this Saiyan named Kakarot somewhere before. He seems to be the Saiyan who challenged me when I destroyed planet Vegeta. Frieza's lips twitched. Never mind, they're all just little monkeys from the past anyway. Vegeta, Frieza sneered, his chin slightly raised. You're really lucky to be alive. I thought you were dead. But that's fine, I didn't intend to kill you right away, that wouldn't quell my hatred. If you hadn't stolen my 5 Dragon Balls, I would have already achieved immortality. Humph. Vegeta's forehead veins bulged, his face radiating intense fighting spirit, his fists clenched in front of him. You think I'd still lose to you, Frieza? Anyone whose combat power jumps from around 4 to 50 would have an inflated sense of confidence. The same applies to Vegeta. The dramatic increase in his combat power greatly boosted his confidence, and he felt like a fire was burning inside his chest. Oh, Frieza chuckled coldly, tilting his head. Is it because you were reborn after near death, and your fighting power has increased significantly? I'd like to see just how much your fighting power has increased. After saying this, Frieza no longer hesitated. A burst of light emanated from his body, and white flames exploded outwards. He pushed off the ground with both feet, and his body shot out like a white lightning bolt, rushing towards Vegeta. The wind howled in my ears, and the blue grass on the ground was pressed flat against the ground by the gusts of wind. Immediately afterwards, Frieza unleashed a powerful punch at Vegeta, his fist shimmering with a white aura that tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Snapped. With lightning speed, Vegeta reached out with his left hand, fingers outstretched, and grabbed Frieza's wrist. The fingers tightened like iron clamps, gripping the wrist bone, remaining completely still. Frieza's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes filled with shock, and his mouth opened slightly. How is that possible? Chapter 80, Solo catches Frieza's attack with a single finger? Frieza reacted extremely quickly, clenching his other hand into a fist and slamming it hard towards Vegeta's face with a fierce punch. Snapped. Vegeta raised his other hand, spread his fingers, and steadily caught Frieza's fist, his palm enveloping the fist. The two of them hooked their 5 fingers together almost simultaneously, gripping each other tightly as if wrestling. Boom. The next moment, Frieza and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed powerful energy. The white and golden flames collided, creating visible shockwaves. A vast aura emanated from the two of them, spreading wildly in all directions. Gravel was blown away, and blue grass was uprooted and spun in the air. What? Frieza's pupils contracted, revealing a look of horror on his face, and his lips twitched slightly. Snapped. Immediately afterwards, as if by telepathy, the two leaped backward at the same time, tapping their feet in midair to create some distance between themselves and each other. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vegeta gasped for breath, his chest heaving, his eyes filled with both fear and a hint of smugness. He looked down at his hands, then looked up at Frieza, a slight smile playing on his lips. Not bad at all. Frieza said calmly. This time Vegeta, your fighting power has increased quite a bit. Is it because you were so close to death that your power increased several times over? Humph, let your imagination run wild. Vegeta snorted coldly, his expression indifferent, his chin held high. Frisia's face grew increasingly grim, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. We can't let the Saiyans keep exploiting this bug indefinitely. If things continue like this, his fighting power might surpass mine, Frisia's, sooner or later. Although I'm still quite far from reaching Frisia's 100 million power level. But I have a bad feeling about it. Vegeta, I really underestimated you. Frisia rubbed his nose and said coldly, as expected, you are the most talented warrior among the Saiyans. Zoro, Goku whispered, leaning closer to Zoro, Vegeta's power has increased quite a bit after his near-death experience and rebirth this time. We Saiyans experience a significant power boost at certain times. Solo nodded, arms crossed. This time, his power boost was at least tenfold. I wonder if I'll be able to improve further. Sun Wukong stroked his chin and pondered. He should. Solo patted Goku on the shoulder, gently tapping his shoulder twice with his palm. Goku asked again, shouldn't we make the first move? Should we let Vegeta go first? Vegeta's energy has finally increased this much, let him go fight first. Zoro nodded slightly. You're right, Sun Wukong agreed, his gaze falling on Frisia, then he asked curiously, but Frisia's energy doesn't seem to be very high. He's a slow starter. Solo smiled slightly, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Looks like you're the same type as me. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Frisia, transform. Vegeta suddenly snorted, looking at Frisia with a serious expression and a hint of probing in his eyes. The reason for saying this is that Vegeta wants Frisia to show his true strength as soon as possible. Of course, there was also an element of testing involved. Maybe Sabo was just talking nonsense. It's possible that Frisia never actually transforms, he's just trying to scare people. If he can't transform, then Vegeta, Zoro, and Goku teaming up might actually be able to defeat Frisia. Oh, you know that so well. Frisia's lips curled into a slight smile as he tilted his head. How did you know? It was that guy Sabo who told me, Vegeta said truthfully. Transformation. Sun Wukong was taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Frisia twice. That's right, Frisia should be a shapeshifter. Solo tapped his forehead. Will my energy increase rapidly after transforming? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, Solo replied. Fine, since you're looking for death, then I'll show you what it's like. Frisia's lips curled up, revealing a set of white teeth, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Stop bluffing, you can't transform at all. Vegeta scoffed, expressing deep doubt and a hint of disdain in his eyes. Humph, is that so? Frisia chuckled, arms crossed. When I destroyed planet Vegeta, I didn't even need to transform, and I still won a resounding victory? Vegeta, your father was a real coward. Pa. Vegeta frowned, clenching his fist. What's that? I already possessed fighting power surpassing that of a king when I was very young. You're wrong, Frisia. Solo couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly shouted, his voice exploding in the air. Oh. Frisia's interest was piqued. He looked at Solo with a smile, tilting his head. Tell me, where did I go wrong? Goku and Vegeta also turned their attention to Zoro. You didn't even fight the king back then. Zoro rolled his eyes at Frisia. You directly destroyed our Saiyan planet? Unfortunately, we Saiyans can't survive in space, so we all tragically perished. Humph. Frisia laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing through the air, full of mockery. As a Saiyan, a warrior race, you don't even have the ability to survive in outer space? That's hilarious. What are you laughing at? Solo scolded irritably. Frisia's face darkened, and he glared at Solo fiercely, his gaze like a knife. This Saiyan monkey has a rather unpleasant way of speaking. In a little while, I'm going to make him wish he were dead. However, even if you destroy Namek now, we won't die. Solo's lips curled up as he looked at Frisia with a hint of provocation in his eyes. What do you mean? Frisia was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly, not quite understanding. However, Frisia seemed to suddenly realize something, and his pupils contracted slightly. Do you wish for survival in outer space? Frisia exclaimed, his voice rising in realization. So clever. Solo grinned. You're the smartest villain ever? I'll give you a heart emoji to disgust you. As Solo spoke, he actually raised his hands, crossed his thumbs and forefingers, and made a heart shape for Frisia. Frisia's face instantly turned as black as coal, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he trembled with rage, his body shaking like a leaf. Snapped. Without the slightest hesitation, Frisia shattered his armor. White fragments flew in all directions, revealing his skin and strong muscles. Humph. Frisia grinned smugly, hands on his hips. You're just grinning like an idiot again. Solo shook his head and sighed softly. Don't you feel cold without clothes on? He paused. Wait, you're also wearing black underwear. I'm very curious about the anatomy of your race. Frisia was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead, his whole body trembled, and his mouth twitched violently. TCH. Vegeta laughed along, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What kind of transformation is this? It's hilarious. All you did was shatter your battlesuit. Is that what you call a transformation? Ah. Frisia let out a series of roars, the sound exploding in the air. His body rapidly swelled and grew larger, his muscles bulged, his bones lengthened, and his facial features began to distort and deform. Look, doesn't it look like a balloon? Solo suddenly said, pointing in Frisia's direction. Frisia had only transformed halfway when he heard Solo's words, and he was so angry that he almost failed to transform the other half. He paused for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This Saiyan monkey is driving me crazy? I'll make you pay. Frisia flew into a rage, gritted his teeth, and finally completed his transformation in a fit of anger. His body was twice as big as before, his shoulders were wider, his limbs were thicker, and the horns on his head were longer. Puff. Frisia let out a loud fart, the sound echoing across the empty field. Solo. Monkey King. Vegeta almost laughed too. If Vegeta hadn't seen Frisia in this state, he would have been the first to burst out laughing. Damn it. Frisia muttered angrily, the words squeezed out between his teeth, the Emperor of the Universe, farting so loudly? It's utterly disgraceful to an emperor. It's nothing. Solo laughed and shrugged. You were like a balloon just now, you've completely ruined your image. 1. Frisia trembled with rage, glaring at Solo with eyes blazing with fury. What are you glaring at for? Solo scolded Frisia like he was training a dog. Then come on, stop dawdling. He. Frisia's laughter turned chilling, a dangerous grin spreading across his lips. Little monkey, you've thoroughly enraged me? I'll make sure you die a very rhythmic death. After suppressing his laughter, Vegeta was now terrified, his pupils contracted sharply, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. This guy can really transform? What Sabo said was actually true. Vegeta's completely dumbfounded. Frisia glanced at Vegeta with a disdainful look, a mocking smile playing on his lips. In my current transformation, my power level has increased to at least 1,000,000. What did you say? Vegeta's pupils shrank, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Vegeta, remember this, Solo suddenly spoke, his voice not loud but very clear. Vegeta stared blankly at Zoro, a hint of confusion in his eyes. You need to raise your combat power to at least this level, and then combine it with S-cells, in order to transform into a Super Saiyan under tremendous emotional fluctuations, Solo instructed on the spot. Vegeta didn't want to talk to Solo anymore and turned his face away. What time is it? Isn't it a bit late for you to say this now? Can't you see how powerful this guy is? Super Saiyan? Interesting. Frisia sneered, his lips curving slightly downwards. He suddenly raised his large hand upwards, his 5 fingers spread open, palm facing the sky. A tremendous amount of energy erupted from his hand, a bright white beam shooting straight into the sky before exploding into countless tiny energy orbs that spread wildly in all directions. Sun Wukong immediately crossed his arms to protect his head. Solo didn't bring any defense, he just put his hands in his pockets and let the energy wash over him. The energy blast struck him, exploding into bursts of fire, but his body remained completely still, not even his clothes were torn. Vegeta was the most disheveled. He was startled and flew backward, quickly dodging the energy attack. He tumbled twice in the air before barely managing to steady himself. Boom! With a deafening roar, Frisia unleashed energy that instantly sank the island where the group was located. Blue lawns were torn apart, rocks were blasted into fragments, and lake water surged up from underground, flooding the land. The entire island sank to the bottom of the water and became a turbulent lake. Solo and Goku slowly flew into the sky, hovering dozens of meters above the ground. He. Frisia grinned broadly, hands on his hips. You guys ran away pretty fast? That was just an opening act, you Saiyans do that all the time. And Vegeta, you look terrible. You didn't expect me to be this strong, did you? Vegeta's face was indeed very pale, and his body was trembling violently. Who should I send to hell first? Frisia's gaze swept over Vegeta, Zoro, and Goku, a slight smile playing on his lips, his eyes radiating a palpable killing intent. It's decided. Call out. Frisia transformed into a purple streak of light, moving with lightning speed, leaving a long afterimage in the air as he hurtled toward Solo's location at incredible speed. At the same time, Frisia's horns pointed forward, aiming for Solo's chest, like an angry bull that could fly. At the critical moment, Sun Wukong suddenly stepped forward, shifting his body to the side and blocking Zoro's path. Let me do it. Sun Wukong said to Zoro, his voice firm. As he said this, Sun Wukong stretched out his hands, fingers spread wide, intending to catch Frisia's sharp horns. Why are you getting involved? Solo frowned, displeased, and pushed Sun Wukong aside. Sun Wukong's body was pushed aside, he staggered a couple of steps, and hovered a few steps away. Immediately afterwards, Solo simply extended one finger, index finger pointing forward, fingertip aimed at the charging Frisia, and easily caught the charging Frisia. Clatter. Frisia felt a violent jolt throughout his body, as if he had struck something extremely hard, and his fingertips and shoulders went numb. Then, Frisia could no longer take another step forward, his body frozen in midair, his sharp horns rubbing against Solo's fingertips, completely still. Frisia, is this all the energy you have? Solo spoke slowly, a sly smile on his face, tilting his head. You really disappoint me. When Vegeta saw this, his eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape and his jaw nearly dropped. What? Solo actually caught Frisia's attack with just one finger. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe it? Chapter 81 Klin makes another mysterious appearance? Vegeta hovered in midair, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. His gaze was fixed on Solo's outstretched index finger. Frisia's sharp horns clashed with his fingertips, as if hitting an invisible wall, and he could not advance an inch further. It feels somewhat unbelievable. Solo's fighting strength doesn't seem very strong. By the way, this guy must be hiding his fighting strength. He was like that on Earth, the detector only showed 1,000, but his actual combat strength was 50,000. The same is definitely true now. Frisia was also shocked, his purple face filled with disbelief. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was slightly agape, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. This Saiyan monkey actually caught my attack with just one finger? His mind was in complete chaos. Now it's my turn to attack. Solo's lips curled into a slight smile. After saying that, Solo showed no politeness whatsoever. His fingers tightened, and he grabbed Frisia's horn directly with his hand, his 5 fingers gripping the base of the horn, and pulled hard. Snap! One of Frisia's horns snapped with a crack, like a broken branch, which Solo had forcefully broken off from the root. The fracture was jagged, and purple blood seeped from the wound. Ah! Frisia let out a series of pig-like screams, his face contorted, his hands clutching the broken horn, his body swaying in the air a few times. Huh! Solo was a little puzzled. He looked down at the severed horn in his hand, then looked up at Frisia. Is this thing still connected to your nerves? It shouldn't hurt, right? I won't let you get away with this. Frisia screamed, his voice distorted, his eyes blazing with fury. The material of this horn is quite good, very sturdy. Solo muttered thoughtfully, weighing the broken horn in his hand and examining it from all angles. It should be a good choice for cracking walnuts when we have nothing else to do. Zoro, Gaku, eager to try, leaned forward slightly, his fists clenched in front of him. Let me go first. You beat Vegeta up last time, I haven't even had a chance to fight yet. Vegeta stood not far away, his lips twitching, and glared fiercely at Gaku. If you want to fight Frisia, go ahead and do it. Why did you drag me into this? Go ahead, Solo waved his hand, readily agreeing. That's great. Sun Wukong was overjoyed and quickly thanked him, a big smile spreading across his face. Thank you, Zoro. After saying this, Sun Wukong leaned forward, tapped his feet in midair, and immediately floated directly opposite Frisia, the two less than 10 meters apart. Frisia rubbed the wound from his broken horn, his fingertips stained with purple blood. He stared coldly at Sun Wukong, who appeared opposite him, his gaze like 2 knives. Get out of my way. Frisia roared, glaring at Gaku. His voice was forced from the depths of his throat. I'm going to kill that little monkey first. You're blocking my way. Frisia. A fierce fighting spirit gleamed in Gaku's eyes as he clenched his fists together. I am your match. Saiyans are all stubborn, unruly monkeys. Frisia's expression was icy, his lips curling downwards. You guys are really quite confident. Vegeta was the best example of that? Did you see how terrified he was? I know you are indeed very strong. Sun Wukong smiled and crossed his arms. Perhaps I am no match for you, but I really want to give it a try. That cockroach guy, Vegeta's voice was low, his brows furrowed deeply. Are you insane? You, a lowly warrior, dare to challenge Frisia. Vegeta. Zoro glared at Vegeta, his gaze like nails piercing his face. Who are you calling a low-class warrior? Vegeta's lips twitched violently, and he quickly shut his mouth. How could I have almost forgotten about Solo? This guy is also a low-ranking soldier. However, Kakarot, being a lower-class warrior, is different from Zoro. Solo should be an exception. Come on. Frisia looked at Gaku with interest, tilted his head, beckoned to him, and curled his lips into a provocative smile. You wanted to challenge me? Humph, I'll just stand here and let you hit me. Really? Sun Wukong didn't mince words, his eyes lighting up. Then I won't stand on ceremony. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The next second, he was already on Frisia's side, pulled his right foot back and swung it forward, kicking Frisia in the head. The solace of his feet sank into the sides of his head, and the energy exploded outwards. Awooah! Frisia let out a painful howl, his head snapped to one side, and his body swayed. Hey! Sun Wukong threw another uppercut, his arm suddenly rising high, and his fist slammed into Frisia's chin. Frisia's fist sank into his jaw, his neck twisted sharply upwards, his body arched backwards, and saliva splattered from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta stood there dumbfounded, his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly agape, staring at Gaku's figure as if he were a stranger. Is this Kakarot? Is this the lowly warrior Kakarot? How can he be so strong? Bang! Sun Wukong delivered another magnificent side kick, spinning his body as his right foot lashed out like a whip, striking Frisia hard in the chest. Frisia's body flew backward, like a kicked stone, tracing an arc in the air. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong placed his hands at his waist, palms facing each other, fingers spread. Blue energy condensed between his palms, growing brighter and brighter, emitting a hissing sound. Call out. A powerful burst of energy shot out from Sun Wukong's hand, a bright blue beam slicing through the sky and hurtling toward Frisia at incredible speed. Frisia was in midair, his body still tumbling, and before he could defend himself, he was unfortunately hit. The beam of light struck his body head-on, engulfing him completely. Boom! A massive explosion occurred where Frisia was located. Flames shot into the sky, smoke billowed, and shockwaves spread in all directions, exploding into a huge fireball in the air. The powerful impact caused Vegeta to cross his arms to protect his body, and the shockwave pushed him backward several meters. At the same time, Vegeta felt an immense shock, his heart pounding in his chest. Is this Kakarot's true strength? His fingers trembled slightly. The smoke gradually dissipated. Frisia emerged slowly from the smoke and dust with a grim face, his body hovering in midair. His skin was covered in dust, but no obvious injuries were visible. He gave Sun Wukong a deep look, his gaze filled with seriousness. You really are amazing, Frisia. Gaku sighed silently, a wry smile on his lips. Those attacks didn't even have any effect on you. You're quite something. Frisia sneered, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. You really hurt me, but this is just the beginning? I'll make you pay for what you've suffered many times over. As he spoke, Frisia's energy was erupting wildly. White flames erupted from his body, growing brighter and fiercer, and the lake water on the ground was pressed into a huge dent by the shockwave. Solo crossed his arms and watched the battle silently, showing no intention of participating for the time being. Let Sun Wukong have some fun first, and then I'll personally take care of things once he's had his fill. Just as Zoro was enjoying the scene of Gaku fighting Frisia, his gaze inadvertently swept across the distant lake, and he suddenly noticed a head popping out of the water. His head was completely bald, reflecting the sunlight. Solo paused for a moment, then looked toward the head. After getting a clear look at the other person's face, he couldn't help but touch his chin, rubbing his fingers back and forth on it. What's going on? Isn't that Krillin? Call out. Solo flew away at lightning speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. He flew over the lake, bent down, and reached out his hand to Klin. Thank you, Solo. Klin took Solo's hand, his fingers gripping Solo's wrist, and quickly thanked him. Solo pulled him out of the lake and looked him up and down. Huh. Klin scratched his head, rubbing his fingers on his bald head a couple of times, looking a little confused. How did I end up in the water? Klin. Solo asked uncertainly, his brow furrowing slightly. The reason for asking this question is that Solo witnessed Krillin being teleported away by the dragon Poranka. If nothing unexpected happens, we're going back to Earth. How come there's another Klin here? Krillin responded, rubbing his bald head, increasingly bewildered. His gaze swept across the surrounding lake and the distant islands. Didn't I just arrive on Namek? Where's our spaceship? And why am I in the water? Solo fell into deep thought. His gaze lingered on Klin's face for several seconds, his mind racing. After a brief moment of thought, Solo reacted instantly. Could this Klin have hatched from that egg? His eyes lit up. Judging from what Krillin just said, his memory is still stuck when he first arrived on Namek. In other words, my skill of staring into pregnancy can perfectly replicate a person. The result of cloning is that this person possesses all the abilities and memories of the time they were cloned. Solo silently sensed Krillin's presence again, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. His aura wasn't much different from the real Krillin's. After all, Klin had not undergone the baptism of the Grand Elder and had not had his potential energy guided. His current combat strength is at most around 5,000. That's Krillin suddenly spotted the white figure in the distance and was immediately startled. He pointed in that direction. Who's that guy? Is it Frisia? Yes. Zoro nodded, arms crossed. Gaku is fighting him. Vegeta too? He's here too. Krillin murmured. What did I miss? Krillin's appearance left Vegeta somewhat bewildered. His gaze shifted from Frisia to Krillin, then back to Frisia, then back to Krillin, scanning back and forth twice. Because Vegeta also saw Krillin being teleported away. Why is there another bald guy? What exactly is going on here? At this moment, Frisia slowly floated to the opposite side of Gaku, the two of them less than 5 meters apart. Frisia's hands hung at his sides, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Sun Wukong also assumed a fighting stance, legs apart, fists crossed in front of him, ready to have a good fight with Frisia. However, just as Gaku was preparing to fight, he caught a glimpse of Krillin appearing over there. His pupils suddenly contracted, his body froze, his arm hung in midair, and his mouth opened slightly. Frisia ignored all that, a cruel smile spreading across his face. I told you, that was just the beginning. He swung his arm suddenly, his palm slapping out like a fan, and landed hard on Sun Wukong's face. Smack. A crisp sound exploded in the air. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was unfortunately hit. His head suddenly tilted to one side, his body lost its balance, and he fell rapidly from the sky like a stone that had been thrown down. Thump. Sun Wukong crashed into the ground below, his back hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. He winced in pain, and his mouth twitched. The real show is yet to come. Frisia hovered high in the sky, looking down at Gaku, his voice icy cold. I will make you feel the terror of Frisia. However, Sun Wukong quickly jumped up from the ground, ignoring Frisia completely and not even glancing in Frisia's direction. Call out. Gaku flew at incredible speed toward Krillin and Zoro, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, and quickly appeared beside them. Krillin. Gaku scratched his head, rubbed his scalp a couple of times, and looked Krillin up and down, his gaze sweeping from his bald head to his face, and from his face to his clothes. Gaku, Zoro, Krillin said, puzzled, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them. Why are you both looking at me with such strange eyes? Krillin, Gaku asked, somewhat confused, tilting his head, weren't you teleported away? What teleportation? Klin scratched his head, frowning slightly. Why don't I understand what you're saying? Of course, I was teleported back to Earth by Shenron, Sun Wukong replied, spreading his hands at his sides. Shenlong. Krillin was even more confused, his eyes widening. Have we already collected all the Dragon Balls? Why don't I know anything about this? That's strange. Gaku patted Krillin's head, stroking his bald head back and forth a couple of times. Have you lost your memory? What are you talking about? Krillin asked, tilting his head. Didn't we just arrive on Namek in a spaceship? Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Sun Wukong couldn't explain it either, so he waved his hand and his lips twitched. After all, Sun Wukong didn't know about Zoro's stare-to-pregnancy skill. Solo stroked his chin, lost in thought for a moment. System, oh system, you're a bit of a pain. This isn't called getting pregnant from staring, it's clearly just copying from staring. But thinking about it carefully, what the system said doesn't seem to make any mistakes. First, you get pregnant, then you lay an egg, and then a clone comes out of the egg. And this replica possesses the memories of the period when it was replicated. Solo's gaze lingered on Clin for a second. This skill looks pretty awesome. Next time, I'll equip this skill and use it on Xiaoyi and the others. Does this mean we can create another 100 of them? However, the thought of this gave Solo a headache. 200 cat-eared beauties together. This pace is unbearable. Solo's lips twitched, and he shook his head, trying to shake off the images from his mind. Frisia also glanced in Krillin's direction, his gaze lingering on Krillin's bald head for a second. Strange, where did this little bald guy come from? I didn't see him just now. I know, it was probably hiding. I blew up that island and he had nowhere to hide, which is why he came out. Frisia's lips twitched slightly. Ah! Vegeta suddenly roared, his voice exploding in the air like thunder. He raised his hands high, palms facing each other, and energy gathered between his palms, growing brighter and brighter. Then he pushed forward with a jolt, and a thick beam of energy shot out from his hand, heading straight for Frisia. The beam of light ripped through the sky, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Boom! With a deafening roar, a massive explosion occurred where Frisia was standing. The flames engulfed the sky, smoke and dust filled the air, and shockwaves spread in all directions. Great! Vegeta laughed wildly, his laughter echoing in the air. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, I launched a surprise attack and hit him squarely. His mouth stretched from ear to ear in a wide grin. However, Vegeta's face quickly froze, his smile vanished, and he could no longer laugh. After the smoke cleared, Frisia was revealed to be unharmed. He hovered in place, not a speck of dust on his body. He slowly turned his head, and as the light fell on Vegeta, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Don't rush, Vegeta. Frisia turned around with a smile, a hint of mockery in his eyes. After we deal with that guy, it'll be your turn. Vegeta was suspended in midair, his body frozen. His pupils were unfocused, his lips trembled slightly, and his gaze was fixed on Frisia's cold face, like a frog being stared at by a snake. This is bad. We're going to be killed by him? Whoosh. Frisia vanished from the spot in a flash. The next second, he appeared in front of Sun Wukong, less than 2 meters away. He crossed his arms and wore a disdainful smile. What? Saiyan? You're giving up halfway through the fight. Frisia tilted his head, looking at Goku with interest. Wait a minute, Goku said, turning back to Krillin. Krillin, be careful, this guy is strong. Where are Gohan and Piccolo? Krillin looked around, turning his head left and right, his gaze sweeping over every rock and every crack. Where did they go? They've already gone back to Earth, Sun Wukong replied, his tone tinged with helplessness. Back to Earth. Krillin was on the verge of tears, his hands outstretched at his sides. Why didn't you take me with you? Didn't you go back? Sun Wukong was even more confused. Why did you suddenly come back? Did I go back? Klin was a little confused, rubbing his fingers together on his bald head. How come I don't know I went back? Have you two finished talking? Frisia stood to the side, his face turning green with anger, and the veins on his forehead bulging slightly. They kept chatting away in front of me. Almost done. Sun Wukong waved to Frisia. Just wait a little longer. Frisia's face grew increasingly grim, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. I'm not here to chat with you. Come here, Klin, let me examine your body, Solo said, grabbing Klin's arm and examining his wrist from all angles. He glanced at Klin's clothes again, his gaze lingering on the orange combat suit for a second. Where did you get this outfit? It's worth mentioning that the clothes Klin is wearing now are exactly the same as the ones he wore on the spaceship. He wore an orange-yellow Kamizen Ryu uniform, blue wristbands, and belt, and a pair of black soft-soled cloth shoes. Where did these clothes come from? Klin was even more confused. He looked down at his clothes, then looked up again. No way, why is it that I understand every word you're saying, yet I don't understand anything at all? Is there anything that feels uncomfortable on your body? Solo asked again. No, Klin scratched his head, rubbing his fingers back and forth on his scalp and around his ears, looking a little frantic. Everything's fine. What happened to Zoro and Goku? What are they talking about? Solo, however, remained silent in thought, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Klin as if he were looking at a novel object. This is a good product. I wonder how long this replica will last? Will it continue to exist indefinitely? If that's the case. Solo's eyes lit up, and an idea flashed through his mind. If you were to create a copy of yourself and then merge it with another version of yourself, would your power reach an extremely high level? No. If you create a copy of yourself, will your personality change again? Is the copy still me? Solo immediately dismissed the terrible thought in his mind and shook his head. I am a unique being. I can't copy myself. If I were to copy someone else, I'd have to copy someone else. Are you guys never going to stop? Frisia roared in fury, his voice rising as his fists clenched. Frisia. However, after Frisia had only said a few words, Solo simply couldn't bear to listen anymore. His body suddenly spun around, his right leg whipping out like a whip, and he kicked out with a powerful kick, his foot landing directly on Frisia's face. Awah! Frisia let out a wail and flew backward, tumbling twice in the air before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a clear shoe print on his face. You can't even have a proper conversation, Solo scolded irritably. Why are you interrupting me? Don't you know it's very impolite to interrupt someone? Frisia got up from the ground with a dark expression, dusted himself off, and looked even more disgusted. You're asking for it. Frisia roared, his voice forced from the depths of his throat. What? Vegeta, standing a short distance away, his pupils contracted again. He knocked Frisia down with just one kick. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his fingers trembled slightly. Just how much power is Solo hiding? Let me try. Sun Wukong was eager to try, his fists clapping together in front of him. I haven't had a proper fight with him yet, I'm going. Go ahead, Solo nodded. Sun Wukong tapped his feet on the air and launched himself forward, flying straight towards Frisia's location. Seeing Sun Wukong charging towards him, Frisia snorted coldly and swiftly threw out his right fist, which was covered in white flames as it smashed straight at Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong slightly shifted his body to the side, tilting his head at an angle, easily dodging Frisia's attack, the force of the punch grazing his ear. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong's knee slammed upwards, his kneecap striking Frisia's abdomen with tremendous force. The energy surged through him, and Frisia's body arched into the shape of a giant shrimp. Bang! Sun Wukong delivered another side kick, his right foot whipping out like a whip, the sole of his foot striking Frisia's chest, sending Frisia flying backward. Whoosh! Sun Wukong gave chase, his body leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. He flipped in the air, performing an inverted hook, and slammed his heel straight down on Frisia's head. However, Frisia reacted extremely quickly, jerking his body to the side and dodging Goku's kick. He tucked his right fist to his waist, then slammed it out, the heavy fist striking Sun Wukong's abdomen. Bang! The punch landed instantly, the fist sinking into the abdomen. Sun Wukong winced in pain, his lips twitching violently. He swung his hand back and slapped Frisia hard across the face, the crisp sound echoing through the air. Frisia, in pain, tilted his head to one side, a trickle of purple blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and punched Sun Wukong, the fist whistling through the air as it slammed him down. Call out. Frisia pressed down with his large hand, his 5 fingers spread open, palm facing down. A powerful burst of energy erupted from his palm, a bright white beam slicing through the sky and enveloping Sun Wukong. As the energy blasts fell, Sun Wukong hovered in midair, raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and caught them directly with his hand. The energy ball spun above his palm, making a hissing sound. Boom! The energy blast exploded in Sun Wukong's hand, and flames engulfed his body. Smoke and dust filled the air, and shockwaves spread in all directions. The smoke spread rapidly, obscuring the area. Frisia's face broke into a bright smile, a smug grin spreading across his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. Hey, I'm here, Frisia. Goku's voice rang out from behind Frisia, not loud, but every word was clear. What? Frisia mechanically turned his head and silently glared at Goku. His face stiffened, and the smile on his lips froze. Seeing how powerful Goku was, Vegeta's body couldn't help but tremble, shaking from his shoulders to his toes. Just how strong is Kakarot? Is this guy even stronger than Frisia? Frisia gained absolutely no advantage over him. Goku, well done. Krillin was extremely excited, a big smile spreading across his face as he rejoiced for Goku. Hurry up and show your true power, Frisia. Goku chuckled. Humph. Frisia's face grew increasingly grim, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. You seen wild monkey? I truly underestimated you? You actually knew I wasn't using my full power. Yes. Sun Wukong's expression became more serious, and his brows furrowed slightly. Your true strength is not just this much. All right then. Frisia slowly extended 3 fingers, tips pointing upwards. Now I'll show you my 3rd transformation. The 3rd level of transformation. Sun Wukong was slightly taken aback, raising an eyebrow. What? Vegeta stood a short distance away, his pupils shrinking, his face extremely pale, and his lips trembling. This guy can transform further. Incidentally, Frisia held up 4 fingers, his smile widening. I, Frisia, have 4 transformations. Each transformation greatly increases my fighting power. That's really impressive. Sun Wukong nodded, his gaze turning serious. Then you give it a try. Unlike Yusian's, Frisia scoffed, arms crossed, my 4th transformation is actually my final form. The reason I've been maintaining my 1st form is to conserve more energy. After all, my 4th form consumes too much energy. Oh, I see. Sun Wukong seemed to understand and nodded thoughtfully. Vegeta was too frightened to speak, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. Just watch. Frisia laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing through the air. You should feel honored. You are the first people to witness me transform twice. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides, and his body slumped slightly. 3rd form? Transform. Ah! Frisia let out a series of roars, his voice like the howl of a wild beast. His body changed rapidly, his muscles swelled and his bones lengthened. His forehead was stretched long and protruded forward, like a flat shovel. The horns on its head disappeared and shrank back into its skin. The facial features were distorted and deformed, the mouth became wider, and the teeth became sharper. In the blink of an eye, Frisia completed his third transformation, becoming a complete monster. His body was twice as big as before, with thick limbs and prominent back muscles. Sorry to keep you waiting. Frisia looked at Gaku with a sly smile, a cruel arc spreading across his lips. Let's continue. Come on. Sun Wukong also assumed a fighting stance, with his legs spread apart and his fists crossed in front of him. A powerful aura surged from within him, and golden light danced across his body. Call out. Without further hesitation, Frisia pushed off the ground with his powerful legs and charged towards Gaku at incredible speed. His figure left a purple afterimage in the air, and his speed was so fast that the air currents pressed a long trench into the lake water on the ground. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up slightly, his pupils clearly reflecting Frisia's every move, having already captured his trajectory. Bang! Bang! Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong slammed his right fist into Frisia's face, the fist sinking into the distorted face. At the same time, he raised his left foot and kicked him in the nose. The two attacks struck almost simultaneously, the energy exploding on Frisia's face. Poor Frisia, he was beaten by Gaku as soon as he charged in. His head snapped back, his body staggered backward, and blood seeped from his purple nose. It's important to know that Sun Wukong's current base combat power is 300 million. Frisia's third transformation only has a power level of 200 million. The difference between the two is at least 100 million. Snapped. Sun Wukong lunged forward and grabbed Frisia's severed tail, his fingers gripping tightly. He pulled Frisia's body, exerted force with his arms, and slammed him hard onto the ground. Frisia's body was slammed hard onto the ground. The ground was blasted open, creating a shallow crater. Debris flew everywhere, and dust billowed up. Ah dash! Frisia let out a piercing scream, his body curled up at the bottom of the pit, his face contorted in agony. Frisia, your transformation isn't anything special, Gaku said with a nonchalant smile, hovering low in the air. Hurry up and bring out your final form. Frisia lay at the bottom of the pit, a trace of purple blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by anger. This Saiyan is no ordinary person. It's much more powerful than I imagined. Frisia got up from the ground with a gloomy face, dusted himself off, his face was ashen with anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Very well, you've thoroughly enraged me. Frisia gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched, and stared coldly at Gaku, his gaze sharp as two poisoned blades. You'll regret this soon. Since you want to see my final transformation, then I'll grant your wish. Frisia held nothing back, his arms suddenly flailing to the sides as he roared towards the sky. The sound, like the roar of a wild beast, echoed across the open plains, making one's eardrums ache. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted from Frisia, white flames spewing forth like a volcanic eruption, distorting the surrounding air. The entire island was shaken violently, the ground cracked, and the lake water surged. The gravel bounced off the ground and was crushed into powder in the blast wave. Vegeta was suspended in the air, pushed backward several meters by the shockwave, and barely managed to regain his balance. His eyes widened, his pupils reflecting Frisia's twisting and deforming body. Vegeta was completely dumbfounded. What a terrifying monster I've provoked! Wait, if I, Vegeta, could recover from a near-death state just once more, maybe I could reach Gaku's current level. His gaze fell on Sun Wukong. That guy Kakarot, doesn't he have some strange beans? Call out. Vegeta moved swiftly, rushing towards Gaku's location. Huh? Vegeta. Gaku frowned slightly as he looked at Vegeta charging towards him. Are you here to deal with Frisia? Kakarot, Vegeta said urgently, his voice pleading, you need to seriously injure me now? Then give me one of those beans. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully, understanding immediately. You want to be reborn from the brink of death and gain immense power, right? That's right, exactly. Vegeta nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming. However, Gaku shook his head, glanced at Vegeta, and felt a pang of reluctance. I can't bring myself to hurt you. Why are you being so indecisive? Vegeta snapped, his voice rising. It's not like you're asking me to kill you. Hurry up and stop dawdling. This Sun Wukong was really embarrassed to do it, scratched his head, and looked away. How about you ask someone else? Vegeta's face darkened, and he immediately glanced in Zoro's direction. What are you looking at? Solo narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Want to try out flash of light again? Vegeta's expression froze, and he instinctively raised his hands to cover his eyes, pressing his fingers down on his eyelids. Cling. Solo patted Kling on the shoulder, tapping his shoulder twice. Here's a good chance for you. This guy wants to get beaten up. Go and beat him half to death. Klin's lips twitched, and his eyes widened. Huh. Klin scratched his bald head. My energy is too low, I probably can't break through his defenses. Use the chi element slash. Solo smiled, his tone casual. That's too harsh, isn't it? Klin clicked his tongue and shrank back. If you keep dawdling, I'll throw you to Frisia as a sacrifice. Solo glared, his eyes hardening. Klin's lips twitched, startled, and he quickly distanced himself from Solo, his body floating back several meters. He took a deep breath, his chest bulged, and then slowly floated to Vegeta's side. Bald boy. Vegeta had overheard Zoro and Krillin's conversation while his eyes were closed. He opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Krillin. You can seriously injure me, though. Krillin stammered, a little embarrassed, twisting his hands together in front of him. Even though I hate you, I can't bring myself to do it. Besides, Goku should be able to win, don't worry. And even if Goku can't win, there's always Zoro. Why are you dawdling like that? Vegeta roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Hurry up and do it. If you don't, I'll kill you. Klin was a little confused for a moment. Some people even begged me to beat them severely. Even if I don't seriously injure him, he still wants to kill me. Who can I turn to for justice? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Krillin took a deep breath, raised his hand to his side, his 5 fingers pressed together like a knife, Chi-Yun/. With that, Klin flicked his wrist, and a rapidly spinning energy disc flew out from his palm. The disc was bright white with sharp edges and emitted a piercing buzzing sound. The distance is too close. There were less than 2 meters between Krillin and Vegeta. Pfft. The spirit slash sliced right through Vegeta's waist without the slightest hesitation. The energy disc swept across, leaving a trail of purple blood droplets in its wake. Vegeta's body was cut in half at the waist, with the upper and lower body separated and the cut clean. Vegeta let out a piercing scream, his voice distorted. He looked down at his separated lower body, his eyes wide open like saucers, and felt completely disoriented, his mind going blank. Splat. The next moment, Vegeta's 2 bodies fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground below. His upper body crashed onto the rocks, while his lower body rolled onto the blue lawn, staining the ground red with blood. I'm sorry. Krillin hovered in the air, looking down at Vegeta on the ground, feeling genuinely apologetic. He clasped his hands together in front of him. You're the one who told me to hit you. You bastard. Vegeta lay on the ground, his face contorted, his voice hoarse and weak, gasping for breath with each word. Who told you to hit me with this thing? He sensed that life was rapidly slipping away. Goku, do you still have senzu beans? Krillin hurriedly looked up at Goku, his voice urgent. Here you go. Goku pulled a senzu bean from his pocket and tossed it to Krillin. The green bean traced an arc in the air. This is the last senzu bean. Huh? The last one? Krillin caught the senzu bean, pinching the small green bean between his fingers, then looked down at Vegeta on the ground, hesitating for a moment. Is it really appropriate to give the last senzu bean to Vegeta? Zoro, Krillin asked Zoro, turning his gaze to him. You don't object, do you? Goku said this is the last senzu bean. Maybe we shouldn't waste it, Solo said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Giving it to him won't do him much good. Let him just die like this. Vegeta, who was lying on the ground, was struck dumb upon hearing these words. Not like this? I don't want to die yet. How can you just say you're not going to save them? Tears welled up in his eyes, and his lips trembled. I will definitely help. Vegeta looked at Zoro with pleading eyes, his gaze filled with despair and entreaty. Solo moved swiftly and landed slowly in front of Vegeta. He lowered his head, lifted his foot, and stepped on Vegeta's thigh, the sole of his shoe pressing against the flesh. Vegeta looked down at his leg that had been stepped on, then looked up at Zoro, momentarily stunned. No, that's not true. My lower body is completely detached from my body. Even if you torture my legs now, I won't feel it. Does it hurt? Solo stomped hard on Vegeta's leg, grinding his foot against it twice. It doesn't hurt, Vegeta replied with a dark expression, his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. You've been cut in half at the waist, and you don't feel any pain. Zoro silently scrutinized Vegeta, tilting his head. Have you lost your sense of pain? Vegeta felt as if 100,000 horses were galloping through his heart, and his lips twitched violently. You stepped on my leg and asked me if it hurt? I thought you were asking if my leg hurt. You didn't mention anything about it being cut in half? You say you can be of help. Solo asked with a smile, a meaningful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yes. Vegeta nodded vigorously, nodding his chin several times. I'll definitely be of some use. I don't believe it. Solo slowly shook his head, the smile on his lips disappearing. Vegeta was so angry that he trembled all over, his body shaking like a leaf, his chest heaving violently, and he almost died from not being able to catch his breath. But I've always been a kind-hearted person, Solo lectured, hands on his hips. I'll save you one last time. From now on, behave yourself as my underling, or I'll beat you every time I see you. Vegeta felt his vision go black, his consciousness begin to blur, and he was getting closer and closer to death. Give it to him, Solo said to Klin. Okay. Krillin nodded, bent down, and squatted down next to Vegeta. He reached out, pinched the senzu bean between 2 fingers, and put it into Vegeta's mouth. With his last bit of strength, Vegeta swallowed the senzu bean. The bean slid down my throat, carrying a faint grassy taste. In an instant, a warm current surged from his abdomen and quickly spread to his limbs and bones. Vegeta's severed lower body grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bones extend, muscles reorganize, skin covers, and in the blink of an eye, everything is restored to its original state. He lay on the ground, supported himself with his hands, and slowly got up. He stretched his waist and legs, then looked down at his perfectly intact body. At the same time, Vegeta silently assessed his physical condition. The energy within his body was like surging magma, several times stronger than before. Not bad. Sure enough, their combat power has increased significantly again. This time, Vegeta felt that his fighting power had reached at least 250 million. Very good. His fists clenched in front of him, the corners of his mouth slowly turned up, and the light in his eyes rekindled. My fighting power has increased again. Vegeta was overjoyed, his face once again radiating boundless confidence, a smug smile spreading across his lips. The one who will ultimately dominate this battle is me, Vegeta. Alright, hurry up and put your pants on. Solo glared at Vegeta, his brows furrowing slightly. Vegeta looked down, his face darkened, and he rolled his eyes at Krillin. His gaze swept across Krillin's bald head like a knife. Why did you cut that part? Even cut in half? Vegeta moved swiftly, flew over, bent down to pick up the half trousers, and quickly put them on. His movements were hurried, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Boom! Another massive explosion occurred at the location where Frieza was. Flames shot into the sky, smoke billowed, and shockwaves spread outwards, creating huge ripples in the surrounding lake. The smoke gradually dissipated. Frieza's body gradually became visible to everyone. At this moment, Frieza finally transformed into his final form, which is his true appearance. Frieza is now completely white, his smooth skin reflecting light like porcelain. There are several purple spots on the top of the head, abdomen, shoulders, forearms, and calves, like gems embedded in a white canvas. Its body size is much smaller than its third form, with long limbs and smooth muscle lines. In addition, Frieza's tail, which he had just severed off, had grown back and was swaying gently behind him. Seeing Frieza transformed into this state, everyone present except Zoro, including Goku and the others, was slightly taken aback. They originally thought Frieza would turn into a giant monster. I just didn't expect it to become so small and exquisite. It's become smaller and more delicate. Krillin, hovering beside Solo, couldn't help but exclaim, is this Frieza's true form? Not bad this time, not a single piece of clothing. Solo's gaze swept over Frieza, a slight smile playing on his lips. So, never mind. He said a couple of words, then couldn't help but laugh, his shoulders shaking slightly. Frieza's face instantly darkened, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it, Solo added, the corners of his mouth unable to be suppressed. Frieza, his face dark, slowly raised his hand, extending a finger and pointing the tip at Solo. A red flame gathered at his fingertips, growing brighter and brighter, emitting a sizzling sound. Call out. A fiery red streak shot out from his fingertip, moving as fast as a red lightning bolt, tearing through the sky and hurtling toward Solo's location at incredible speed. Solo, however, was not afraid at all. With a gentle lift of his hand and outstretched fingers, he slapped away the fiery red flame that was flying towards him. The moment the palm made contact with the flame, a muffled sound was heard, and the flame, like a baseball being hit, changed direction and flew diagonally into the sky. Boom! The fiery red flames exploded in the green sky of Namek, bursting into countless points of light, like a blooming firework. Thank you, the fireworks were beautiful. Solo smiled. Frieza looked up at the red dots of light in the sky, his gaze following the slowly scattering dots before returning to his own. He gave Solo a deep look, his eyes narrowing until his pupils shrank to slits. Whoosh! Frieza vanished from the spot. It's gone. Klin exclaimed, turning his head left and right, searching everywhere. The next moment, Frieza's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Zoro, Goku, and Krillin in an instant, less than 3 meters away. He crossed his arms and a sinister smile played on his lips. I told you, I'll make you experience a terror worse than hell. Frieza chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 faces one by one. Great. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his face radiating intense fighting spirit. He leaned forward slightly. You've finally unleashed your true power. Let's fight. Courting death. Frieza said with disdain, just as the two were preparing to fight to determine the winner. Hey, Kakarot, let me go first. Vegeta couldn't hold back any longer. Veins bulged on his forehead as he yelled at Goku, his voice exploding in the air. Huh. Goku paused slightly, then turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, do you want to go first? Of course. Vegeta snorted, chin held high. I am the one who will defeat Frieza, and only I can. Are you sure you can do it? Sun Wukong asked with some concern, his brows furrowing slightly. What did you say? Vegeta roared, his fists clenched. Who can't you call a noob? All right, hurry up. Solo quickly pulled Sun Wukong back, placing his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Let him go first. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded without objection, took a few steps back, and gave his place to Vegeta. Oh, Vegeta. Frieza chuckled dismissively, tilting his head and looking at Vegeta with interest. You're quite confident, aren't you? Are you blinded by excessive fear? You're hilarious, Frieza. Vegeta clenched his right fist, veins bulging on his arm, his eyes like 2 knives. Standing here is the Super Saiyan you fear most. Frieza was stunned, his mouth slightly agape and his eyes wide. However, just a few seconds later, Frieza came to his senses, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up, forming a mocking arc. Frieza rubbed his nose. That joke went a bit too far. Perhaps you don't know, Frieza, Vegeta scoffed, raising his chin even higher, the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. What did you say? Frieza, as expected, didn't know this blue robe. His pupils contracted slightly. Besides having the ability to survive in outer space, what other wishes did you make? TCH, telling you now is no big deal, Vegeta scoffed, glancing sideways at Frieza. My first wish is to revive that insignificant guy. My second wish is for all of us Saiyans to have the ability to survive in outer space. As for my third wish, it's for me, Vegeta, to become a Super Saiyan. Frisia froze for another second, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. Then, his light began to move, looking Vegeta up and down, trying to see if there were any special changes in his body. After taking a closer look, Frisia realized that Vegeta was still the same as before. Height hasn't changed, body shape hasn't changed, hair hasn't changed, and eyes haven't changed either. The aura was stronger than before, but it was far from shocking him. Not much has changed. So you collected all the Dragon Balls to become a Super Saiyan, huh? Frisia suddenly realized, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. I thought you wanted immortality. Only by becoming a Super Saiyan can I defeat you. Vegeta's voice was deep, his fist clenched in front of him. Even if I possess immortality, if I'm trapped by you, I can only suffer your torment. You're quite clever, Vegeta. Frisia smiled and nodded, a hint of admiration in the curve of his lips. Now, I am Super Saiyan. Vegeta roared, his voice exploding in the air like a bomb. His legs suddenly pushed off the air, propelling his body forward like a streak of light as he hurtled toward Frisia at incredible speed. Golden flames danced on his body, leaving a long trail in the air. Zoro, has Vegeta already transformed into a Super Saiyan? Goku asked curiously, hovering beside Zoro and tilting his head. No. Solo slowly shook his head, his gaze following Vegeta's figure. I knew something was off, Sun Wukong said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. You're going to die, Frisia. Vegeta rushed in front of Frisia, pulled his right fist back fully, and threw a punch at Frisia. Golden flames gathered on his fist, tearing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Whoosh! Frisia's figure flickered and disappeared, like a wisp of smoke blown away by the wind, leaving not even a trace. Vegeta's fist struck empty air, and his body lurched forward a few steps due to inertia, causing him to be terrified. His pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly looked around, turning his head left and right, searching for Frisia's whereabouts. Yay yay yay! Frisia's voice rang out from a small island below, clear and loud, echoing across the open field. Vegeta was struck dumb, his body frozen in midair, cold sweat pouring down his face and streaming down his solar basket. If you get serious, you won't be able to catch up. Frisia stood on the rocks of the island, arms crossed, looking up at Vegeta in the sky with a contemptuous smile. Super Saiyan roar, huh? Damn it. Vegeta was furious, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his teeth clenched. My combat power is at least 250 million. How come he's still no match for Frisia? Solo's words began to echo in his mind. Solo and the dragon both said that as long as the power level reaches over 100 million, and through a huge emotional fluctuation, one can transform into a Super Saiyan. My emotions are already fluctuating so much. Why haven't I transformed yet? Vegeta's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Do we really need to have enough S-cells in our body? Let me tell you the truth, Frisia said, arms crossed, looking up at Vegeta with a slight smirk. At your speed, you can't catch me. Don't make me laugh, Super Saiyan roar is pure nonsense. You think I've reached my limit? Vegeta roared, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He concentrated the energy of his entire body, raised his hands high, palms facing each other. Energy gathered between his palms, growing brighter and larger, emitting a hissing sound. The sphere of light expanded to the size of a millstone, its dazzling light resembling a small sun. Vegeta slammed the ball of light downwards, unleashing a massive energy blast at Frisia. A bright white beam of light ripped through the sky, accompanied by a sharp whistle, and hurtled toward Frisia's location at incredible speed. Vegeta, are you going to destroy this planet? Goku shouted, his voice tinged with anxiety. Upon hearing what Sun Wukong said, Frisia, who had originally planned to dodge, suddenly widened his eyes. His body paused, his gaze falling on the ever-growing energy blast, his pupils reflecting a blinding white light. Snapped. Frisia immediately leaped into the air, his body launching high into the sky. He pulled his right leg back, then swung it forward, kicking the falling energy blast. The moment the sole of the foot made contact with the energy blast, the energy exploded, producing a dull, loud bang. The energy blast was deflected by Frisia's kick, rising higher and higher, farther and farther away, until it disappeared behind the clouds, becoming a tiny dot before vanishing completely. Vegeta stared blankly at the departing energy blast, following its trail until it completely disappeared from sight. By this point, Vegeta's face had turned as pale as paper, and his lips were trembling slightly. Amazing! Sun Wukong exclaimed repeatedly, his eyes widening. Was that Vegeta's weakest attack? Krillin exclaimed in surprise, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Overestimating oneself, Solo sighed, shaking his head. Purely asking for trouble. It's my turn to attack now. Frisia hovered in the air, snorted coldly, and his gaze fell on Vegeta. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The next second, he was already in front of Vegeta, less than a meter away. He pulled his right fist back and slammed it out. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, giving him no chance to dodge. Bang! The fist slammed heavily into Vegeta's face. Vegeta's head snapped to one side, and his body, like a thrown stone, fell backward, tumbling several times in the air. Bang! Frisia kicked again, his foot landing squarely on Vegeta's chest. The sound of bones cracking exploded in the air. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Thump! Vegeta crashed heavily to the ground, bounced once, and then rolled several times. He lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body twitching slightly. Frieza slowly descended from the sky, landing on the rocks beside Vegeta. He looked down at Vegeta on the ground with a contemptuous smile on his lips. This is the Super Saiyan you were talking about. Frieza tilted his head, a hint of mockery in his voice. Vegeta, you've disappointed me greatly. Vegeta lay on the ground and scratched at the ground with his fingers. He raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment and anger, but his body was no longer under his control. Vegeta lay on the ground, his body trembling violently, shaking from his shoulders to his toes. He unleashed his full power, only to have Frieza send him flying with a single kick. The continuous blows filled Vegeta with immense sorrow. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her lips were pressed into a thin line. In fact, Vegeta's mind began to break down after Zoro appeared and overwhelmed him. The white figure was like a wall, blocking his way, and he couldn't get over it no matter what he did. Then, when Vegeta heard the words, "You're not the legendary Super Saiyan," he felt even more distressed, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. In addition, Frieza's immense power dealt Vegeta a shocking and profound blow, the most of his life. The real fear and decisive failure filled him with utter despair. Vegeta cried, tears streaming down his face. Tears streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the blue grass blades and mingling with the soil. Call out. Frieza shot into the air, his body propelled high into the sky. He landed headfirst and slammed his head directly into Vegeta's body. Vegeta had lost his will to fight, his eyes were empty, and he allowed Frieza to bully him. Bang! Frieza delivered a powerful kick, his foot landing squarely on Vegeta's chest, forcefully sending Vegeta crashing down from the air. The sound of bones cracking exploded in the air. Boom! Vegeta crashed straight into the ground below, his body sinking into the mud and leaving a small crater. Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel flew in all directions. Frieza slowly descended from the sky, his body floating to Vegeta's side. He lowered his head, stretched out his tail, wrapped it around Vegeta's neck, and lifted him high up. Vegeta's neck was being strangled, his face turned purple, and his legs swayed helplessly in the air. Bang! Frieza unleashed a powerful blow, his fist striking Vegeta squarely in the back. The energy flowed through, leaving a fist-shaped indentation on Vegeta's back. Puff! Vegeta coughed up blood, which dispersed in the sunlight. Hey, let my little brother go. Solo couldn't stand it anymore, frowning as he shouted at Frieza. Humph, your underling. Frieza turned around, looking at Solo with interest, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The Saiyan Prince has become your underling. How interesting. Vegeta's eyes were vacant, he didn't even want to look at Zoro. His gaze was lifeless and devoid of any emotion. Now, Vegeta just wants to be killed by Frieza as soon as possible, so he can be reincarnated sooner. Call out. Frieza swung Vegeta around violently, loosening his tail. Vegeta's body flew far away like a thrown stone. Bang! Vegeta crashed heavily onto a cliff face, his back slamming against the rock. The rocks are cracked, and loose stones are falling off. His body slid down the cliff and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Frieza. Goku, unable to bear seeing Vegeta continue to be tormented by Frieza, called out to him, his voice tinged with anger, now that you've reached your final form, let's have a proper fight. Humph, humph, humph. Frieza turned around, his gaze falling on Goku, a cruel smile spreading across his face. See Vegeta's miserable state? From now on, he will be your role model. With that, Frieza turned around and immediately launched a flying kick towards Goku's location. His feet whistled through the air, moving as fast as a white lightning bolt. However, Sun Wukong reacted faster. He leaned back, braced his right hand on the ground, raised his left foot, and kicked Frieza in the face. Frieza was kicked so hard he tumbled through the air before landing steadily. He rubbed his face, which had been kicked, pressed his fingers against his cheek twice, and sneered repeatedly. Snapped. Frieza stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers spread, and several streams of fiery red light shot out from his hand. The beam of light shot out at an extremely fast speed in the direction of Sun Wukong, like a machine gun firing in rapid succession. Sun Wukong also stretched out his hand, fingers spread, and slapped away the incoming energy, sending it flying in all directions. Seeing that his energy beam had been neutralized by Goku, Frieza froze, his mouth slightly agape and his eyes wide. Ha ha ha. Vegeta lay on the ground, unable to contain his mockery. His laughter was hoarse and desolate. Frieza, you'd better show me your true strength. Although I lost to you, I'm satisfied that a lowly warrior has beaten you to this state. Frieza's face darkened, and he narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his pupils. Frieza, you deserve to have the Dragon Ball stolen from you. Vegeta continued to mock, a gloating smile on his lips. Frieza was so angry that he stretched out his finger and aimed it at Vegeta. A fiery red streak shot out from his fingertip, hurtling towards Vegeta at incredible speed, heading straight for his heart. Just as the beam of light was about to pierce Vegeta's heart, Solo suddenly waved his hand in the air, his palm drawing an arc in the air. An invisible burst of energy shot out from his palm and struck the target. Bang! 77. The invisible energy directly blasted away the stream of light released by Frieza. The beam of light changed direction, flying obliquely into the distance, exploding on the lake surface and creating a splash. Frieza squinted, staring coldly at Solo, his gaze like 2 knives. Zoro. Vegeta was taken aback, turned his head and looked at Zoro deeply, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. Vegeta, you're my little brother. Zoro smiled slightly, arms crossed. If you're going to be a little brother, you have to be prepared. I won't let you die so easily. Vegeta fell silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. Interesting. Frieza withdrew his gaze, his eyes filled with even more murderous intent. Wukong, hurry up. Zoro urged, his brow furrowing slightly. You're so slow? If you don't get serious soon, I'll have to go. Okay, I understand. Sun Wukong nodded seriously, clenching his fists in front of him. After saying this, Sun Wukong leaned forward, pushed off the rocks with his feet, and immediately charged towards Frieza. The two quickly engaged in a fierce exchange. Fists and feet collided, energy exploded, and the air trembled. After several rounds of competition, Frieza suddenly shot into the sky, his body propelled high into the air. With a wave of his hands, palms down, an energy blast shot towards Sun Wukong's location. A bright white orb streaked across the sky, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Sun Wukong hesitated for a brief second, his eyes fixed on the ever-growing ball of light. He immediately stretched out his hands, spread his fingers, and caught the energy blast that was flying towards him. Press your palm against the surface of the light sphere, and it will make a sizzling sound. The energy blast carried Sun Wukong backward at an extremely high speed. Sun Wukong's feet plowed 2 long furrows in the ground, and soil flew to both sides. Bang bang bang. The energy blast propelled Sun Wukong's body, crashing into a cliff face of a large mountain. Sun Wukong's back shattered the rocks of the mountain, his body embedding itself in the mountainside, leaving a long mark on the mountain wall with rubble and dust falling down. Hey! Sun Wukong suddenly raised his hands upwards and threw the energy ball into the sky. The ball of light spun and flew into the sky, exploding in the clouds and turning into countless points of light. Then, Sun Wukong lightly leaped out of the mountain and landed on top of it. He stood on the mountaintop, looking down at Frieza, who was suspended in midair. You are indeed stronger than I imagined. Frieza gave an objective assessment, his gaze lingering on Goku for a second. I never expected that a low-ranking warrior would be so much stronger than Vegeta, this genius warrior. Thank you for the compliment. Sun Wukong grinned, a bright smile spreading across his face. Next Frieza said, his eyes sharpening, and suddenly he glared. A powerful shockwave erupted from his eyes, and an invisible force swept towards Sun Wukong's location, distorting the air itself. Sun Wukong reacted extremely quickly, pushing off the mountaintop with both feet and his body immediately soaring into the sky. He quickly appeared directly above Frieza, looking down at him. Here you go. Sun Wukong glared at Frieza, his pupils suddenly contracting, and an invisible force burst forth from his eyes. Frieza was unfortunately hit, his body felt as if it had been struck by an invisible hammer, and he fell downwards. He tumbled several times in the air, his limbs flailing wildly. When it was almost close to the lake level, whoosh, Frieza's figure flickered and disappeared. The next moment, Frieza appeared behind Goku, moving so fast that he left no after-image. He pulled his right leg back and kicked out, his foot landing on Sun Wukong's back. Thump. Sun Wukong plunged headfirst into the lake, causing a huge splash to erupt on the surface, with water droplets flying in all directions. Frieza hovered in the air, arms crossed, coldly staring at the surface of the lake, his gaze fixed on the water like a nail, waiting for Goku to come up. Call out. Just then, a ball of energy-infused flame burst forth from beneath the lake and flew rapidly toward Frieza's location. Over here. Frieza turned his head to look at the energy, his gaze locking onto the ball of light. When Frieza got closer, he realized that it wasn't Goku who had flown up. It was just a pure mass of energy, without any physical form. It's not him. Frieza reacted instantly, his pupils contracting sharply, and he spun around. It's over here. Call out. Another energy blast hurtled toward Frieza's location at an extremely high speed, flying in from another direction. Frieza realized he had fallen for a trap, and his brow furrowed. Up there. Goku's voice rang out above Frieza, not loud, but each word was clear. His body swooped down from the height, his legs together, and kicked Frieza directly. Boom. Frieza crashed heavily onto a small island below, like a cannonball. His body crashed into the ground, shattering rocks, sending dirt flying, creating a deep crater, and filling the air with smoke and dust. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Frieza shook his neck and got up from the rubble. He dusted himself off and stretched his shoulders. He seems completely unaffected. Sun Wukong exclaimed in amazement, his eyes widening. I really didn't expect that, Frieza scoffed, his gaze landing on Goku. Besides my father, you're the first person to get me covered in dust. This is the first time I've been this excited. Let me think about how to deal with you. This is terrible. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a wry smile on his lips. I thought it might be of some use. Let me show you. Frieza said, his gaze sweeping over the rubble on the ground. With a wave of his hands, he immediately controlled the pebbles around him to levitate into the air. The stones seemed to be held up by an invisible hand, densely covering the sky. Frieza swung his arm forward, and the stones shot towards Goku like cannonballs. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, his body veering left and right as he weaved through the rain of stones. He then punched and kicked at the incoming stones, smashing them and sending fragments flying in all directions. Gotcha. Frieza's voice suddenly rang out behind Goku. He stretched out his hands, releasing a burst of energy that froze Sun Wukong in midair. An invisible energy, like a giant hand, tightly gripped Sun Wukong's entire body. No. Sun Wukong cried out in alarm, desperately resisting as his body struggled within the energy shield. I can't move. Call out. Frieza pressed down with his large hand and swung his arm violently, slamming Goku's body directly onto the Namekian land. Boom! With a deafening roar, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, flames shot into the heavens, and smoke billowed everywhere. The ground shook violently, the lake water surged, and shockwaves spread in all directions. Goku! Krillin exclaimed, clenching his fists in front of him, his face filled with worry. Don't worry, he's fine. Solo smiled slightly, a confident curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Really? Klin was slightly taken aback, then let out a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxing. Vegeta lay on the ground, gritted his teeth, and got up, swaying unsteadily, his face looking rather pale. Has Kakarot's strength surpassed mine? Snapped. Sun Wukong's figure shot out from the smoke and dust, appearing beside Zoro and the others. His clothes were covered in dust, but he was unharmed. Don't rush, Zoro, Son Goku said apologetically to Zoro, clasping his hands together in front of him. I'm a slow starter too, let me fight a little longer. Go on, go on. Solo waved his hand helplessly, making two gestures with his palm in front of him. Call out. Sun Wukong's figure blurred, and he quickly flew over, appearing diagonally above Frieza. He hovered in the air, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Frieza. Upon seeing Sun Wukong unharmed, Frieza frowned deeply, his face turning from ashen to deathly pale. Humph. Frieza sneered, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's enough warm-up. Let's begin the real battle. That's what I think too. Sun Wukong nodded readily, clapping his fists together in front of him. Frieza hovered in the air, arms crossed, head tilted as he looked at Goku opposite him, his tail swaying gently behind him. Are you better at air combat or ground combat? Frieza asked with a smile, a playful curve to his lips. How about a ground battle? Sun Wukong suggested. Frieza turned his head to look behind him, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding islands, and pointed to a relatively large island. The island was vast, with a flat surface covered with blue lawns and a few scattered rocks. Without further hesitation, the two swooped down and flew rapidly toward the island. Two figures, one in gold and one in white, left two streaks of light in the sky and landed on the island in the blink of an eye. After landing, Sun Wukong immediately took off his orange coat and threw it on the ground. He moved his shoulders, and his bones made a series of soft cracking sounds. You seem more than capable, Sun Wukong said with a laugh, hands on his hips. Let's get started, Zoro's getting impatient. Zoro? Frieza asked with a smile, tilting his head. That's Saiyan who claims Vegeta is his underling. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded seriously, his eyes filled with respect. What? Is he stronger than you? Frieza asked again, raising an eyebrow slightly. Yes. Sun Wukong did not deny it, answering crisply and decisively. This is getting more and more interesting. Frieza's interest was piqued, his smile widening and his eyes narrowing into slits. Looks like we're going to have some fun today. I'm almost ready. Sun Wukong stretched his body, twisted his neck, and shook his wrists, revealing an expectant look on his face. All right then, Frieza chuckled, crossing his arms in front of him. I'll give you a two-handed advantage, and fight you. You really can fight me without using your hands. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, a faint aura gathering on its surface. Then I'll make the first move. Whatever you want, Frieza said, crossing her arms over her chest. Without further hesitation, Sun Wukong pushed off the grass with both feet, propelling himself forward and immediately rushing towards Frieza's location. He pulled his right fist back fully and threw a powerful punch at Frieza. The force of the punch was fierce, tearing through the air. Frieza leaped lightly, his toes barely touching the grass, and his body bounced up, dodging Goku's attack. The fist swept past his side, creating a gust of wind. Bang! Frieza lashed out with his tail like a whip, striking Goku directly in the face. The tip of its tail swept across its cheek, leaving a red mark. Sun Wukong's body flew backward, his feet leaving two shallow grooves on the ground. Just before landing, Sun Wukong braced himself with his hands, flipped his body, and pushed off the ground with his feet, propelling himself forward. He rushed towards Frieza's location, reached out with both hands, and grabbed Frieza's tail. Frieza's expression changed slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Ah! Sun Wukong roared, gripping Frieza's tail tightly with both hands, and swung him around rapidly in place. Frieza's body was like a swung hammer, drawing huge circles in the air. I don't know how many times it spun around. The wind whistled in my ears, and the blue grass around me was pressed flat against the ground by the gusts of wind. Sun Wukong suddenly flung his hand away, loosening his grip on the tail. Call out. Frieza flew out like a cannonball, his body arcing through the air before crashing headfirst into a cliff face. His head slammed into the rock wall, causing the rock to shatter and fragments to fall off. The cliff collapsed with a deafening roar, burying Frieza beneath the rocks amidst billowing smoke and dust. However, Frieza quickly emerged from the rubble, sending stones flying in all directions. He hovered low in the air, dusted himself off, and looked down at Sun Wukong. He pulled his right leg back and kicked out at Sun Wukong, the sound of his foot whistling through the air. Sun Wukong raised his arm to block, his forearm blocking his foot, and his energy exploded outwards. Bang bang bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle on this larger island. Fists and feet collided, energy exploded, and the air trembled. After a few rounds, Frisia was starting to lose her rhythm, her breathing became rapid and her movements slowed. Sun Wukong's attacks left his legs struggling to keep up, making him unsteady and disoriented. At the critical moment, Frisia hurriedly wrapped his tail around Gaku's neck, tightening it to strangle him. Sun Wukong opened his mouth wide, lowered his head, and bit Frisia's tail. The teeth were embedded in the flesh, and purple blood seeped from the teeth marks. Ah, 6. Frisia let out a pig-like scream, his face contorted in agony. He felt a chill run down his spine and his body shuddered violently. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to kick Frisia again, his foot landing on Frisia's abdomen. At the same time, he pulled his right fist back to his waist and delivered a powerful punch to Frisia's chest, the fist sinking into his sternum and the force penetrating through him. Frisia, in pain, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He released his right fist from his chest and punched Gaku in the face. The fist struck Sun Wukong's cheekbone, causing his head to snap to one side and his body to fall backward, his back hitting the ground. Frisia realized he had fouled the moment he made the move. He looked down at his released hands and his lips twitched. "Didn't you say you don't need to use your hands?" Sun Wukong smiled slightly, got up from the ground, and dusted himself off. "Humph, humph, humph." Frisia sneered, "The preferential treatment period is over. I'm not someone you can mess with." Sun Wukong said with a smile, a hint of confidence in his eyes. "You are indeed stronger than I imagined, which gives me a slight shock." Frisia chuckled, tilting his head. "I'm tired of this fight, let's hurry up and decide the winner." "Okay." Sun Wukong nodded and clashed his fists together in front of him. "I want to ask you one more time," Frisia asked, looking directly at Gaku. "Would you be willing to work for me? It would be a shame to kill you, you could do a better job than Captain Jinyu, who's about to arrive on this planet." "Jinyu?" Sun Wukong paused slightly, his brow furrowing. "Who is he?" "He is my best subordinate," Frisia replied calmly. "Don't joke around." Sun Wukong decisively refused, raising his chin. "Do you think I would accept an invitation like that? I knew you'd say that." Frisia's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his gaze turning cold. "You Saiyans are all stubborn and inflexible. Well then, you only have one path left, death. Is that so?" Sun Wukong smiled slightly, a hint of disdain in the curve of his lips. "You seem very confident," Frisia said again, his gaze sweeping over Gaku's face twice. "I noticed a long time ago that although you were fighting seriously, you weren't using your full power. You saw through me." Sun Wukong chuckled and scratched his head. "I've already planned it out." Frisia's lips curled into a smile as he extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. "Just half of my energy will be enough to turn you into cosmic dust. Is that really how it is?" Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his chest puffing out, having already prepared himself mentally. "Oh, you know all this?" Frisia was slightly taken aback, looking at Gaku with some surprise. "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded in response, his gaze becoming serious. "I know your combat power is probably over 1 million, while my highest combat power is only 3,000 million. Your fighting power is 3,000 million. Frisia's eyes widened, his pupils contracted sharply, and he was somewhat incredulous. However, after thinking about it carefully, Frisia realized that what Gaku said made sense. Being able to fight on par with oneself, one's combat power has indeed reached a level of 3,000 million. This Saiyan is no ordinary person. Moreover, this man named Sun Wukong said that the Saiyan named Zoro was stronger than him. "What's the fighting power of this Zoro you mentioned?" Frisia asked, his brow furrowing slightly. "I don't know." Sun Wukong shook his head sincerely. "I'm not very clear on things like combat power. I heard those numbers from Solo." "What? Didn't he say how strong he is?" Frisia asked again. "He said his fighting power is only 100 million, Sun Wukong answered truthfully, his tone calm. Frisia was speechless for a moment, and his lips twitched. "You believe his fighting strength is 100 million? With your combat power at 3,000 million, how could he possibly be stronger than you?" "I understand." Frisia snorted coldly, his gaze becoming profound. "He's been hiding his fighting strength." Just as Sun Wukong and Frisia were chatting, Solo, Vegeta, and Krillin also flew slowly from a distance. Three figures trailed faint streaks of light in the sky, growing ever closer. Vegeta was seriously injured, but his injuries were not fundamental. He had several bruises and abrasions, but his bones were not broken and his internal organs were not damaged. The reason he looked so listless was because the emotional damage was more severe than the physical damage. Just then, Vegeta, who had just flown into the air, suddenly heard Gaku state his power level. Those words drifted over like the wind, clearly reaching his ears. "I know your combat power is probably over 1 million, while my highest combat power is only 3,000 million. This was said by Sun Wukong. Vegeta caught it clearly and was immediately stunned, his body frozen in midair. Frisia's fighting power is over 1 million? Are you kidding me? Kakarot's fighting power has reached 3,000 million? This is impossible. Vegeta's body began to tremble again, shaking from his shoulders to his toes. This is absolutely impossible. I was already emotionally hurt, and now I've been stabbed in the back by Sun Wukong, so I feel even worse. It felt like a stone was stuck in my chest, making it hard to breathe. Huh. Krillin exclaimed, his eyes widening. Gaku's fighting power has reached this level. Yes. Solo nodded, crossing his arms. Frisia, does that guy Frisia have a power level of 1 million? Vegeta muttered unwillingly, his voice hoarse. To be precise, Solo replied calmly, Frisia's fighting strength is 120 million. What did you say? Vegeta was stunned, looking at Zoro with suspicion, his gaze sweeping over Zoro's face twice. You're talking nonsense? How do you know all this? Bang! Zoro kicked Vegeta away with one kick. Vegeta's body flew through the air like a thrown stone, tracing an arc before crashing heavily into the ground below. His back slammed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He winced in pain, and his lips twitched violently. Get over here right now. Solo yelled at Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and obediently flew over, hovering in front of Solo. Why did you hit me? Vegeta asked, his voice tinged with resentment. Solo narrowed his eyes, his face turning cold. I'll give you another chance to ask questions. Vegeta finally understood why he was being beaten up. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. It's not just that they were rude just now. How did you know? Vegeta tried to make his voice sound humble, lowering it and trembling at the end. Can't you say please? Solo snapped coldly. Fine, I won't ask anymore. Vegeta stubbornly snorted and turned his face away. Solo slapped him across the face from a distance. A gust of wind shot out from his palm, invisible and colorless, and directly affected Vegeta. Bang! With a loud bang, Vegeta was once again slammed down from the sky by Zoro. His body fell like a stone, crashing heavily to the ground and leaving a shallow crater, raising a cloud of dust. Clatter! Solo descended from the sky, landing on the edge of the shallow pit, his shoes sinking into the gravel. He bent down, lifted his foot, and stepped on Vegeta's face, the sole of his shoe pressing against his cheek. Vegeta, Zoro snapped, his voice rising, have I really given you the time of day? A lackey should act like a lackey. Tell me, how many times have I saved you on Namek? Is this how you show your gratitude? Vegeta's mouth twitched violently, his cheeks deformed by the pressure of the shoe sole. Upon closer examination it seems that Solo's statement makes a lot of sense. On Namek, he had been saved by Solo at least 3 times. Now do you understand why I beat you up? Solo rubbed his shoe against Vegeta's face again, the sole of his shoe spinning on Vegeta's cheek. Understood. Vegeta grinned and hurriedly replied, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. You understand now, why don't you say thank you? Solo scolded again. Vegeta, thank you? Vegeta was on the verge of tears, his voice hoarse and his eyes reddening. This guy is a demon? Why did I provoke such a guy back then? You can reflect on your actions here, Zoro sneered, moving his foot away from Vegeta's face. I want to see how Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan. After saying this, Solo turned and flew away, his feet leaving the ground and his body launching into the sky. What? Vegeta's pupils shrank, and his ears perked up. How did Goku become a Super Saiyan? Can Gokuro transform into a Super Saiyan? Impossible? Absolutely impossible? Vegeta clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. If I could really become a Super Saiyan, I would definitely be the one. Call out. Solo leaped into the air, leaving a trail of light in his wake. Huh? Zoro? Krillin asked curiously, following behind. You just said Goku turned into some kind of Super Saiyan. Yes. Zoro nodded seriously, arms crossed. The only way to defeat Frieza is for Goku to become a Super Saiyan. But how can Goku become the Super Saiyan you mentioned? Krillin scratched his head and rubbed his fingers on his bald head a couple of times. Krillin, how's your relationship with Goku? Zoro asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on Krillin's face. My relationship with Goku? Krillin answered without hesitation, we're definitely very close. We're like brothers. Would you be willing to make a small sacrifice for Goku later? Zoro asked, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.